A very good morning to you all and welcome back to Trent Bridge for day 3 of this Bob Willis Trophy fixture between local rivals Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. Trent Bridge currently looking amazing and glorious in the sunshine as we enter day 3. Current standings at the moment: Nottinghamshire currently on their second innings and are 84 for 3. Derbyshire putting 239 on the board in their first innings, with Lewis Deploy scoring 130 of them. At the moment we have Hasib Hamid and Stephen Mullaney at the crease. And I'm now joined by Matt again. Welcome, Matt.
Morning.
We are on day 3, we're halfway through this fixture. It's turning out to be quite a tasty fixture, this one.
Well, I think more than anything, it's just been a good game of cricket to watch, hasn't it? Even yesterday alone, some glorious shots out there from both sides, from both batsmen. Wickets aplenty, stumps cartwheeling out the ground for Tom Barber's first class wicket as well, and some really nice catches held out there. So it's a game that's had plenty going on, and 2 days left, you'd say that all the results are still on the table.
I mean, you talked about Tom Barber's first class wickets there as well, but it's also a special day for Joey Everson as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, Joey's first class wickets as well yesterday. His second first class game. He came in towards the back end of last year and made 45 on that debut against Warwickshire out here at Trent Bridge. Good runs in the first innings here as well, and then 3 wickets yesterday in a 6-over spell after lunch when things happened in a cluster again, much as they did on day 1 in the afternoon session. So really special day for Joey. I know he told you the same things after the game as well last night, that there's nothing quite like that feeling that you get of taking that maiden first class pole.
I mean, we talk about this being a local rivalry, a great way to start our Bob Willis Trophy campaign, and it is living up to that at the moment.
It is, and I think that's been a nice thing about the tournament as a whole, really, is it's bringing those games that are probably the more important ones for some of the supporters, the ones people look out for when those fixtures first come out, normally in the sort of October, November of the year before. This one's certainly living up to the billing, and we spoke on Monday, or after day 1, which wasn't Monday, it was Saturday. Monday
Easy to get mixed up at the moment, isn't it?
About how important late order runs can be, how frustrating they can be for the opposition. We saw that again yesterday on the other side of the coin with Deploy hitting 130 and that record last wicket stand for Derbyshire against Notts. It's left it all poised once again, and it should be equally competitive today.
And I mean, and just on that one innings, you sometimes have to just stand back and applaud, don't you, at times?
We played some glorious shots at times, didn't he? I mean, the one that he went to his 100 with before he lifted his helmet to reveal the sort of bandana affair he got under there was a glorious stroke. It was very well played by Lewis Deploy. It's kept Derbyshire in there, but there is still that tangible lead that Notts had on the first innings, now up to 169, so it's not a bad position to be in at halfway through the contest.
And especially with Hasib Hamid and Stephen Mullaney at the crease as well, and just the 3 wickets falling last night.
And both of those played nicely as well last night. Shots around the ground from Mullaney. Hamid 30 not out overnight to add to that half century in the first innings. So it's a handy position to be in, that 169 lead, but plenty can happen in the 6 hours of play we'll get today. And
the weather, it's absolutely glorious at the moment, so there shouldn't be any issue with that as well either.
No, my only issue is wearing this black top out here in the sun at the minute, but a full day's play is looking good. And of course we made up the time yesterday as well. We played on till 7:30 last night. We launched at 8 minutes past 1 because that's what we needed to do to make the time up. So we're back on schedule. It's looking good for a full complement of overs today.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Matt. I'm going to let you go because we have a special guest at the moment. We have Director of Cricket Mick Newell just waiting in the wings. Mick, hello.
Hello, mate.
Nice to see you. You well?
Yeah, I'm good, mate.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. As I've just been saying there to Matt, we are on day 3 of this fixture, but how nice is it to actually have competitive cricket back at Trent Bridge?
Oh, it's been really good. I mean, it's great to see the game on. I'm hoping lots of people are watching it from home. So sorry they can't be here, but the players and the coaches have been chomping for a long time now to get back playing. So we're in for a busy couple of months, but it's great to be back playing.
I mean, just how difficult has it been over this period? Obviously, it's something that is just unprecedented. We spoke to Pete earlier on in the week about the team point of view and the bonding that they've had to go through. But from your role, how difficult has it been?
It's been a roller coaster few months because it obviously couldn't have happened at a worse time for cricketers, given that we were just about to start playing outdoors, when we went into lockdown. So from the players and the coaches' perspective, it's been a very unusual 4 months where, they're used to playing, they're used to their weekends being busy, they're used to all that sort of stuff, and we've had a bit of a gap But now we're up and running. You know, the boys have responded really well. The 3.5 weeks of training that we got in here first went very, very well. And now we're playing. And as I say, it's going to be very busy, very full on for 2 months. So, you know, hopefully that can make up for some of the disappointments that we've had to suffer in the past few months.
I mean, and you talk about, obviously, unfortunately, you know, we can't have spectators in at the moment, and not everybody at this club is back to work.
No.
So there are still difficulties, and we're not back to where we potentially would like to be, are we, at the moment?
No, we're not, and this isn't going to just end at the end of this cricket season. There's ongoing effects, I'm sure, of not having the big matches here at Trent Bridge that we were looking forward to this summer. So, you know, we're back with a few more members of staff, but an awful lot of members of staff either part-time or not here at all, because their roles, at the moment, they can't really fulfil their roles. So we're very much just sticking to those that have a match day role, which isn't a huge percentage of our staff, because normally there's lots of other things going on as well.
I mean, just in you know, when you're thrown into these situations, I suppose how much does it bring everybody together as a club, but then also thinking of the team as well?
Yeah, I think it's been really tough. You know, I think for the members of staff who are still not back, it's very, very difficult. They want to come back, they want to do their jobs, they want to be part of the club. I think for the players, as I say, the timing was bad, because they'd spent the whole winter trying to get ready for this summer. We knew we had a lot of things to put right from last summer, so it was a real disappointment to have that shutdown. But I think that they've managed to keep themselves focused, keep themselves ready to go, and got very excited at the prospect of playing, and hopefully we can produce some performances that back that up.
I mean, just coming to this fixture and the two competitions, obviously the Bob Willis Trophy and then, you know, the Blast later on as well, what opportunities does that give us as a club? Well,
the first thing it gives us is a chance to win 2 trophies, and that's what we'll be aiming to do. We'll be very much aiming to put out our best team and win the games. So I think that from this competition, the Bob Willis Trophy, we want to see some new faces. We've got Barber, Hamid, Everson in the youngsters, but we've still got Nash, Trigo and Patel, so we've still got some veterans out there as well. So we've got that mix that we want to give Pete and Mull the best possible team so they can have a good crack at winning the trophy. And I think for the Blast, hopefully we've got some other players to come into that squad and make it a strong squad. You know, we know we're a competitive T20 team. We've been that for 10, 12 years now, so we know that's a strong area of the club. So the first thing we can do is win. We'll try and win. The second thing is entertain, and hopefully people are enjoying watching the streaming service, and they can watch the Blast games as well, if that's the way it still has to be. And you know, as I say, it's a great opportunity to make something of a very difficult summer.
I mean, we've talked about this being a local rival, obviously Nottinghamshire against Derbyshire. I know Paul Franks mentioned that it's possibly the best way you can actually start the campaign. How have you found the first 2 days?
Yeah, really good. I mean, the friendly with Leicestershire last week was absolutely crucial for lots of reasons, partly for the players, but also for the staff, just to get used to how the whole thing will operate, because it is very different. We've got people arriving at very set times at 4 or 5 different gates. Everybody has to be here in a certain way. So it was really useful to have the practice, and I think the game has run pretty smoothly. You know, we've had to give extra space to the players, so Notts have got the executive suite as well as the changing room. Derby's got the long room as well as the changing room. We just need to spread everybody out, which is possible because there's no crowd here. So, you know, it's things like that we've had to plan, and some people who have been working all the way through the summer have done some brilliant work to make it run as smoothly as I think it has for 2 days.
Okay, well, I know you're a very busy man, so I thank you for joining us. I'll let you get on with your day job, but thank you very much to Mick Newell for joining us. Just while we wait for the umpires who are just about to come out now, we will just, as I said and mentioned earlier, Trent Bridge is looking fantastic at the moment, but just to give you the final heads up on the standings at the moment. Nottinghamshire on their second innings and are 84 for 3 after Derbyshire got 239 all out. The lead currently stands at 169, and now it is time to pass you over to our match coverage team, and the voice that you will hear shortly is Dave Bracegirdle. Got 239 all out. The lead currently stands at 169, and now it is time to pass you over to our match coverage team, and the voice that you will hear shortly is Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, thanks very much to Aaron Lord. Very interesting interview there with Mick Newell in the lead up to this third day's play at Trent Bridge, the Bob Willis Trophy there, as Aaron and Mick were discussing one of the 2 trophies that Nottinghamshire and of course the other 17 counties are battling for in this truncated and shortened domestic county season. Our 2 umpires ahead of the players are out in the middle. They are Neil Mallinder and Paul Pollard. Good morning, of course, to our scorers as well, Anne Cusworth and Ian Smith doing the game for Nottinghamshire and for Derbyshire this time, although I believe they're doing it from the press box downstairs. We're at the Radcliffe Road end. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and again, a very good morning to you all, wherever you are. Some of you will be back at work after the weekend off. Some of you, I'm sure, working from home, and some of you a leisurely day ahead, able to stick with us either through the BBC Sport website and app or through the live streams that either Nottinghamshire are running it, I believe Derbyshire are linking to it as well. Glad to have you with us, and a reminder of the match situation. Nottinghamshire lead overall in the game by 169 runs. They made 324 on the first day. Derbyshire responded with 239 yesterday, and Sam Connors picked up 3 wickets to leave Notts at 41 for 3 before Stephen Mullaney and Hasiba Mead extended their 4th wicket partnership beyond 50. So they will restart this morning. Mullaney, the skipper, is on 27, and Hasiba Mead has 30. Just waiting for the dressing room doors over at the far side of the ground to be closed, and the clock to, I was going to say the clock to tick round to 11 o'clock, but we started a minute or two early yesterday, and we're in danger of doing that again today. Although I don't think anybody really minds when we start a little earlier. It was a late old finish yesterday. Despite that early start, we didn't finish till almost 7:30 yesterday, but it really was a full enthralling day, and a day that Loose Deploy will never forget. A fabulous innings. So we're going to get underway with Lewis Rees bowling the first ball of the day from the pavilion end, and he'll be bowling to Stephen Mullaney, who defends, and we're up and running. A 90 over day today. That is the limit that has been imposed, or a minimum of 90 overs in each of these days in the Bob Willis Trophy. We did get rather more yesterday, 96 over day, because we lost some on the first day, a little bit of rain, but thankfully it's scheduled to stay dry and fine both today and tomorrow, so should get 2 full days of cricket if the match lasts that long. That's a lovely bit of bowling from Rees outside the off stump. Mullaney groping at fresh air there, and Mullaney with his back to us, but you can only imagine he was giving Lewis Rees a little bit of a double take there as to how he got that one to move. He's gone down, done a bit of gardening. Once again, we've got this all former Lancashire triumvirate out there involved in the action. Both batsmen former Lancashire players, and Lewis Rees, the bowler, former Lancashire player. 84 for 3. Nottinghamshire in their second innings, and the 3rd ball of the morning allowed by Mullaney to go through to the keeper. It's the 30th over of the innings. Yesterday, Nottinghamshire losing Chris Nash for 0, Ben Duckett for 23 and Joe Clark for 2, as they slipped to 41 for 3, and since then Mullaney and Hamid have steadied the ship, their partnership worth 43 so far. Kyle says Dave, my colleague, has been missing the commentary quite a lot over lockdown. Can you give her a shout out? I will in a moment, as Lewis Rees bowls and Stephen Mullaney punches wide of mid-off, but the fielder runs round and gathers, and of course mid-off, that's Billy Godleman, the Derbyshire skipper. So yeah, Kyle, Andrea lives in Blackpool. Glad to have you with us. Lovely to know you're following us, and of course Andrea, Kyle, everybody missing the cricket, missing being here at Trent Bridge, and believe you me, all the players and staff, and indeed the commentary team, missing having the spectators in the ground as Rees bowls again. Mullaney will get runs this time, partially stopped in the covers, but enough on that for it to go all the way to the ropes, and Nottinghamshire and their captain are up and running on day 3. Boundary to Mullaney, he's on to 31, 88 for 3. The lead now moves on to 173. We'll be doing a Quick piece for BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment or two. Rachel says I'm working on one laptop, live stream on the other, and got Brace cricket in my ears. Rachel, glad to have you with us as always. 88 for 3. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Derby. Dave Fletcher will be here before too long as Mullaney again pushes forward defensively at the end of that first over of day 3. Went away for 4 runs. Here is that update. And we started again, I think, a minute or two early here at Trent Bridge. We've already had an over bowled by Lewis Rees of Derbyshire. Stephen Mullaney, the Nottinghamshire captain, punched the 5th ball of it away for a boundary. So he and Notts are up and running on this 3rd day. Mullaney moves on to 31. His overnight partner, Seba Mead, is on 30. He's just about to receive his first delivery. The match situation, Nottinghamshire 88 for 3 in this North Group match in the Bob Willis Trophy, the first match, of course, in this shortened county cricket season. Sam Connors is about to bowl. So Notts are in a strong position, leading by 173. Virtually 2 full days left to go. They'll be planning to pile on the runs this morning. Nottinghamshire 88 for 3. Kyle says Andrea is chuffed to have her name read out. Anytime, Kyle. Absolutely no problem at all. It is going to be Sam Connors. I'll bring Dave Fletcher in just a second whilst he's just popping on the headphones and settling down socially distanced to my right as this one's punched backward of square, and we'll click the on button so we can hear the voice of Derbyshire cricket. A very good morning to you, Dave.
Morning, Dave. That's a glorious shot by Stephen Mullaney for 4, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In the previous over, he'd been beaten second delivery, I think it was, and then he drives out to the cover boundary.
It's almost as if he gave bowler Lewis Rees sort of a second glance, a second look. As where did that come from?
Yeah.
Too far away, obviously, to know if there was any sort of interaction between the two of them. But a lovely bit of bowling from Lewis Rees. Here's Sam Connors in again, all 3 wickets to fall, and beats Hamid on the outside. Right now, obviously both sides can still win this game. Dave, would I be right in suggesting if Derbyshire are going to win it, they need to win this session? They need a good, strong morning.
They certainly do. They don't want to be. Well, they certainly want to be chasing less than 300, and even then it might be a bit of a tall order. So they've basically got 120 runs or so to play with maximum. I mean, that's the absolute upper reaches of the maximum as well. So yeah, they've got to win this session. They've got to take wickets, and they've got to take them relatively quickly. Nottinghamshire, as you said earlier, in a strong position.
Here's Sam Connors, bowls again. Hamid punching it firmly, but straight to Godliman at mid-off. Again, I did myself no favours with this game because I watched an old episode of Taskmaster. I don't know if you've seen that. I'm sure a lot of listeners have last night. And Kerry Godliman is on. And I came this morning, and have I been calling him Godliman? It's Godleman, and it's. I'm going to say it's easily done. It's easily done by an idiot. So excuse me. I watched half an hour of Kerry Godliman last night. So it might slip into the commentaries this morning as Connors bowls, and Seba Mead is away for the first time this morning. That was clipped away through mid-wicket. Gets Lewis Rees extending and stretching the legs. Had to put a bit of a burst in. Stops it in front of the ropes, and they do come back for 3, and that's the 50 partnership between Hamid and Mullaney. 50 from 94 balls. Stephen Mullaney's scored 31 of them. Seba Mead has made the other 19 in this partnership, but he has now moved on to 33. Sam Connors will.
Fielding news-wise, sorry though.
Yeah, go on.
Fielding news-wise, Leas Deploy is on. He's at mid-wicket, which is good news. And I don't know if you mentioned, but Alan Dahl is there at point as the substitute fielder for Finn Hudson-Prentice, who obviously has that thigh strain. So Leas Deploy didn't field after his century yesterday. He got whacked several times as usual.
Yes, I hadn't mentioned it. Thanks for that, as Connors bowls again and Mullaney pushes into the offside. Lovely to see Anuj Dal out there on the Trent Bridge turf once again. Didn't play a first team game for Nottinghamshire, but he made an impact in the occasions that Notts used him, as he has been used now by Derbyshire to come on as a substitute for an injured player. And you remember that incredible one-day game against Northants where Notts scored 445 and it didn't look as if it was going to be enough, as the name's gone now. The big South African was whacking it to all parts as this one's driven away nicely for 4 runs. Textbook Mullaney through the covers, and another boundary to him. He's on to 35, 95 for 3. The name will come in a minute, but
Rory
Kleinfeld, yeah, and Anush Dal took a real steepler in front of the Hound Road stand to dismiss him, and chasing 445. Northants had to be content with 425. That was just an incredible game. Had 1 or 2 people get in touch who we'll mention in a moment. I've not forgotten them. At Brace Cricket, at Fletch Sport, but you've heard enough of me over the last minute or two, I'm sure. Dave will talk you through the next over, and I'm sure he'll mention yesterday's Derbyshire Centurion that you had the pleasure of chatting to at Stumps.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, deploy. Once we tracked him down,
It takes some tracking down.
When he left the ground, clearly didn't think that the 130 that he'd scored would warrant being quizzed by the nation's media. Lewis Rees comes in and doesn't bowl, just runs straight through the crease. So
we've seen that a few times with different bowlers when Hamid's been on strike. Now, whether Hamid does something to put them off or it is just coincidence, but you know, that has happened, hasn't it, during the course of both innings?
Which comes first? Yeah, chicken or the egg? Yeah, you're right. And Lewis Rees has done it on a number of occasions.
Yeah.
So I mean, he will have bowled him in nets, I would have thought, and stuff like that as well. So, although Lancashire didn't use him as a bowler very often.
He got steamed up yesterday evening, bowling to Hamid, didn't he? You could tell there was more than the extra 100% that the players all give. He really did want Hamid, and he was pumped up.
Quite angry at times, really, which is not like him. He's in now and bowls to Hamid, who leaves this one outside the off stump and goes through to Harvey Hussain. He did actually just move his little white disc that marks the start proper of his run-up, but I don't know if he just lost it a little bit.
So Deploy would be understandably very, very pleased with his contribution.
He was very pleased with himself, yeah. He said it was a surreal experience actually playing cricket again, which it must be for all of these players and in these circumstances as well. But he got back-to-back centuries now, of course. I mean, I completely forgot about it going at Lords in the last game of last season as Rees bowls to Hamid on the stumps, clearly, and Hamid gets the middle of his bat on the ball and pushes it up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. Obviously praised the contribution, the 5 from 55 deliveries of Sam Connors, whose feats of concentration, if nothing else, and the fact that he could rein himself in, because the temptation for a number 11 is just to go in there and have a swing, isn't it?
He had to keep calming him down, did he?
No. He said he was more than happy to play that role, which is terrific news. That's Rees bowls, and that one is clipped very nicely up towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs, over-pitched from Lewis Rees, and Hamid picks up a boundary, moves on to 37, 99 for 3 now, and this is the start that Nottinghamshire would have wanted. A few boundaries, nothing majorly to alarm the batsman. A couple have gone past the edge, but you would expect that. So I asked him about being hit as well.
Yes, he was struck a few times, wasn't
he? He is the most struck batsman I've witnessed in the 4 and a bit years I've been doing this. No question about it. As in comes Rees again and bowls that outside the off stump, goes through to Harvey Hussain.
But I tell you what, Dave, you've got to spend time in the middle to be struck. So that's, you know, it is one good thing, isn't it?
Well, he said he didn't mind being struck if the runs were on the board. He said, you know, I'll be hit as many times as you want. He made his debut at Durham last season, and Paul Pollard, who's one of the umpires here, was the umpire there when he must have been struck in the midriff or just below half a dozen times at Durham, which was very amusing, obviously, to everybody bar him. And he said he'd having a good conversation with umpire Pollard about that, but he does get hit an awful lot. Rees in bowls to Hamid, who gets a short one, and he doesn't duck out of the way of it. He pulls his bat out of the way of it, but it didn't miss his head by much from this angle, certainly. Probably missed it by a foot, but he didn't look too troubled by it, but he just practices another couple of bobs and weaves.
Stephen Mullaney's just moved from one side to the other, so I presume Lewis Rees, walking back to his marker, said, going round, going round him.
Lancashire-ish twang. Around the wicket he comes, and Paul Hamid, who fishes for that one outside the off stump. That wasn't a good shot from Hamid. It was out of character, really. He wafted his bat, didn't move his feet, and the change of angle almost did him there, but not quite. Goes through to Harvey Hussain. It's the end of the over. 99 for 3. Mullaney 35, Hamid 37.
Let me just mention a couple of the early tweeters. Lovely to have you along at Brace Cricket, at Fletch Sport, and you were on the email as well, Dave, for people who like the email.
FletchCricket@gmail.com.
FletchCricket@gmail.com. I'm sure Dave won't mind if you're of a Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire or a neutral persuasion. If you've got anything you'd like to entertain us with or put to us, we'd love to hear from you. It's going to be Sam Connors, and then I will get to one or two little shout outs. 99 for 3, Nottinghamshire leading overall by 184. This day 3 of 4, and the not skipper Mullaney just eases it to Anuj Dal, who we were mentioning a moment or two ago at backward point. So Paul Carney, hi folks, enjoying the commentary with the live stream whilst working from home. An excellent idea in these strange times. Thanks to everyone involved for bringing cricket back to the airwaves. You're very welcome, Paul. Of course, Notts were the first county actually to introduce the live stream, but I do appreciate that one or two others have brought in innovations over the years, and Notts have, thanks to the media team here, they've, I think it's Stoneheart Media, have come on board and really revamped it with all the graphics and the different angles and what have you. This is driven straight by Mullaney past the bowler. Did he get a boot on it to slow it down, or was it just not timed?
I don't think he did. I don't think he timed it, no. It looked better off the bat than it did along the floor, didn't it?
Well, I've now reached a milestone, which normally, when you lovely people are here with us, you'd be applauding, but of course nobody in the ground. So the 100 has come up almost unnoticed. We've got to be on our mettle, haven't we, with these milestones, because also the other thing is
crowd alert you to.
Usually there's the excellent scoreboard team, as this one's worked away by Hamid. He'll probably get a couple here. Lewis Rees is fast and does a good slide and pick up and throw, but they come back for 2. Usually when there's some extra bodies there to operate the screens, we've got all sorts of statistics going up there at Trent Bridge, record partnerships or what have you. But it's one of these where we've got to keep abreast of everything that's going on. Chris Doughty's been in touch, loving the revamped live stream, he says, on topic. Watching from our balcony overlooking West Bay Harbour in Dorset. Almost as good a view as the top of the Radcliffe Road stand. Next ball past Hamid and through into the gloves. Nice bowling from Connors, who really showed what he was capable of last evening when he got rid of Chris Nash. One banged in short that Nash went for the pull, may have bottom edged it down onto the stumps, and then Ben Duckett caught behind by Harvey Hussain down the leg side, just glancing one. Fine tickle either off the top of the bat or the glove, and then Joe Clark giving out LBW. Looked fairly full and straight from our viewpoint. 102 for 3. Here's Connors again. Bowls. Hamid, who scored 68 in the first innings for Notts, so he's now scored more than 100, obviously, says Dave doing basic maths here. More than 100 in this match on his debut. 68 and 39 not out, so that's a decent start. I mean, nobody's going to say that 68 and 39 not out are world-beating scores, but we've talked about the number of players up and down the country have moved counties. Bresnan yesterday getting a century. Yeah. Ben Slate had gone to Leicestershire for a couple of games, starting with a century yesterday. Hamid will have wanted to do well, and I think he's already ticked that box as he pulls this one away out into the deep, and he's only going to get a single. Who's that? Michael Cohen out there?
Yes, I think it is. Left arm
stopped by Michael Cohen. Simon has been in touch. Love watching the live stream and listening to the commentary. You're very, very welcome, Simon. Rob Collins. Dave, one for the viewers and listeners. Who was the first player to take a wicket seen on the live stream? Now, either you giving me one of those that is a real head scratcher, or Rob, because he knows his stats and his figures and whatever. But I think Notts were the first to introduce the live stream, and I don't know. I'll go off on a bit of a tangent here, but it's the end of the over, and Dave will pick up. I certainly know Notts were doing it in 2015, because the only couple of matches I've missed since I've been doing this over the last decade or more.
Reese bowls to Hamid, who defends it down into the ground on the offside. No run.
One of the first games I missed, certainly in 2015 here, was against Middlesex, but I'm sure they were doing it before then. So Rob, that's a good one. We can put it out there for the listeners. I wouldn't have a clue. I would imagine that the live stream came in 2014 rather than 2015. But who was the first player to take a wicket? Let's go with Big Fletch, eh? Let's go with Big Fletch.
I was going to say that just for the hell of it. Yeah, I hope it was him.
Let us know, Rob.
That'd be chapter 6. The day I took a wicket on the live stream. Here's Reese around the wicket, balls to Hamid. It just works it off his hip into the leg side. This deploy comes in from the square leg boundary to do the fielding. They get through for a single, 104 for 3.
Of course, he did have a little loan spell with Derbyshire. Was that 2016? I think it was Surrey at the start of 2015 and Derbyshire at the start of 2016. He played a few matches.
Opened the bowling at Bristol. That's right. In the first game of the season. That was my very first game.
In when? 16?
2016. Yeah. Yeah. Bob Welsh was the coach. In comes Reese again and bowls. This time Mulaney defends it up towards mid-on, but mid-on doesn't get there because Lee's deploy gets in front of Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen at mid-on. I don't think he's been there before. He's usually fielding at mid-wicket at both ends. So I've been quite glad that he's only had to walk halfway from the boundary when the bowling changed. Lee's deploy, who normally fields in the slips, isn't. This next delivery from Reese is pushed towards mid-off. Billy Godman, of course, does the fielding because that's where he stands. Yeah, Lee's deploy, presumably a little bit sore. Good fielder as well, good outfielder, but Matt Critchley's the second slip alongside Wayne Madds. The third slip is Matty McKeon.
We've obviously got one listener. We've had some correspondence. Luke Fletcher, I am listening. I'm not sure if I did take the first wicket. Can you plug my book? He says. Can you plug my book? Yeah.
I just did, man. This is driven off the back foot by Mulaney. No run.
I will actually. During lockdown, Luke has put together. It's.
Has he finished colouring it in? Is that what he's saying? Well done,
joined
mate.
all the dots together.
Well done, mate.
It is autobiographical in the sense that it's things that's happened to him from birth up to the present day, but it's full of what I think are quite a lot of funny stories, things that's happened to him through his life.
Reese bowls, Mulaney just taps it into the leg side and scampered through for a very, very comfortable single because Michael Cohen at mid-on had a fair distance to cover to go and retrieve the ball. Throws it to Harvey Hussain, single to the total. Mulaney moves on to 37. Hamid has 41. Nottinghamshire moving serenely on to 105 for 3. Now lead by 190. No real sign of a breakthrough for Derbyshire yet this morning, which is a slight concern from their point of view.
His book shouldn't be too long before it's out. Actually, it's called Tales from the Front Line, and it was sort of all put together before the pandemic. And we know front line has been used as one word, for all our wonderful emergency workers and key workers. Here's Connors, 105 for 3, bowling to Stephen Mulaney down the leg side, and he's taken the aerial route. My word, Mulaney has got hold of that one. 6 runs for Stephen Mulaney. I've seen him once or twice in the past like that, deliberately go to hit the ball in the air and actually lift it over that stand. He put one into what used to be the car lot that you can just see to our right one year off Stephen Finn, and that was a huge blow high over the stand. This one didn't quite clear the stand, but has gone way back for 6 runs. It was banged in by Connors. It was almost like Mulaney was waiting for it and helped it on its way. So a little bit of deploy yesterday. He was sort of waiting for the short ball, and then he was swivelling, wasn't he, and almost doing the Dill scoop down.
But the short ball hasn't really troubled the batsman massively throughout the game, has it? I mean, the extra effort that it takes from the bowler to bang it in short, it hasn't really reaped the rewards.
Feet off the ground time.
Oh dear.
I'll mention the score in a minute when Notts get another run. If they get another run, they lost a wicket on this particular score in the first innings. And Stephen Mullainy's been hitting the pad, and he's
not the pad.
No, he's straight away put his bat and gloves down, and he's just inspecting.
He's taking his trousers down.
He is indeed. Yeah. If you're watching the live stream right now, you will see Steve. I think he's just in the strapping on the thigh pad. Yeah. So Luke Fletcher's book. Tales from the front line. It's 2 words, the front line bit, obviously where he bowls from. He bowls from the front line, so a little play on words there. Lots and lots of funny stories. If you have a look at me on the old Twitter at Brace Cricket, or indeed Luke, you'll be able to see all the details. Provisionally, it was due to be released 2nd of November, but because of the lockdown, we managed to get it done much earlier. So it should be news on an earlier release date. Hopefully in the not too distant future.
For finals day. That's what you want. Get it ready for the finals day.
That would be nice indeed. But we wish Luke well.
Absolutely.
With that, and I've got to say, I know I'm a little bit biased, but there are some really funny tales of his time. This is punched into the offside. Obviously, I know most of his cricketing ones, but back to his childhood. At the age of 6, and I'm not going to spoil this for anybody, but just as a teaser, at the age of 6, he was put in a police cell. That's a bit young.
It was good to start early, though.
I think that gives you some sort of indication as to what sort of a young man he is. But there's lots of funny tales, and obviously he's told it with a great deal of self-deprecating humour. His next one is driven through the offside again by Mullainy, blow for blow. Literally, he was struck in the nether regions, and now he's responded by striking this delivery from Connors outside the off stump. It was full, wasn't it? He was trying to induce a little bit of swing and hopefully catch the edge, but Mullainy was ready for it. Textbook Mullainy again, extra cover drive takes him on to 47, and this has been an impressive innings from Stephen Mullainy, looking to get on with things as the Notts skipper.
Yeah, Derbyshire have got to be careful here, because these two, in the blink of an eye, will just take the game away from them if it isn't already away. Lead exactly 200 runs now, and starting to get with 7 wickets in hand to the state where win predictor would have 1% for Derbyshire, I think.
115 for 3. Mullainy will take a single, working it on the leg side, moves on to 48, so the lead 201, 116 for 3. One more in from Miles Latham, but to both of us, to the two Daves, the combined live stream and commentary, brilliant, thank you very much, keeping me company back in the office with a skeleton team he's got in brackets, trying to get the economy up and running here at diddle-dee-diddle-dee-dee. Hang on, I've just got to click on. Afixious Films, the Outlaws T20 shirt sponsor. We'll give you a plug there, Miles. Lovely. Thanks very much, and glad you're enjoying the stream, the commentary, and the cricket, and the work, as the next ball is blocked by Hamid. End of the over. He's on 41. Stephen Mullainy has 48. Derbyshire could do with a wicket or two this morning already. 32 runs have come in just about 25 minutes.
Yeah, it's been fairly straightforward.
And obviously they've had 6 overs because they're all just leaving the field to sanitise their hands.
Yes, all going to the same side this time. Day one they were scattering in all directions. No longer. All gone across to the shaded side.
Ben Slater still batting for Leicestershire. Obviously we plugged him a little bit yesterday. If you're joining us on the commentary for the first time and weren't aware, Ben Slater, Nottinghamshire batsman now. Had many years with Derbyshire, but surplus to requirements for this game. Notts let him go to Leicestershire on loan. They obviously were a little bit depleted, their own stock, so Ben Slater's gone there. He was 104 not out on his Leicestershire debut overnight. He's still there on 112 not out.
Yes, centuries for all 3 clubs.
Yeah, Are you about to depart?
Yeah, well, it's all, by the time they get going, I'll do one ball, I think.
Yeah, good, yeah.
Do you want me to do one ball?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay, I'll do one ball.
Oh, yes. You're paid by... I was going to say you're paid by the balls. But,
I might not. Steve Mullany's got some new gloves, some fresh gloves.
If you follow my drift.
Yes, I'm with you. I'll do one. I don't want to be late for Sally.
Sally on this morning.
Yeah. So shout at me if I'm late. Which you won't, but it'll be Lewis Rees to continue. He's going to go over the wicket again to Stephen Mullany, who just takes a fresh guard, marks it, and has a look round at the field. So there's a couple of slips, 3 slips probably, backward point in catching positions as in comes Lewis Rees and bowls, and he lets that go outside the off stump. It wasn't really worth it, was it?
It was indeed. It started this over in the best possible manner, and I'm sure I'll take it down a turn or two now. Mullany then within 2 of a half century. I guess that'll be one pleasing aspect from the Notts' perspective. Half centuries from Hamid and Nash and Patel in the first innings. Mullany getting runs in the second. Obviously Hamid still there. Joe Clark and Ben Duckett, 2 relatively low returns for each of them, but getting runs from a variety of different players as Anuj Dal prevents Mullany from finding the 2 runs that he requires for this particular half century. The Notts skipper takes off his helmet, wipes his brow. It's been a little bit fiddly of late, dropping his trousers in the last over to sort out his thigh pad, and there was obviously something that he didn't feel right was with his helmet. 116 for 3. Lewis Rees from the pavilion end bowls. Mullany solidly behind it. Stephen Paul Williams. I think the first wicket on the live stream may have been David Milan, bowled by Andre Adams on the 14th of June 2014. I'm loving the live stream, by the way. Well, if that's right, that is brilliant knowledge from Stephen. Rob says not a bad guess, but it was Harry Gurney versus Middlesex, June 2014. So I wonder who the batsman was. As this is edged and caught, and Mullany's gone. A wicket for Lewis Rees, caught in the gully by Matty McKiernan. Just got big on Mullany, and he was unable to keep it down. It flew sharply to gully, and McKiernan has taken the catch, and Stephen Mullany won't get that half century today. He's gone for 48. He's given Notts a very decent middle order fillip with that innings, made from 65 balls, 8 fours and that 1 big 6 that he had off Connors. But it's a good catch, second one from McKiernan in the contest. In fact, he caught Mullany in both innings. Mullany was dismissed, caught McKiernan, bowled Rees in the first innings for 6, and a similar dismissal this time around. So 116 for 4 after half an hour's play. $116 for 4, at 85 on top of that, so the lead is 201, and Derbyshire do get their first wicket of this 3rd day. Here is an update for the local radio. And you join me just as the Notts skipper Stephen Mullany makes his way off the field to be replaced by Peter Trigo at the crease, because Derbyshire have just taken their first wicket of this 3rd morning. Stephen Mullany out 2 short of a half century, dismissed in exactly the same manner as on the first day. Caught McKiernan in the gully from the bowling of Lewis Rees. Asib Hamid is still there on 41. Notts' overall lead is 201. They're 116 for 4. So Peter Trigo just making his way out to the middle. He'll take guard in a moment and prepare to face Lewis Rees, who's got 2 deliveries left in this over, the 36th of the innings. Rees striking in his 13th over. That's 1-1-6 for 4. Trigo made just 1 in the first innings on his first appearance in a Nottinghamshire shirt. There's Rees bowls. Nice confident sound of bat on ball, but he's drilled it straight to the fielder. I think that's Ben Aitchison in the covers. 1-6 for 4. So Derbyshire really needed that breakthrough. It was a partnership in the end worth 75 for the 4th wicket between Hamid and Mullaney. And as he did in the first innings, Hamid hanging around. There's a push at that one from Trigo, very tentative outside the off stump. That's another word I've always had difficulty with. Tentatively. He pushed at it, he didn't get anything on it. 116 for 4 at the end of a successful over for Derbyshire. Successful over for Lewis Rees, who's bowled nicely from the pavilion end this morning. Been going for 35 minutes or so, as has Sam Connors. And Billy Godliman, now as we speak, is ringing the changes. It is going to be the end of Connors. He's in for a little spell, and it's going to be Ben Aitchison, who yesterday 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21 in that period that Notts battered between tea and the close. Hamid on strike. 141. He's looked an awkward customer to bowl at. I think it's fair to say, seeing him through different eyes now as a Nottinghamshire player to what I remember of him in Lancashire colours. He looked $1 million when he scored a century here for Lancashire in 2016. The last time I saw him, he didn't quite look as almost impregnable as he has in this innings. He's looked a very decent, high-quality player. 116 for 4. Does occasionally, to me, seem as if he has the odd almost rush of blood and decide, I'm going to spank the pants off this next delivery and really throw everything at it. Sometimes he's got away with it, and sometimes he's played a little bit of an airy-fairy shot, as he did there. That was very wide of the off stump from Aitchison, yet he chased it, followed it, had a little dab at it and got nothing on it, and he just feathered that one through to the keeper. And he would have been, I think, uttering expletives to himself all the way back. Cloudy day, but expected to stay dry throughout. Aitchison bowls, and Hamid has nothing to do with this one. 116 for 4. Glad to have you with us. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Derby. As you'll understand if you've been with us over the years, we do try and entice a guest or two up to join us, and very often we're blessed with a third commentator to come in and share the duty, but it's just Dave Fletcher and myself for this one, down the leg side, understandably, in these uncertain times. We're using plenty of the old hand sanitizer and lots of bottles of water and what have you. We have a temperature taken when we arrive each morning, and I don't know what it says, if there's anything in it. I was 36.4 degrees on the first day, 36.3 yesterday, and today I'm 36.6. So I've gone down and then back up again, as this time it's defended by Hasib Hamid. There's one for the complete anorak. Brace Girdle's daily temperature.
36.1 I was this morning.
Were you?
Yeah.
And how's that compared to?
I can't remember. One of them seemed
That
really
sounds
cold. One of them sounded. I'm sure one of them was 34, and I'm thinking, well, the thermometer's clearly broken. But better to be too cold than
But
too
we
hot.
are, we're filling a form that we have to say if we're experiencing any particular ailments or anything. This is pushed on the leg side. Any loss of taste or temperature or fever or generally feeling unwell and what have you.
I did question my clothing about whether I'd lost my taste or not. You can't come in here dressed like that.
End of a maiden, 116 for 4. Runs have dried up a little bit, but just while you were next door, Derbyshire did strike, and Mulaney out coincidentally exactly the same manner as yesterday, caught at gully off Rees.
Yeah, straightforward catch in the end to McKinnon, wasn't it? He just banged it in a little bit shorter, I think, and it perhaps surprised Mulaney a bit. This one's a full delivery, fullish.
I said yesterday, of course, he was out on the first day.
Yeah.
We're now into day 3.
Yeah. No run off that first delivery bowled to Hamid, but it's earned Lewis Rees another over or two, I'm sure. We've seen a change, obviously, at the Radcliffe Road end, with Ben Aitchison returning. 9 overs for 21 to him, 1 for 37 Lewis Rees from 13 overs. This is his 14th, bowls and beats Hamid on the outside, and it goes through to Harvey Hussain. Good delivery. He hasn't gone for his walk yet. There he goes. Took him a while, but off he went. It's just a short walk this time. Just gathering his thoughts and getting ready to prepare for the next delivery. Sun just disappeared momentarily, and there is some cloud. I was listening to Alex doing the weather just before I went on at 10:30, and said there was a possibility of a shower in the area. Now, whether that's the East Midlands as a whole or Derbyshire in particular, I'm not sure. This next delivery is defended by Hamid.
I don't think they ever say there definitely won't be any rain, but on the BBC Sport website for Nottingham, it doesn't really get above 7 or 8% chance of rain today. So generally, you'd say it's going to be dry all day. Wouldn't you?
That one on day 1 was a bit of a shock, though, wasn't it? And it absolutely bounced it down for about 10 minutes
during the tea interval. But it did take a while for the ground staff to come out and do their excellent work.
We lost 6 overs and made them up yesterday. As is Rees bowling, and off the back foot, I mean, he pushes it up to mid-off.
The other thing Dave and I did this morning, whilst we were waiting for you to join us and the players to go out on the field, we're both a little bit anaraki, and straight away there aren't that, as we've said, that many people in the ground or things to look at when the cricket isn't being on, but there's a cameraman in the Fox Road stand, or the corner of that Fox Road stand, obviously bringing you the side-on cameras, and he's in a football shirt. He's in a blue and white football shirt, and it was annoying both of us that we went through the obvious choices: blue and white striped shirt.
Rees bowls to Hamid, who clips it into the leg side, deploy with a tumbling stop, no run.
Not a Sheffield Wednesday one, or a Wigan one, or
Just
Colchester
very wide,
United.
they're very wide, aren't they, the stripes?
And Fletch wasn't having it. He had to get the binoculars and zoom in on the logo and the sponsors, and then had to look it up. And the answer was.
Well, do you not think it's first up, just before we give the answer away, but not that anybody else can guess it because they don't know what the shirt is really. But the sad thing is that I couldn't see the badge, and I got it from the sponsor. How modern is that? As Rees bowls and it's defended into the offside by Hamid. It turns out it's a Hertha Berlin top. So,
the Bundesliga, they're playing obviously the Olympic Stadium in Berlin. Another maiden, and Derbyshire just put the brakes on, haven't they, the last 10 minutes, and got the wicket.
They did need to. I think that first 20-25 minutes was yes, the odd ball went past the edge, and the batsman was struck a couple of times. But there was
the cameraman actually, Dave, is just waving to us, and maybe there's a bit of a lag or whatever.
There might be a delay. So
and
yes.
he's gone.
We'll see what the delay is. Wave now.
I presume he's waving to us. Perhaps there's somebody down below, another cameraman that he was waving to, but he was definitely waving then.
Keep your eye on him.
Yeah. Here's Aitchison in, bowls, and Asib Hamid stays on 41 and plays it back to the bowler. No, we're not getting a wave. He's gone all shy.
Yeah. He's been asked to focus his attention on his focus.
Yeah, I wondered perhaps, without the binoculars, Espanol or something like that. I think they're blue and white stripes. I've seen them, but it could have just been the dog and duck from his local village. This is one of the things with football shirts and replica shirts and whatever. It was Aitchison. He's in and bowls, and this goes through to the keeper. Aitchison could have just bought this particular shirt he's wearing out of the Derbyshire County Cricket Club shop, of course, because it's got no name or number on debut, which is a bit of a shame, isn't it? You might want to frame your first shirt.
So, yeah, we'll find somebody to blame for that. I'm sure whoever is to blame will be listening.
Well, almost certainly the fact is that the county ground, the printing department is not there. They're going to take a single here if they can get there quickly. I know Dahl is the fielder, and he made Hamid put the afterburners on and get down to the non-strikers end. It was run down wide of the gully region where McKiernan got a hand to it, and the ball ran away from him. Dahl came in from point. When the ball ran away from McKiernan, they went for a quick single, and Dahl swooped and shied at the non-strikers end, and Hamid had to get a move on. 117 for 4.
Of all the Derbyshire fielders, he's the one I would least take on, I think.
You wouldn't take liberties with him, would you?
No, absolutely not.
There's Aitchison. Trigo yet to get off the mark. Now he does. That's gone past the diving Dahl, and Trigo will feel a lot happier. Quiet game so far for Peter Trigo, in that he only got 1 in the first innings and had a decent and impressive bowl in the Derbyshire innings, but didn't get a wicket. So maybe as the match moves into its second half, he will come to the fore, and certainly showed his impressive ball timing there. Gets a boundary.
Yeah, it was a bit too wide, wasn't it, really, from Aitchison?
The lead is 206. Notts have 6 wickets, which they'll try and they'll try and add obviously as many as they can. If they can get up to 350, you'd imagine that'll be very tough for Derbyshire.
Yes.
Trigo defends, but there would be time, you would imagine. Need to bowl Notts out ideally from their perspective. Certainly, if not before lunch, early in the afternoon.
Yeah, early afternoon session at the latest, really, isn't it, to give themselves an opportunity.
And where have we said that Leicestershire-Lancashire's being played? That's at Worcestershire, isn't it? They're off for rain at New Road, Worcester.
I bet it's glorious in Leicester.
121 for 4. Next ball punched away again for runs by Trigo, and Dahl's after it, and just for a moment it looked as if he was going to chase it down. He'll have enjoyed that little sprint, that little battle, but he won't enjoy the outcome because the ball just beat him to the ropes. So 2 falls in that over from Aitchison, and to him you'd imagine would be crystal clear. Don't bowl to Peter Trigo, offering him enough width to cut you away through the offside.
Yeah, it sort of bounced into the ground and over Anuj Dahl, and he turned. If anybody was going to catch it, it probably would have been him, and if he couldn't catch it, nobody would have done. So he's the quickest fielder, certainly in the Derbyshire ranks, and possibly one of the quickest on the circuit.
Yeah.
Something that you really notice live, isn't it? Real pace in any sport. Here's Rees beginning a new over, not necessarily connected. That's defended by Hamid out into the offside. That pitch we were talking about of Jamie Vardy, when I watched him play for Halifax
Your
Town,
friend Jamie.
my good mate Jamie. He never answers my calls. When he first played at Halifax, and he was playing at quite a low level of non-league football, Unibond 1 North, when he first arrived. The speed was just unbelievable. There's Rees in and bowls. That one is driven away from his body and fielded there by Sam Connors in the covers. Hamid with the shot. When it's live, you really do notice it.
It's one thing here, we're missing the crowd, as we say, but even if there's only a small number in this, there's still a rumble with the chatter and the crisp packets and the sweets and the rustling and whatever. But we're playing here to almost near silence, and a time or two, the quick guys here in this game, Tom Barber and I think of Michael Cohen, occasionally you just really heard the ball thud into the keeper's gloves.
Yes. There's Rees again, bowls and beats Hamid, just tentatively forward.
Now
Practice is a leave.
You've said that word a lot better than I did in the previous over. I always struggle with that one, tentatively.
10 to 10.
Too many T's in that one, tentatively.
Yes, he was neither
cautiously,
forward, neither
carefully.
Nor back, was it? Yes. He knows. You can tell when he's played a bad shot that he knows has been a bad shot by the way that he reacts to it.
Yep.
All he do this time is Reece bowls to him, he'll leave it alone outside the off stump, and he's much happier with that one. It's a more confident little walk to square leg, isn't
Flamboyant leave, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There's play in 8 of the 9 games, I should say. The only one with the rain is at New Road, Worcester. Sometimes we're able to sort of chart the wet weather coming up from the southwest. Sort of, if they go off at say Bristol or Taunton and then Worcester and then Edgbaston, then it sometimes comes as far as us. So that's it's a relief they're playing at Edgbaston anyway. Warwickshire North Ends.
Reece bowls and defends out into the offside. Connors comes in from the covers.
But as I said, they do say it's going to be dry all day, so it's obviously going to blow itself out before it gets anywhere near here. Hopefully, 125 for 4. There's the score.
I haven't got to the point yet where I'm desperate for rain.
No, but
40% according to the Met Office at around about 3 o'clock.
Also worth mentioning, Derbyshire's over-8 has now slipped. They're -2 on the board.
Reece is in bowls, and this one is turned into the leg side by Hamid, who picks up a single. Michael Cohen at mid-on comes across to do the fielding. It's the end of the over. 126 for 4 now, lead 211. 8 to Trigo. Hamid, who's pinched the strike, has 43.
I mean, they were +1 at the start of Nottinghamshire's second innings, and I think what was the word you used? Faffing about. There was a bit of faffing about in that. Was it 28 over session last night between tea and the close?
Finished at 7:30.
Finished at 7:30, yeah. I mean, my good lady asked why did it take so long yesterday, and I pointed out that making up extra overs, the fact that the sanitising breaks seem to take longer and longer and longer. Is Aitchison into bowl, which tighter line to Hamid, and of course the other thing again, which we keep pointing out, is there's nobody to throw the ball back. It is like club cricket in that sense that the fielders have got to go and fetch the boundaries, but they've also, when it goes into the stand, they've got to go and clamber about in the seats and find the ball. So there has been a little bit of a delay. But
and that's how the umpires will justify the -2 and say, yeah, go on lads, you're all right.
Yeah.
You're all right.
But it did seem to take a while, that last session last night, as Aitchison bowls and again Hamid defends. Not sure what that noise is, dear listener. It sounds like one of those street cleaners, or is it a leaf blower?
They were doing that. This Fox Road, isn't it? To our left, they were doing that the other day with one of those blowers and a wagon that was collecting the leaves, keeping on top of them. I suppose that many leaves have dropped yet.
No.
Shouldn't have done, should they, really?
I mean, there shouldn't be any litter for them to pick up either, but there always seems to be. As Hamid push and run there, that was slightly risky to Lewis Reece, who again has clutched his left shoulder after firing the ball down to the far end. Saw him do that on the first day, didn't we, when he threw a ball in from the deep.
He is, in fairness, he is a player who does like a little injury. But he carries, but he always plays. I mean, he, apart from when he broke the bone in his foot, he can look like he's in complete agony. And then 2 minutes later, because he's down on his bending over now, and he still looks to be in some pain.
Yeah, nobody's sort of gone over or even shouted to him. You're all right, mate.
That's Lou. He's always injured.
Godleman chatting to Godleman. There we go. Billy Godleman is chatting to Aitchison. 127 for 4. Next ball to Trigo, who a bit of a flamboyant. Only he will know if he was intending to leave it or not, but bottom edged it down to gully.
Looked like a leave, didn't it? That just caught the bat.
Watched the highlights of the old Grand Prix yesterday. I don't know if you're into that or saw it, but it was one of those round and round and round, and Lewis Hamilton, spoiler alert, as Aitchison comes in and bowls, edged, caught, and Hamid goes. Aitchison's got a wicket, sharp catch by Matt Critchley at second slip, and Derbyshire and Sam Aitchison
Ben Aitchison, I beg your pardon, were absolutely cock-a-hoop, as you can imagine. Hamid goes for 44, just seemed to get stuck in treacle a little bit after entering the 40s. He played fluently while he'd got Stephen Mullaney as company, but since Mullaney got out, Derbyshire have just tightened things up a little bit, and they've got the wicket. It went very, very quickly to second slip, and Critchley took it very matter-of-factly, and not so on 27 for 5. Fine catch.
Yeah, he looked pleased to have taken it, didn't he?
I beg your pardon, it's Trigo.
Well,
it's Trigo. It's Trigo's out. I'm so sorry.
No, I thought it was Hamid as well. But you're right.
It's Trigo.
Yeah, it is.
It's Trigo. I beg your pardon. Beg your pardon, everybody.
Ruined my scorecard there.
Peter, yeah, me as well. Peter Trigo's out. So, disappointing return for him. Yeah, Hamid is down on his haunches. He's still there on 44. Tom Moores is the new batsman. So
poor old Matt Critchley, that'll never get played again.
No, it won't. It won't.
It happens, doesn't it? And you go, oh no.
It won't. It went so sharply.
Yeah. He sort of took it sort of between his legs, didn't he? And then just in two hands, and then just lifted the ball above his head.
Yeah.
Very matter of fact, but it was a sharp delivery and a sharp catch. And Nottinghamshire's lead is 212. Derbyshire continue to chip away in the second half hour of this morning session. The first half hour belonged to Nottinghamshire. Since then, Mullaney for 48 and Trigo for 8. The men out, and Ben Aitchison picks up his second wicket of the match.
Yeah, I think I actually got the batsman and the bowler wrong there, which
no, he didn't.
I think I said Sam Aitchison.
Oh, even I'm not used to Ben Aitchison yet.
127 for 5, so there we go. But yeah,
that's the important information.
Hamid is there. Tom Moores is there on strike. Second left-hander in the Nottinghamshire lineup. Leaves his first ball alone. And well done to Ben Aitchison. 1 for 31 his figures now. Picked up a wicket in the Nottinghamshire first innings. Picked up a wicket in the Nottinghamshire second innings. 127 for 5. Notts lead by 212. Peter Trigo out for 8. Stephen Mullaney earlier out for 48. They're the 2 to go today, and yesterday Nash 0, Duckett 23 and Clark 2 were the 3 out. An overall lead of 212 for Notts. Derbyshire just got to keep pegging away, haven't they? And and then do their work with the bat.
That is the key now. Keep picking up the wickets. At the same time, making sure that Nottinghamshire don't score too many runs, and 212 is decent. It's a decent lead. They'll want more, obviously, and there's a short ball there. He thinks about playing at it, Hamid. He didn't really duck, and he sort of not periscoped with the bat, but it was a long way away from the ball as it went over him and through to Harvey Hussain. Michael Cohen, I thought he was trotting in to impart some advice to Lewis Rees, but he isn't. He's just going to collect the ball for him.
Again, not needed this morning. Cohen sparingly used.
Yes, well, he's a bit expensive, can't he? So I mean, just falling into the offside turns it into leg down to Lewis Deploy at mid wicket and picks up a single to move to 45 on 28 for 5. Trigo 13 deliveries. I'll find it eventually.
Again, if the buzzing noise is coming across on the live stream, we're not sure what it is. It's some sort of mechanical implement outside the ground. Sounds like a leaf blower or one of those curb cleaners. Something making a bit of a noise, disturbing the peace.
Lewis Rees from the pavilion end. In and bowls to Moores, who gets a full delivery and just pushes it out into the offside. McKiernan picks up after trotting around from gully.
Good shift this from Rees.
Yes. Yeah, he's a workhorse and a good bowler too. obviously was his record last season, 50 odd wickets. Sure, he'd really like a big innings second time round with the bat, though. He hasn't really fired with the bat this year.
Yeah, 2 of the top 3 are on pairs.
Yes, on his way in and outside the off stump to Moores, a long way outside the off stump as well. As a result, no run. Ball 42 overs old now, and with no saliva. Players were saying apparently downstairs it's very difficult to keep it in condition when it gets to this stage of the innings. This next one's a full delivery. Yeah, it's probably going down leg side. That's clearly what umpire Mallender thought as well. Big shout from behind the wicket as well as from Lewis Rees. It was a full toss, but it looked to me as though it would have been going down. Left armour to left hander as well.
Yeah. I mean, Moores made us believe that probably even more by the fact that he was playing to leg, wasn't he? But it just didn't look right, did it?
We're not, mind you, that one I called on day one didn't look right to me
we're not
all.
we're not in line. It's difficult when you're not in line, really.
There's Rees again in balls. This one is just pushed back towards Rees, who gets some part of his body on it, and the ball just dribbles away to Billy Godwin at mid-off. Dahl's been sent out to the boundary. It's the end of the over. 128 for 5. Hamid has 45. Moores yet to get off the mark. Lead 2-1-3. Not a Nelson to be seen on that board. Disappointing.
Samit Patel due in at the fall of the next wicket. Of course, he played quite a punchy role in the first innings. Really rattled along on his way to 60 odd. The good contributions from those below him as well, Joey Everson and Jake Ball. Tom Barber bringing up the rear as Aitchison bowls to Hamid. Works it onto the leg side. There was a call of 2, but Michael Cohen in quickly from the ropes. Keeps them down to 1. Hamid onto 46, 129 for 5. Cloud overhead, but I think it's passing by. Playing for an hour now, the clock right on 12 o'clock. In the 15th over of the morning, and Aitchison just turned there and just made a stride as if to come into bowl, and Billy Godleman says, Ben, and attracts his attention, gets him over, has a bit of a chat. 2 men out behind square on the leg side for Tom Moores, do we think is a happy hooker. Ball is pitched up, and the Nottinghamshire wicket-keeper batsman just happy to defend. Time of it with the bat last year, Tom Moores. Exciting player to watch when he is striking the ball cleanly. For one fairly short in stature, he does give it an almighty biff when he gets going. Leaves this one alone though, outside his off peg as it goes through to Harvey Hussain. It remains 129 for 5 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Derby. 3 matches in the North group, and it looks as if they're back on at New Road, Worcestershire, where Lancashire are playing Leicestershire. Leicestershire 209 for 2. Ben Slater still batting for Leicestershire. Next ball sees Moores push into the offside square of the wicket. Matty McKiernan comes and fields, no run. The other game in the North group, Durham have bounced back well. They were bowled out for 103 in their first innings, then bowled Yorkshire out for 199. Well, they wiped out that 96-run deficit. 131 for 2 of Durham in their second innings. Alex Lee's going well. Next ball just past the outside edge, but I think Tom Moores withdrew the bat. Had no inclination to play at it. Remains 129 for 5. In the central group, Worcestershire 270 for 3. They now have a lead over Gloucestershire, who made 267. Somerset in their second innings 165 for 3. That's a huge lead of 330 over Glamorgan. Northants 59 for 1 in their second innings against Warwickshire, still a long way behind. Next ball sees Moores play and miss at that one, played away from his body, got nothing on it. End of another decent over, 129 for 5. The South Group scores I'll give you in just a moment, but I've got the midday Radio Nottingham news now playing, so we'll have to do an update in just a moment. In fact, I can tell you the scores of the 3 batting sides in the South Group. Essex 229 for 6, Surrey 245 for 3, and Sussex in their second innings 200 for 9 against Hampshire, so they lead by 2-2-3 with 1 wicket remaining. As the weather holds, you'd imagine one way or another there'll be a result at Hove today. 129 for 5. Lewis Rees continues into the second hour of the morning, bowling to Asiba Mead. Reasonable progress made this morning by Nottinghamshire, but they have lost 2 wickets. Stephen Mullaney, their captain, he played fluently until reaching 48 when he edged into the gully off the bowling of Lewis Rees. And Peter Trigo in and out quickly for the second time in the match. He fell to Ben Aitchison. That was a sharp catch at second slip by Matt Critchley. Asiba Mead is still there on 46. In fact, he takes a single now to move on to 47. So Notts' overall lead in the match, 215. They're 130 for 5. Just the single taken, and we just managed to get all the other scores in from elsewhere. And just before we see the next delivery, Mark Hopcroft, folks, brilliant live stream coverage, and loving the commentary. Take a bow, everybody, top work. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, obviously, to everybody connected with the live stream. Is Lewis Rees in again, and Tom Moores defends as the big lad comes back to join me.
Did I hear you say that there was a potential of a result today at somewhere?
Well,
I put the lead back in next door and heard you. Was it at Hove?
I guess there's the potential of a result anywhere, depending on a clatter. But second innings, Sussex are 202 for 9 against Hampshire, so they lead by 2-2-5, 1 wicket left. So, you know, either Hampshire, you'd imagine, have got the time to chase down 2-2-5, or Sussex could bowl them out. But potential of a result.
James as well loves a day off, doesn't he?
130 for 5. Rees bowls, left alone by Moores. I know you were doing the Lewis Rees overs this morning, but there's only 2 deliveries left. He's kept going now into the second hour.
Yeah, no, it's been a good effort from him, hasn't it? This is 8th this morning, I think.
I think you did pose the thought earlier in the match, though, that you know they can't expect him to bowl these long spells and then go out there and bat for long periods. It's tough.
It certainly took its toll on his batting last season, which was a little bit below par. But his bowling was sensational, so how could you stop him?
Here he comes again, 130 for 5 bowls. And keeping Tom Moores in check here. Moores certainly not looking to make any mistakes. Wants to bat time here. He's faced 13 deliveries yet so far without getting off the mark.
I was listening to a bit of the news, obviously, when they're leading into the and now onto the cricket. A couple of items before I came on. Kiss are playing download next year at Donington.
Is that good?
Oh, that is good. That is good.
130 for 5, and the over ends with Moores punching it up to mid-off to the Derbyshire skipper. So no run there. 44 overs, 130 for 5. I can see you in your Gene Simmons makeup. I thought you'd be more of a ZZ Top man for obvious reasons.
I'm probably slightly more old school than both of those, really. But yeah, I'd go and see Kiss. Used to go to Donington when it was Monsters of Rock.
So this is a little bit like, you're talking to an idiot here, as you already know. This is a little bit like Glastonbury, slightly on a smaller scale.
Over the course of a weekend,
but at Donington.
Yeah, they used to call it Monsters of Rock, and you had all the big ones, you know, AC/DC and Whitesnake and Gillan and bands like that.
I've seen Def Leppard.
Yeah.
But that was at Wembley as the entertainment for an NFL game.
Ben Aitchison, Ian and Balls, and this one is.
I thought you'd be more impressed than that.
No, it's good. Pushed it to the onside. Yeah, I'm not a huge Def Leppard fan, but yeah, I can listen to them. Music at grounds, it's very much a curate's egg, isn't it? You're never quite sure what you're going to get. I went to a rugby league game at Bradford once, and Tony Hadley, the lead singer of Spandau Ballet, was on stage and was sensational. Had the crowd in the palm of his hand. Ordinarily be something I'd listen to. Aitchison bowls and strikes the pad of Hamid. Scamper through for a run, so it obviously hit his bat as well, or his glove. Doesn't sound very woody. Carol Decker out of Tapau sang the 1995 tune for the Rugby League World Cup.
Yeah.
Tiny she was. Tiny.
The Newark Riverside Festival was cancelled this year.
Oh, it's been hopeless, hasn't it?
Yeah. I think M people. Heather Small, I think she was scheduled to headline. Bucks Fizz were there last year.
There's a lot really. It's Aegis and Paul was turned to the leg side by Moores. He might get two here. They run for one here. They're going to come back for the second. Reese slides to do the fielding, and they do get back for two comfortably. So Moores off the mark.
In fact, the Fizz, as they're now called, I don't think they're allowed to be called Bucks Fizz anymore.
Been an argument.
Probably, yeah.
There's lots of really good little festivals around though, and you know, if you drop lucky, you can see some good stuff.
You been to Glastonbury?
No, I'd love to go, but Aitchison's in and Balls left alone outside the Ostum. I don't like the mud and I don't like tents, but apart from that, the experience would be great. I would have thought. Would be great.
For the first time in my life, went to the Isle of Wight last summer. Notts played there. They played Hampshire there, and of course there was all the signs for the Isle of Wight festival, which was a week or so later, and of course it was all the way across the television and whatever. So I actually watched that and quite enjoyed it. That looked, obviously, so I saw the venue where it was going to be and everything. So that looked.
Just some balls left alone by Moores to go through to Hussain.
Quite nice, yeah. Lily Allen was on. See, I've seen her. I've seen Lily.
Have you?
Bit of smile, yeah.
Yeah.
Nottingham Arena.
Oh, you went deliberately?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, wasn't forced to go. Professor Green was the warm-up.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. He's not a real professor, is he? His Aitchison in balls. That's left alone outside the Ostum. Goes through to Harvey Hussain. I love that. The tattoo. Is it on his right, the right side of his neck? Might be on both sides. He's got a terrific tattoo.
Not into them, really.
No, neither am I. Not something I'd ever contemplated. But 133, 4-5. My best one was Motorhead at Port Vale's football ground. Loudest thing I've ever heard. Terrific.
What's the pub right by the ground there? Phil Taylor used to play in. Sagamaker's Bottom Knocker.
Oh, yes, I've heard that phrase.
Something to do with the
weaving.
No, the pottery.
Oh, it's pottery. That is it.
Yeah,
of course, it's pottery.
Start of a new over. We'll get rid of all this nonsense now. We'll go back to the cricket. Lewis Rees bowling to Seba Mead, and he played a miss and pushed at that one. How many overs were we overnight? Was it 28 that we got in yesterday? Just trying to work out how many he's had this morning, Lewis Rees.
I can tell you that.
So this is 46, 18.
This is his ninth.
This is his ninth. So yeah, so we were 28 overnight. This is the 46th over. So this is the 18th of the day. So obviously it is his ninth. Yeah, here he comes again. Balls to Hamid, who clips it away. Or did we start from that end? Either way, it's his ninth.
Yeah,
Single taken. Hamid up to 49 now.
8.2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13 in this spell.
Excellent.
It's got to end soon, though, surely. I know they are a bowler light because Finn Hudson-Prentice is not playing. So the next option, you would have thought, will be Michael Cohen, but you would be surprised to see Sam Connors come back at the far end.
Next ball is allowed to go through to the keeper.
When I say far end, I mean pavilion end, of course.
Bear with me, I'm momentarily distracted.
Excellent.
Looking up Ben Slater. Career best 130. He's 123 not out at the moment. That's probably jinxed him from afar, but he's still there. It's quite a debut, isn't it? Quite a few days he's had.
Yeah.
Ben Slater playing for Leicestershire against Lancashire. Moores clips this up to mid-on. We have had the finest people in the country researching the little poser that I put on the first day about people that had played for Derbyshire, Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire, the 3 East Midlands sides, and I came up with AJ Harris straight away, and the thing then was, can you name any more? And then, it does seem Mike Gould has been on it, and it does seem as if Ben is only the second one. So
it's remarkable, that really, isn't it?
134 for 5. Thanks to Mike for his in-depth scrutineering of is that the word? Scrutineering? Scrutinising?
Scrutinising.
Scrutinising.
Scrutineering sounded all right.
It does.
Actually, it sounded like that.
Yeah, scrutineer.
Yeah, we'll put that
It's a
forward
bit of
for
a
next year's dictionary.
Of all the record books, 134 for 5, but unable to find anybody else.
Some rain over there, isn't there? Looks sort of rainish.
134 for 5. Lewis Rees in once more as the sun comes out here, and Tom Moores clips it away, and he'll get a boundary. Nicely played. You could hear there was a cheer there from clearly from the Nottinghamshire contingent, many of whom are on top of the executive suite, just below the clock there, out in the sunshine. You see Peter Moores at the front there having a look, and he'll have been a proud dad seeing Tom clip that one away, but of more significance, Tom will have been delighted to get bat on ball and get a boundary and feel he's up and running now. He's on 6. Hamid has 49, and again, totally forgotten, but I've just suddenly thought back to the Lancashire theme. Of course, Tom Moores made his championship debut with a little loan spell for Lancashire. 3-4 years ago now, 2016, 4 years ago, before he got into the Notts first team.
My concern is for Lewis Deploy, who dived in vain, as it turned out, to try and stop that ball going to the boundary, and got up like a 97-year-old man. He's still rubbing his back now. There's Ben Aitchison beginning a new over from the Radcliffe Road end that first delivers outside the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper, but he looks in a whole heap of pain out there.
I think you mentioned him as a possibility when we were talking about playing for all three. Rob Collins says there's still time for Imran Tahir to play for Leicestershire. Of course, he's played for Notts and Derbyshire.
And everybody else, apart from. He's had a few. Aitchison again bowls, and it's defended by Hamid up to mid-on, looking for his second half century of the match here, Hasib Hamid.
Lee's been in touch. Afternoon, gents. The Crafty Cockney was the pub that Phil Taylor used to practice in, just up the road from Vale Park, owned by Eric Bristow, of course. Yeah, now called the Moorland. I'm sure there is one there, the Saga Makers, and very, very close. I'm sure in his autobiography he's talked about the nights he spent in the Saga Makers, the Saga Makers Arms or whatever, but named after the Saga Makers bottom knocker.
They just balls on the leg stump. It's turned into the leg side by Hamid, and there is his half century. Terrific effort from him. 7 fours in it, 125 balls, and he's helped Nottinghamshire into a relatively healthy position here at Trent Bridge. They've moved on to 139 for 5 now. They lead by 224, a half century in each innings on debut for Hasib Hamid.
Just looking, Dave, he got his 50 from 112 balls with 10 fours in the first innings. So this time, just slightly longer and slightly less boundaries. But he's got there. Considering I gave him out on 44, he's done very well indeed.
Aitchison bowls to Moores, who gets one on the leg stump and turns it down to fine leg. They pick up a single as Cohen does the fielding down there in the distance. Ball throw in. Makes Harvey Hussain run a little bit quicker than he might have liked.
Getting used to the new lads and their numbers. 77 and 99 were batting at the time, and it was Trigo that was out. Of course, not Hamid. 140 for 5. All sorts of things on the horizon for Asib Hamid here when it's 140 for 5 and you're the opener 50 not out. You know, there's a long list of people who've carried their bats. There's a long list of people who've made centuries on debuts and all sorts of things.
Aitchison bowls and Hamid pushes this out into the offside where it's collected by the capless Sam Connors. He's left his cap on the boundary because he might be having a little bowl at the pavilion end next.
Yeah. Sussex are all out at Hove now for 221, so we have got sort of the first game where we know what's needed. Hampshire require 245 to beat Sussex.
Next delivery is one. Looked like a good leave to me by Hamid. Extravagant flourish of the bat. Oohs and ahs from the fielders as is inevitable. Well, Sam Connors he's been left by his mates to go and sanitise his hands on the Fox Road side of the ground. Everybody else has gone to the other side of the ground, apart from Ben Aitchison, who's coming down to the Radcliffe Road boundary.
Fair play, they're rushing around a little bit. Derbyshire, I wonder if they've been sort of reminded, that -2's up there for a reason, guys, get on with it. But they did rush this time and sanitise their hands and are on their way back.
As somebody who follows Derbyshire fairly regularly, seeing -2 on the board is not an unusual occurrence, as you can imagine, given the faffing nature of some of their...
it all tends to get sorted out, doesn't it?
I don't think they've lost any points in the 4 seasons that I'd covered them previous to this one through slow over rate. But some of the numbers on the boards, and you're thinking, dear oh dear. Conversely, as it was yesterday when they were both plus and we were still finishing at 7:30. Makes no sense to me at all. Like so many regulations in cricket, I just don't understand. Lunch at 1 o'clock today, that'll be nice.
Yeah, we have got a change, and it is Michael Cohen, so we are replacing one left arm pace bowler with another.
I don't think he's bowled from that end.
No, that's a good shout. Yeah,
I don't think he has.
He's bowled sparingly.
Well, yes, he hasn't bowled much full stop, has he? But I think all of his overs have been the Radcliffe Road end so far in this match. So whether that'll make any difference whatsoever, we'll wait and see.
No real surprise, Billy Godleman having a lengthy chat with him before he unleashes his first thunderbolt in the direction of Tom Moores.
He didn't say keep it tight.
2 slips, the close catches. Comes in first ball, and Moores defends. There's lots of energy in that action, and he's clearly a fairly rapid bowler, but that just came through, and Tom Moores sort of played it as if he was a 70-mile-an-hour trundler. The surface not really assisting the out-and-out quicks.
No, I think it's got to be the toe crusher, hasn't it, really?
140 for 5. Knott's lead is 225. Add 85 to the score. Still got that noise from whatever piece of machinery outside the ground. This goes through to the wicket keeper again, Harvey Hussain. 140 for 5. In the 48th over of the innings. Generally up and down the country, not many wickets have gone down this morning. Nottinghamshire flag hanging limply by the flagpole at the far end of the ground. Not even a ruffle, as Cohen's latest express delivery well outside the off stump doesn't interest Tom Moores at all.
Goes through to the wicket keeper.
Critchley warming up. Surely not.
Might that be as a result of the over 8?
No, I don't think so. It's just wishful thinking on Critchley's behalf. Two members of the ground staff are just
Yeah.
sorting out the hover mode, which is a bit of a concern.
Next ball past the outside edge of the bat. Let's have a little click on the weather and refresh the page. So what time are we? 12:30. So 1 o'clock. 12% chance of rain now. Sunny intervals, gentle breeze. 12% only chance of rain. That's for 1 o'clock.
It's alright if it rains during lunch.
140 for 5. I don't think we're going to get any. Next ball again, left alone. There's no middleman here. It's been an over where the ball has gone from bowler Michael Cohen through into the gloves of wicket-keeper Harvey Hussain.
Yes,
and repeat.
It's not been massively threatening, has it, so far?
Guess it's better than being pinged here, there and everywhere
True.
and picked off for runs.
Yeah,
You can
very
settle
true.
into your spell perhaps if you start with a maiden or two. Feel a lot better about yourself when you take your position in the field, and yeah, that was closer actually. You know, it was a decent enough and a safe enough leave, but starts with a maiden, so you'll be happy enough with that. Go in 5 overs. Was a maiden, wasn't it?
Yes, I think so.
Not yet gone up in the maiden's column. It will, I'm sure it will.
Yeah,
140 for 5. It just takes a moment just to tick over.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Wonderful screens here at Trent Bridge. As we've said over the years, one of the best things they did was sort of bring in the two colours, the yellow as
Yes.
well for
Yeah.
various bits of it to make it stand out. So you can see the Hamid has scored 50, but he's faced 127 balls.
Aitchison begins anew over the 7th of this spell.
You know, would have looked a little clunky if the 127, which has now turned over to 128, had also been in white. But with the contrast of the colours of balls faced, it makes it not only a little easier to follow, it makes it a joy to follow. Andrew Wallace, morning everybody. Scrutineering is fine, by the way, in motorsport. It's the process that cars and bikes go through to ensure they comply with the regulations.
Aitchison bowls, it's down the leg side, taken by Harvey Hussain. There's no run. That's an interesting phrase, that, in motor and sport in the
Scrutineering,
same
yeah.
sentence.
Motorsport, yeah, of course it is. Andrew Wallace, head groundsman at beautiful Wormsley Cricket Club.
Oh, yeah.
Have you been to Wormsley? Lovely there.
No, I don't think I have.
That's the Getty estate, isn't it? That one, yeah. I've been there a couple of times, and it's also where they filmed The Vicar of Dibley.
Oh, right.
Just a little village next to it.
Aitchison bowls, and it's defended down square on the offside. McKinnon picks it up. Hamid, the batsman. This is the shot again. And again.
Yeah.
140 for 5. 225, the Nottinghamshire lead.
It's all right, that, wasn't it? The old Vicar of
Yeah,
Dibley.
that was a good series, yeah.
I don't think there's too many of this particular vintage that will last as long as some of the classics like that.
Aitchison bowls, defended off the back foot this time into the onside by Hamid. Lewis Rees does the fielding. No, very good series.
I think the old Christmas dinner one was as good as any, and also the one where she fell in a puddle, wasn't she? She was out with a new boyfriend, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Sploshing about in the puddles, and
Jumped
then
into it. No. Yes. Here's Ben Aitchison. On his way in again now. Balls, and that's defended. It's the offside off the back foot this time. Billy Godwin comes in to do the fielding. Good tight over.
That's a little bit like me, making my mind up. And, what do you want for your tea? Do you want? No. Yes.
Yes.
Don't know about you. I hate making a decision. Just tell me. I'll
just put it on put it down.
Yeah.
Come on, that'll do.
Don't give me choice. I'm a bloke. I can't make choices.
Aitchison bowls full delivery and it's driven, but it's not timed at all by Hamid. Tumbling stop by Lewis Rees. Back-to-back maidens. That's a bit more like it. 140 for 5, so therefore the lead remains at 225.
So they've not exactly got a hurry up on this morning. It was 84 for 3, so what's that? 56 they've scored in an hour and a half. And they'd scored 30 in the first 25 minutes while Mulaney was there.
The first half hour was very disappointing from a Derbyshire perspective. Some of the bowling was a bit too short and wide, and Mulaney climbed into it, didn't he? But since he's gone,
the breaks certainly have been
gone a little quieter.
Applied a bit. In fact, he got out in the 36th over at 116, so in 13 overs they've scored 24.
Much better from a Derbyshire perspective, that. My breakfast was brought out to me this morning at the hotel on a very embarrassing big plate. I think they've been suggesting that I'd perhaps ordered too much, but it came out on the old Alan Partridge big plate.
Nothing wrong with that. You've got to set yourself up for a day's work.
Absolutely.
They do call this work, by the way, but
don't tell anybody otherwise.
No. Here's Cohen, starting his second over in this spell to Tom Moores, and I think that I'm fairly, I'm a bit of guesswork, but I think that's 7 in a row he's sent to Moores as Michael Cohen that he hasn't yet laid a bat on, or had to lay a bat on, because they've been wide of the off stump. Tom Moore's just giving himself every chance just to play himself in, and why not? There's still plenty of time left in the game, of course. 70 overs left today and all of tomorrow. 140 for 5. Cohen bowls to Moores, make that 8 in a row. Outside the off stump and through to Hussain. Wicket has gone down at the Oval. Ricky Clark out. Sorry, they're 261 for 5. It does look from afar as if that one is a bit of a crawl. Middlesex made 347 for 6 and declared. And Surrey now 250 odd for 5 in reply. 140 for 5 here at Trent Bridge in Nottinghamshire's second innings. And once again, Cohen either very deliberately bowling wide of the off stump, bowling for dot balls, or just not quite got it right, or he's bowling in the right area, hoping that Tom Moores won't be able to resist. But Moore's doing a fine job. Not throwing his wicket away. He's faced 32 deliveries for his 7, Tom Moores. Slips a Madsen and Critchley, McKinnon in the gully, and again, as before, wide of the off stump, left alone. 140 for 5. Still that noisy bit of machinery goes on behind the ground here. Something clearly on the Radcliffe Road. .40 for 5. 2 balls left in this over. Cohen bowls, and this time Moores has to put bat on ball almost in front of his nose. It was banged in just short of a length, got up round about throat height, but Tom Moores happy to defend. Be a radio update in just a moment. .40 for 5. Last ball of this Michael Cohen over, the 50th over of the innings. And Moores has pulled this one away. Cries of catch, it's gone up in the air. Lewis Rees is after it and has caught a wonderful catch running back. He wasn't able to resist any longer. And you join me just as Tom Moores is dismissed. A really good catch running back from mid-on by Lewis Rees from the bowling of Michael Cohen. Tom Moores out for 7, 140 for 6. Notts got off to a bit of a flyer this morning. 30 runs coming in the first 25 minutes, and that's whilst captain Stephen Mullaney was there. He was then dismissed for 48, and since then it's been pretty tough for Notts. Peter Trigo in and out for 8, and now Tom Moores has followed for 7. Notts have got a healthy lead of 225, but in their second innings they're now 140 for 6. Really was a good catch there by Lewis Rees, really was. Had to make some good ground running back from mid-on. The ball went very, very high as Tom Moores took on the hook shot, and the ball ballooned up, and it's a little unlucky. Moores, he'd resisted and resisted, sensed it was the one to go after, but didn't quite execute it. Faced 35 balls for his knock of 7. New man is Samit Patel on his way out to the middle. And Nottinghamshire could do with just a little bit of the punchy, well-timed aggression that we saw from Patel in the first innings to just get them up to and beyond the 300 lead if they can. But right now Derbyshire have got them in check. 225 is the lead. The latest wicket to go down. Tom Moores wonderfully caught at mid-on, running back by Rees. So Samit Patel made 63 in the first innings. Bit the non-strikers end, because they did cross while the ball was in the air. Hamid is on 50. So Notts 140 for 6. In fact, they didn't cross. It's the end of the over, of course. Cohen getting the wicket with the final ball of the 50th over. And Aitchison getting every encouragement. So Notts are only going along at 2.8 or so and over. 140 coming from 50 overs. Ground to a little bit of a crawl, as we said, since Stephen Mullaney was out. Here's Aitchison bowling. Hamid in no hurry to go anywhere, drops his bat on it. Seb Hamid has faced 135 deliveries for his 50. Again, soaking up a lot of deliveries, showing he's got the temperament. Proper county championship opener. Of course, this isn't the county championship as such in name. Next ball left alone. The Bob Willis Trophy. Initially just a one-year award. County championship not being played this year, of course, and whatever happens in 2020, it's not going to have any bearing on the 2 divisions next year. 140 for 6. Aitchison bowls, and again Hamid just happy to block it. So assuming that we're back to a normal fixture schedule in 2021, then we can look forward to home and away games between Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire once again on the fixture list. 140 for 6. Next ball, nice swinging action, swinging delivery from Aitchison. Hamid drops it on the leg side. Patel quick to respond, gets down to the other end. So Hamid under 51, and with 1 ball left in the over, Samit Patel will take guard and prepare to face. Patel's 63 in the first innings was very lively innings, made his 50 from 59 balls. In the end, he was dismissed by Michael Cohen. Slip cordon has been strengthened. 3 slips and a gully. Here's Aitchison. Old to Patel down the leg side. We've seen him just nibble at those time or two over the years. Didn't get anything on it. End of the over. 141 for 6. Nottinghamshire lead by 226. We've got about 22 minutes or so until the lunch break. I can tell you Hampshire have lost a wicket very early in that pursuit of 245 to beat Sussex. They've lost Joe Weatherly out for a couple of runs to Ollie Robinson, so 12 for 1 early in the piece there. That one down at Hove. With regards to Slay to watch, he now does have a career best. There's 132 not out. Ben Slater, that is, we're talking about. Leicestershire 248 for 2, replying to Lancashire's 322. Bit of a chat between Hamid and Patel. It's going to be Michael Cohen. Fresh from dismissing Tom Moore, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16. He was certainly helped by Lewis Rees with the catch. Really good quality catch. Had to put the dive in as the ball dropped over his shoulder. Chat now between Gordleman and Cohen, holding things up.
Well, it was a good catch when it was.
It was a really good catch.
Steepler, the old steepler. And I don't know how much it might have swirled.
Yes, went up a long way, and
yeah.
you know, he sort of had to do a complete 360 to get where it was. Not sure what we're waiting for. Perhaps a helmet being brought out or something. I'm not sure.
Somebody's just going out of the changing room.
Yeah, but
the far end,
they did wave for something. I'm not sure what. Mike Brown, meanwhile, says we need a good knock from Samet now to enable me to relax. Nice to hear from you, Mike. But something being brought on the field.
It's a sweater for Lewis to deploy. Could he not have waited? Oh no, and a helmet and some pads. There we go. Yeah. They won't be for deploy though. They'll be for Anuj Dal, I would have thought.
Yeah. Well, Anuj is going to intercept the delivery.
Yeah. Now I wonder if he'll just sort of try putting them on. Is he going to put them on straight away? Am I going to be a delay? Because would he need a short leg for Ben Aitchison? Yeah, he's going to stick it all on. Okay. Nice of them to faff about though.
Well, that's it, yeah. Cohen's bowling at the moment. Whether it's when just Samit Patel's on strike, they're going to try and test him out a little bit, or whether he'll go straight in there for Hamid, I'm not sure.
They'll have fallen asleep by the time they're bowling to him. It's been that long since anything happened.
But it's this sort of thing that the umpire, who's now having a little bit of a chat with Lewis Rees, but it's this sort of thing that the umpires remember when this, they say at the break, what about our -2? Can you?
Remember that 10 minutes it took to put 2 pads on?
Yeah.
Yeah, tough.
Yeah, no, it looks as if Anuj Dal's going to come in at short leg for Hamid. He's got the gear on, and here he comes. But again, they've not really tried it, have they, for Hamid?
No. Just slightly in front of square, isn't he? One big blow should get rid of him.
Is this your end?
Oh, is it Ben Aitchison bowls? It's outside the off stump.
No, it's Cohen. It's Cohen.
It's Cohen.
It's Cohen. Sorry,
yeah,
mate.
Left-handed.
Yeah, I don't know if it's my end or your end, but you've been starved of the action, chatting to your listeners.
What have you dropped? Was the question today.
It was what?
What have you dropped?
What do you mean? What's the question?
Well, that was just the question that Sally was asking people.
So
because apparently the FA Cup was dropped.
Yeah.
I put forward the premise that he might have just sanitised his hands and they were slippy. I don't know. I didn't see it. Here's Cohen, left armour, bowls to Hamid, who just drops it to the right of Anuj Dal, close in and goes through for a single.
Well, when I got in the car to drive home on Saturday evening, there was only about 10 minutes left of the game. In fact, there was. No, I'll tell you what, because they'd gone for 11 minutes of stoppage time. That's what they had, because there'd been an injury and no doubt a bit of faffing about. So I heard that, and then just before I got home, there was the presentation, and I heard the commentator said, "Oh, he's it was Aubameyang, wasn't it, the Arsenal captain? Oh, he's had a bit of fun there. He's rolled the trophy on the grass, made out he's dropped it. He did that deliberately." And then I saw it. When I saw the highlights, it certainly looked to me as if he dropped it.
This comes coming down the leg side, and Simon Patel can do nothing with that one apart from get out of the way of it. Yes, my confession on air was that I hadn't. Not only had I not seen him drop the FA Cup, I didn't know he'd won it till the day after.
Yeah, you said, yeah.
So
David Revel says it's a couple of years since Tom Moore's had a decent score. Yeah, he went again cheaply in this one. I think 45 was his highest first-class score last year.
Cohen from the pavilion end, bowling to Samit Patel, who plays it into the leg side to the left of Anuj Dal. Chase on here for Lewis Rees. Samit Patel's got back. Hasib Hamid rather got back very comfortably for the second to the non-strikers end, allowing Samit just to stroll back in for the second run.
He's away, he's up and running.
Yeah.
Does play positively anyway. You can't see Samit being out there soaking up
beautifully in the first innings, didn't he?
Soaking up 40 or 50 balls for just 3 or 4 runs. He always looks to get on with things.
And thereby offering opportunities, I suppose.
Yes, yeah, there is that. We've got the Gross on the board as well.
Cohen bowls, and that's driven uppishly but beautifully out to the cover boundary to about 10 yards, possibly slightly less, to the left of Billy Godwin, who didn't move a muscle, didn't even twitch.
It's a good job I noticed the 144 there, because it was only there for seconds. It's now 148 for 6, 148 for 6. It was.
He's moved on to.
But it was a shot of somebody who'd batted for an hour in the first innings, wasn't it?
Yeah. He's in confident mood. That's a danger for Derbyshire. 2-3-3 the lead. Cohen is in again and bowls, and this one is short, just turned around the corner, square on the leg side for a single by Samit Patel. He moves on to 7, keeps the strike as well at 149 for 6 now. Nottinghamshire lead by 234. Hasib Hamid on 52.
It's one of those, isn't it? 15 minutes to go to the lunch interval. You sort of, from the Notts angle, Samit just makes sure you're there. But you can score quite a few runs in 15 minutes, and if if the bowling is there to take on, and you do want to assert yourself at the crease, just shout, "Look, I'm out here again," and you're not going to keep me quiet. Then if he's in that mindset, it's probably right that he does go after his shots, but certainly won't want to lose Samit before the break.
No, indeed.
There's Aitchison in to bowl, and mentioned it just before you came back and joined me. He has been vulnerable in that area plenty of times in his career. That one just sliding down the leg side that he has that lazy little flick at, and then the look of disgust when he gloves it through to the keeper.
I'm not sure it was bowled deliberately though.
No, but
they're not setting him a trap.
It is an invitation to score runs, but it can also be your downfall. Next ball from Aitchison in the same area, and well, it's come off something. It may be thigh pad. Let's have a look at the umpire. Yeah, Paul Pollard having a tap on the old knee. So a leg by, just the 3rd extra of the innings, and again to absolutely no applause whatsoever. We've reached a milestone. Never know why they clap this one anyway, but 150 is up. 150 for 6. Nottinghamshire leading by 235. Similar sort of innings or card to the first innings. I think they were 160 for 6, weren't they, last time? 150 for 6 in this one as Hamid chases after a wideish one.
What came next that was particularly damaging to Derbyshire?
Well, both these players scored half centuries in the first innings, and Hamid has gone past it again. He's on 52. Did he start the morning on 30? Hasib Hamid, so he's at 22. Aitchison bowls again down the leg side, and this time Hamid having nothing to do with it. 2-3-5 is the lead. So once we've reached the lunge interval, of course there'll be 5 full sessions left. Not bowled Derbyshire out in effectively 2 sessions yesterday, although the lunch to tea period was it was extended an hour and a bit, really, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So this one's chopped away, and this time Hamid has gone. Couldn't resist chopping towards Matty McKiernan in the gully, who's taken his 3rd sharp catch of the contest, and Asib Hamid has fallen for 52 at a bad time for Nottinghamshire and a good time for Derbyshire there. That will, whatever happens in the remaining few moments before lunch, that will send them in certainly with a little bit of an extra spring. And Aitchison has struck for the 2nd time. Having got rid of Peter Trigo, he's now got rid of Asib Hamid. 52, which consumed 244 minutes at the crease. That was that for just over 4 hours. 143 balls, 7 fours, 150 for 7 is the Nottinghamshire score. Add 85 to that, and the lead, I'll make it 2-3-5.
Just an observation on Hamid, who's batted nicely in this match. No question, you don't get half centuries in each innings without batting nicely. But if you're going to be the one at the top who bats 443 deliveries as he has to get the 52, you probably ought to be playing that shot 10 minutes before lunch. It was probably wide enough for him to go at, and it was just the temptation was too much. But another decent catch from Matty McKiernan that's shown he's got very good hands. Certainly, he's a couple of catches today already.
I've not spoken to Asib at all. We've obviously not had the chance really to get to know the newcomers and see what makes them tick. And I've really only seen him play a couple of games for Lancashire against Notts, but it did seem as if just occasionally there'd be something that was premeditated from him, as if
you spotted that either yesterday or on day one. Yeah, you said that, didn't you? Yeah.
I don't know if that's something that you'd seen, but just he'd leave, and then occasionally, to what would seem to be a similar delivery, he'd go all guns blazing at it. I don't know, on 50 for 7. But
that certainly was the kind of delivery that he's left on a regular basis throughout the morning. And because he hasn't scored rapidly, but he doesn't need to, because they basically, you've got
but
one.
Just saying,
one
he scored 22 in 100 minutes this morning. But if he'd got to lunch, he scored 22 in the session, but still there, you'd say, well done. But again, if Aitchison bowls to the new man who's Joey Everson, you'd have to, you'd have to say, well done on your debut. 68 and 52. What's that? 120 runs. Tremendous. But also, you'd say a top order batsman, a high quality batsman, somebody who's played Test cricket. I know a lot's happened in his life and his career since he played Test cricket, but to get 68 and to get 52, the coaches are saying, the players are saying, in fact, they're demanding of themselves, you should get 100, you should get more than 100 if you get 68 and 52, because you're in.
On the flip side to that, of course, you're basically saying, it's a good start.
Yes, it's a good start.
Cohen begins a new over and bowls to Samit Patel, who drives it ferociously. Good half stop by Billy Godleman at extra cover, and they come back for a second run. That was hit very hard indeed, and Godleman did well to get down to it, in all honesty. Lost his cap in the process. 152 for 7.
That's certainly one of the positives they'll take from this game. They brought an opener in who scored 50 in each innings. Chris Nash scored a half century in the first innings. And it just wasn't happening last year. And of course, typically, one of the guys who was doing it was Ben Slater, and he's gone away and he scored 100.
These things happen. Cohen on his way in and driven beautifully straight down the ground for 4 runs. Samit, is he going to go all the way? No, he's not. He's just going to tap bats with Joey Everson. I thought he was going to go all the way and tap it, but he's given.
I'm not sure Neil Malinder knew what to do there, and he ended up sort of arms up as if it's on his way to raising them above his head for a 6. But
he was hoping to levitate, I think. Get out of the way.
He was what about that? And he threw his arms up.
Very, very straight drive.
Quickly got into double figures, hasn't he, Samit?
13 from 9, 156 for 7. Clouds here at Trent Bridge as Cohen is in now and bowls. It's a short one, and poor old Anuj Dal was fearful there, and it's gone all the way for 4. Connors can't stop it out on a square leg boundary. And just for a moment, Anuj Dal saw his life flash before his eyes. I think it cleared his head. Obviously, it didn't hit him. Would have been too far away.
Derbyshire hoping just miss it one. We've got Jake Ball, who got runs in the first innings, but career record would say perhaps a vulnerable early Jake Ball and Tom Barber just to come. Derbyshire could suddenly go bang, 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 and that door's kicked ajar, isn't it? Notts lead by 2, 4, 5.
The relieved Anuj Dal has come out of short leg.
Yeah. Samit could take this game away to Derbyshire, or he could give him a massive lift by mistiming one.
Either way, it'll be entertaining. He's on strike now, Samit. He whips this away backward, a square on the offside. Is the fielder going to get there? No, he's not.
3 in a row.
That was Lewis Deploy out on the backward point boundary. Ran around, only had to go about 15 yards and put the slide in as well, but couldn't stop it. That was pretty well hit too.
And suddenly we've had 80 runs in the session. Samit 21 from 11 balls.
Some encouragement for Cohen. I'd be kicking his backside at the moment. I wouldn't, obviously.
Well, he's hit one straight down the ground. He's hit one square of the wicket on the leg side, one square of the wicket on the offside.
Where's this one going? It's going out towards the cover boundary again, but this one goes straight to Lewis Deploy, so he just picks up a single, but he'd be happy enough because there's only one more ball left in the over for Joey Everson. Not that he needs protecting, but I think the more that Samit sees of the strike, the quicker Derbyshire will be batted out of the game. 250 the lead now.
Well, he knows what his role is because he executed it perfectly in the first innings. He just hung around, had a good look at the bowlers, played himself in, let Samit do what Samit did. Samit got out, then Joey went, and Jake Ball sort of dropped anchor, and then when Everson got out, Ball scored runs in the last wicket partnership. So
Everson's got a spectacular pair of boots.
Yeah.
This next delivery is short and takes the edge, does it? No. It doesn't take the edge. It was a good delivery that to finish off the over. It was the 3 balls in the middle of the over that were the problem. 15 off that one.
The lower order combined perfectly in the first innings, to do just what you'd want a lower order to do. But anyhow, Ben Slater now 141 not out, 271 for 2. Leicestershire replying to Lancashire's 3-2-2.
Way past his career best, isn't it?
Yes. 130 was his career best. I've sort of been looking ex-Nottinghamshire players. I'd sort of forgotten, forgive me, a little bit about Luke Wood, and he hasn't made the Lancashire starting 11. Don't know if he's picked up a knock. It would be very disappointing if he's gone to Old Trafford to announce his career and he's not been selected. But I saw everybody wishing him happy birthday yesterday. I thought, I forgot about Woody. I'll have a look and see what. As Aitchison starts a new over to Patel, who leaves it alone. I'll see what he's done in his first match, and he's not in the starting 11. So I don't know if he's got a knock or he's been omitted. But it was his birthday yesterday. He won't be listening to us, of course. But happy birthday anyway to Woody for yesterday. I'll make it 3.5 minutes to 1 o'clock.
If they're faff enough, it could be the last.
165 for 7. This one goes through to the keeper. So what do you think we were on at the start of the day? 28 overs?
Yes, we were on 28 overs.
So we've had, help me here, 30. I've had 36 overs this morning. Then this is the 37th.
No.
Oh no, sorry, that's to bowl.
27th.
20, yes.
That makes more sense.
Yes. Yes.
I'd be disappointed to be on -2 if they've been bowling that many.
Yeah. Aitchison once more to Samit Patel. Just suddenly gone gloomy, so obviously the sun has disappeared behind a dark cloud. Patel takes a single on the leg side. Lewis Rees, one of what seemingly is several Lewis Reeses out there, makes the stop, and I say that because he seems to be involved more in the action than anybody else. The ball seems to keep going to him or into an area that he's got to chase after it, and of course he's capped almost a virtuoso display in the field with that wonderful catch to get rid of Tom Moores. Really was an excellent bit of cricket. We saw Joey Everson take a good catch earlier. Now Everson's on strike, edged, and that I think has gone to ground. It has at first slip. Wayne Madsen low down, and I'm afraid he's dived behind Matt Critchley as I look. So I didn't see hand going to ball and ball going to ground, but can only assume it was there on the full from the reaction and from the watching the edge. But as I look, he's dived completely behind Matt Critchley at second slip to take it and then drop it. Next ball is left alone by Joey Everson. Don't know if you had a slightly clearer view.
Slow motion replay. He took it on the half volley. On the slow motion replay, but he did take it to the left of Critchley. It wasn't immediately behind him, but
well, it is from where I'm looking.
Yeah,
sort
absolutely.
Of thing.
No, it was a half volley.
I'm sat 6 feet to Dave's left, and as I look, Madsen was behind Critchley as he went to scoop it up. Next ball worked away by Joey Everson for his first run from the final ball of the over, so he'll keep strike. All eyes on the umpire. I think there is still time for another one. They're rushing round, and pretty much would agree that it's only sort of between 12:58 and 12:59, so they'll sneak another one in, Dave, before the lunch break.
It was disappointing when they sneak one in.
167 for 7.
Because ideally you want your lunchtime 1 o'clock report to be the
you do,
lunchtime
yes.
report.
You join me just as they're leaving the field.
Yes.
The lead is 2-5-2. It's got up quickly from the 220s to the 250s thanks to this punchy little cameo from Samit Patel.
Yeah, is it going to be the key wicket now, isn't it? You would have thought.
Did say Derbyshire would have to win this session. I'm not sure they've won it. I'm not sure that Nottinghamshire have won it, though. It's probably yet another even session as Everson drops it on the leg side. But Notts have scored 80 odd and Derbyshire have taken 4 wickets. So in isolation, that's probably an even session.
Yeah. I think they needed 5 or 6, did the Derbyshire to win the session.
Yeah. But still, they'll, I'm sure, be and quite rightly believing it's very much game on. 168 for 7, but they could really boost their chances with these 5 deliveries if they can get rid of Patel, who's on strike. 23 not out from 15 faced. We're now in the process of what Dave Fletcher calls faffing about as fielders are moved from here and there, but Cohen into bowl to Patel. He's hit him on the pad. They're asking, they're imploring. May have pitched outside leg. Samit doesn't seem too perturbed by what's going off, but not given. Did him full in the crease, but again the left arm over the wicket bowler. There's a strong likelihood that it would have pitched outside leg stump at the very least. Umpire didn't find in Derbyshire's favour there, but just for a moment you wondered if they'd got what would be seen right now as a prize scalp, and that's why, because Patel bunts the next ball down the ground for 4 and doesn't run. So he does seem to have completely got rid of that particular superstition that he had, that every time he hits a boundary, go down to the far end and tap his bat in the crease, which on occasions did seem a little strange to people seeing it for the first time, but something you just got used to. 172 for 7, that was a fine shot. Patel on to 27. There are 3 balls left before the luncheon break. Again, a chat between the Derbyshire skipper and his bowler, and here comes Cohen. Inspired, bangs it in far too short, goes through to Harvey Hussain. Andy says Ben Slater has a 148 not out in one-day cricket. Yeah. This is his first class score today, though, Andy. .172 for 7. Next ball defended by Patel. Dominic saying Tom Moores is good fun in limit overs cricket, but he's not got the patience or application for the longer form of the game. One ball left before lunch. Radio Nottingham in my ear. I'm just waiting for the queue to do an update for them. Will we get the final ball of the session in? We've got a brief hold up again as they decide to pop Anuj Dal in at short leg for Samit Patel. Don't drop it short, he'll be thinking. Patel might well take the hook on. 172 for 7. Next ball dropped down onto the leg side. Dal fields, and that is lunch. 172 for 7 after 56 overs in the innings. So Notts lead by 257. Samit Patel 27 not out. Joey Everson 2 not out. They've fired up the hover cover just in case there might be a spit or a spot of rain. Out this morning: Stephen Mullaney for 48, Peter Trigo for 8, Tom Morse for 7, and Asib Hamid for 52. Patel 27 not out, Everson 2 not out. Notts 172 for 7, leading by 257. And from Dave Fletcher, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, thank you for joining us this morning. We'll be back for the afternoon session in 40 minutes time. We'll just try and drown out the hover cover a little bit. There we are, and here is an update for Radio Nottingham. Where they've just reached lunch. There might even be a spit or spot of rain in the air, so the hover cover just being wheeled on down below us, with Notts 172 for 7 at the break. They started the morning 84 for 3. Stephen Mullaney very punchy from the off, but then he was dismissed for 48. Peter Trigo for 8, Tom Morse for 7 soon followed. Asib Hamid hung around a long time. He passed his second half century of the game before falling for 52, but a punchy 27 from Samit Patel from just a handful of deliveries has taken Notts to a fairly strong position at lunch. 172 for 7. They lead by 257. Lines are being freshly painted, and the stumps will be stuck in, and I wouldn't imagine it'll be too long before we're underway again. Some of the Derbyshire bowlers are out there on the edge of the square, having a little bit of a loosen up, and they'll want to get ready because it could be, I guess, a key start to this session really. Nottinghamshire lead by 257. Derbyshire will desperately hoping to go bang 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 and limit that lead to well, as few as possible. Obviously they won't want Notts to hang around and extend this second innings session. Of course, Samit Patel's the big danger. He's 27 not out from 20. He's got Joey Everson with him, just a couple of runs to the youngsters so far. Jake Ball and Tom Barber to come. So Nottinghamshire, as they showed in the first innings, with power to add down at the lower order, but Notts will also be acutely aware that if Derbyshire can go bang bang bang, this is a target that's certainly not out of reach with so much time left in the game. As we speak now, there's 5 full sessions left. Not likely to be any more stoppages today on the BBC weather app, and it does seem as if it's going to be fine and dry for tomorrow as well. So 172 for 7, a lead of 257. The batting side, Nottinghamshire, we'll be looking to Samit Patel in particular to push along. The men out this morning, well, Stephen Mullaney began the day on 27, raced to 48, and then was smartly caught in the gully by Matty McKiernan off the bowling of Lewis Rees. That was 116 for 4, became 127 for 5. Peter Critchley out for 8, catch at slip by Matt Critchley off the bowling of Aitchison. Tom Moores was well taken by Lewis Rees, running back at mid-on. Difficult catch that, and judged it nicely. It's off the bowling of Michael Cohen for 7. That was 140 for 6, and then it became 150 for 7 when Asiba Mead, who'd once again dug in, and second time in the game past 50. This time got no more than 52, nicking Aitchison to McKiernan in the gully. So it leaves us with Patel and Everson, the not-out batsmen. One or two more of the Derbyshire side have made their way onto the outfield. The stumps are just being popped back in. And again, well, I can see the umpires now at the far end. Neil Malinder and Paul Pollard. And they've got their umpiring coats on and their hats, so they'll be on their way out to the middle. Playing all the other matches today, and they've just started everywhere after lunch. In the North Group, Durham 194 for 2 in their second innings against Yorkshire, and Alex Lees, the of course former Yorkshire opener, he's 92 not out for Durham. Durham lead by 98 runs, 8 wickets left in their second innings. Leicestershire 274 for 2, replying to Lancashire's 322. A little bit of local interest here for both of our sides, because Ben Slater used to play for Derbyshire, now plays for Notts, but he's on loan with Leicestershire. He's 143 not out in that one, so congratulations to Ben. Central Group, 3 games: Gloucestershire, Worcestershire, Somerset, Glamorgan, Warwickshire, Northants. Gloucestershire 267 all out. Worcestershire have sailed past that, 339 for 5. 80 from Darryl Mitchell, 77 from Jake Libby yesterday. Somerset Glamorgan at Taunton. Somerset in their second innings 213 for 3. That means they lead Glamorgan by 378. 7 wickets left, so Somerset in a strong position there. Expect them to bat for no more than an hour this afternoon, you'd imagine. And Craig Overton, who got a 5 for in the first innings, will be looking to go again. At Edgbaston, Northants in their second innings 136 for 2. They still trail Warwickshire by 91 runs, so the Bears in charge of that one. In the South Group, the All-London game, Middlesex 347, Surrey 270 for 7, but they're running out of overs. They've not got that many overs left in which to add any more batting points. Essex Kent at Chelmsford, Kent 387, Essex 285 for 7. And at Hove, Hampshire have been set to score 245. They're 31 for 3, in a little bit of trouble, all 3 wickets to Ollie Robinson. Now, I've been talking, everybody's made their way out to the middle, and thought we've lost any time at all. And we'll be underway shortly with Sam Connors to bowl the first over of the afternoon session from this Radcliffe Road stand, end of the ground, and he'll be bowling to Joey Everson. So you'd imagine Notts will want to push on. Everson will probably play as a bit of a foil for Samit Patel like he did in the first innings, but here we go now. Sam Connors, who picked up the 3 wickets that fell last night, not been able to add to them yet today, and his first ball just swings away from Everson, who was going for the drive there. First ball after lunch yesterday, of course, brought that dramatic run out with Matt Critchley and loose deploy. A real old mix-up, and Critchley was the one who had to go and run out. Well, no wicket from the first ball after lunch this time, but Joey Everson certainly chased after it. Is that a sign of his intention? Here's Connors once more to bowl to the 18-year-old. 172 for 7 bowls, and that's a lovely delivery. Just shaped away from the right-hander and through to the keeper as Dave Fletcher, suitably replenished after a 3-course lunch, comes back to join me.
Sorry, it caught me by surprise. I was downstairs. I was sitting with my back to the field of play, talking to Mark Ackland at the Derby Telegraph.
All right.
Who's here today.
Esteemed author.
Indeed, absolutely. 2 books now to his name. And he nodded, and I looked behind me, and the players were walking out.
Yeah, good job I was here.
Absolutely.
Connors is in and bowls, and Everson defends. It's not often anybody's ever said that. Good job Dave was here.
Somebody's got to be professional around here. And it clearly isn't going to be me. We were discussing various scenarios. And the upshot is that Nottinghamshire have probably got enough already. They'll want more, obviously, but they've got enough.
Yeah.
You are.
Well, no, you know, anybody would probably go along those lines, probably, but you know, if Derbyshire really need to go bang, bang, bang here, don't they?
Yes, they do.
You know, 260 is chaseable in what would be 4.5 sessions. Again, the best part of 5 sessions. The bat withdrawn inside the line.
It's all in the mind, then, isn't it? Really, because there's no pressure on the batsman to score at any particular run rate. You could even bat the rest of today and see where you are with 3 sessions to go, couldn't you? I mean, it's a very simple equation that just gets into batsmen's heads, I think. Then, of course, if you lose a couple at the top and all of a sudden there's a bit of panic, Lewis Deploy's not going to do what he did in the first innings in the second, you wouldn't have thought.
No, but Notts aren't going to get rid of Rees for Norton, Madsen for Norton,
Well,
almost certainly. 172 for 7, yes. Connors, squad number 59. Bowls edge, but it pitched and bounced in front of Wayne Madsen, who got a hand to it. And I'll tell you how quickly this was going. It's still gone for 4, despite him. It's probably wrist more than hand, because that's what he's shaking now. His right forearm, his right wrist area went very quickly, bounced just in front of him, a genuine edge, but did manage to deflect it downwards rather than upwards towards the slip cordon. And Joey Everson has got rather a fortuitous 4. Little unlucky for Connors.
Yeah, you don't want one of your top batsmen going lame just before you go on a big chase.
No, we were just talking about Madsen, who will be. He's not often a side as 2 of their top 3 on a pair at the start of the second innings. 176 for 7. The lead is 261. 1 ball left in this over. We didn't lose any time for that.
None at all. No.
Brief
Excellent.
stoppage.
It sort of came and went, didn't it?
Again, it timed it nicely.
Yeah.
Just let the players get off the field, and then the ground staff were onto it because they.
Yes, they're the hover cover straight out, didn't they?
Again, it's a bit of a delay here. Interesting that Derbyshire's over 8
mysteriously
has improved by 1. Bowled 28 overs this morning, and it's gone from -2 to -1.
Answers on a postcard.
176 for 7. Next ball down the leg side, well taken by Harvey Hussain. Yeah, perhaps a little bit of negotiating going on.
Yeah, a little bit of surprise that there hasn't been a single over of spin yet. They've got 2 leg spinners, they've got 2 off spinners, well, an off spinner and a left arm spinner in the ranks. And yet Lewis Rees has bowled, and he's going to bowl again, is he? No, Michael Cohen's going to continue by the look of it. I thought Lewis Rees has bowled 173 overs already.
I don't know who saw this coming, but congratulations to Ben Slater, who's now past his 150, 151 not out. He's got Ackerman at the other end, 72 not out, and suddenly the Derbyshire top order looks pretty decent. 287 for 2 against Lancashire. 150 for Ben Slater.
He's got it in him, he's a fine batsman.
He's played 102 overs in that one. Remember, innings have to stop at 120 now, so he'll be looking for a red inker, or he'll be looking to crash on. But he's got potentially a maximum of 18 overs to get another 50.
How impressive that would that be?
Yeah.
A lot of cover drives in it if he does it. I think Michael Cohen around the wicket balls to Samit Patel, who very uppishly. That's a strange shot, I don't know how to describe it. Pats it out to the cover boundary.
Well, everybody was out on the fence, weren't they? So he knew he wasn't going to be caught. He would, just get bat on ball and hit it in that general direction.
So they fancy the weaknesses, Everson. I'm not so sure, and they'll have a go at him.
He's a good player, but I don't think he's going to score at the from the off at the same rate that Samit could.
38 in the first innings.
Yeah. Like I say, he holds the record for the quickest half century in England under 19 cricket, 18 balls. So
he's holding the bat at the right end. That's a start. And he waits now. There's a short leg in place as Cohen comes in and bowls to him, and he has a waft at that one outside the off stump. It goes through to Harvey Hussain without the ball touching the bat in any way.
Youngest Nottinghamshire debutant for 20 years when he made his debut last year, since the days of Bilal Shafayat.
Long career ahead of him. How long is his innings going to last though? That's the question. 262 the lead.
Just seen a tweet from Lancashire County Cricket Club, which I'll find interesting.
Next delivery from Cohen is on the stumps, and it's guided down along the floor to gully, where it's fielded by Matty McKinnon.
This is from Lancashire, remember. Back-to-back sixes from Ben Slater, 163 not out in brackets. Leicestershire starting to up the tempo now.
Oh, word.
Back-to-back sixes.
I don't think I ever saw that.
Got his eye in after reaching his 150.
Yeah. So you might as well have a go now.
Yeah.
Cohen in again. Balls down the leg side this time. He tried to, he did flick at it, but he didn't get the bat anywhere near it. Joey Everson, taken by Harvey Hussain, who's already got the left glove off, blowing at his hands. Haven't seen him bash his hands on the floor yet, which was a trick he was taught apparently.
Who's that?
Harvey Hussain, yeah, if he gets a real bad, he bangs his hand on the floor, and he says it helps ease the pain. It takes your mind off it, or what? You get a big hammer out and start smashing your knuckles. But yeah, he does that. I haven't seen him do it in this game. I have seen him get hurt. This next one is pushed very nicely out into the offside. Godalman's at mid-off.
Can you punch me in the face to take my mind off me if I'm hurting?
Yeah, well, I think it's that kind of thing, yeah. My fingers have stopped hurting, but the back of my hand is killing. Ben Aitchison has gone right out at square leg. Going for this will be a complete bluff. He's not bowling a short one here. Final ball of Cohen's 10th over. 1 for 45. His figures so far. He's in, bowls to Everson. Foolish length, and it's pushed backward a square on the offside where McKinnon does the fielding. And there is no run. End of the over. 177 for 7. Partnership 27. Everson's been out there for 17 balls.
Yeah, he's faced 11 of the 12 that we've had since lunch, by the way. So Derbyshire will, I think, try and starve Samit of the strike as long as they can, I'm sure. We're happy to give him one, you'd imagine. Look at Billy Godalman pushing them out.
Out you go, boys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Matty McKinnon's never been that close to a boundary. Oh,
yep,
there goes
Anush.
Yep. He's on his way.
Yeah. Now sensible head on Samet will do as he did in the last over, just put bat on ball and take the single.
Yeah.
Samet, I'm coming after you.
Yeah, take him on.
Might,
take him on, Samet. Come on, lad. Don't let us down yet. Don't let us down.
It's Connor's devolved to him. There are 2 slips, everybody else on the fence, and he drops it on the leg side and says no. It is close enough to the bowler for him to legitimately say no there. I don't think he's starving the strike or anything.
He didn't turn one down, did he? Well, he turned it down, but legitimately, yeah.
Yeah, there was a huge likelihood that Connors would have been able to get to it and at least have a shy at the stumps had they gone for a run there. 177 for 7. Third afternoon of potentially 4. Connors bowls to Patel. He'll take the run this time as he makes a nice clean connection of the bat out here to our left, sort of a deep extra cover position where Billy Godalming had dropped himself to, and now the Derbyshire fielders all, or nearly all of them, come in. The long leg or deep backward square fielder stays on the fence, but everybody else is now back in. We've got a gully to accompany the 2 slips, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 others saving a single.
Ball a little damp.
Yeah, it was, it was steady drizzle, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Never looked like it was going to hang around for long, but did enough to inconvenience the ground staff as Connors bowls to Everson, push into the offside, no run. Who's that with the stop? Is that Aitchison?
Yeah.
I know Dahl's still on the field. No Finn Hudson Prentice, of course, and Dahl has got the additional handicap of having the protective pads on under his flannels.
And yet he's still the quickest fielder out there. I would imagine, anyway.
Yes, he's got this reputation of being a brilliant fielder, and I don't know, sometimes it can count against you a little bit.
I think it has done. Certainly since he arrived at Derbyshire, I think it's counted against him.
178 for 7. Joey Everson has 6. Next ball sees Everson flash at that one, really through the kitchen sink, but gets nothing on it. Yeah, I'm sure Anoj Dahl would rather be known as a specialist number 4 or a handy, regularly used medium pacer, or indeed a genuine all-rounder. But
which I think he is. He got 96. I think it was his top score last season. Just fell short of the 3 figures, and he picked up some very useful wickets in the last 2 or 3 matches when he was eventually used as a bowler. And you think, well, where's he been?
Yeah.
Very useful cricketer.
178 for 7. There's a lot of coaching, doesn't he, in his spare time. Next ball worked away beautifully through mid-wicket for 4 by Everson. Lovely crisp shot. Proper, authentic cricket stroke by Joey Everson takes him into double figures on 10. 182 for 7. So 10 runs added so far from 17 deliveries since lunch. We're knocking on the door of 2 o'clock. So Dave away to update BBC Radio Derby. Give them the latest score from this Bob Willis Trophy game. Dear old Bob died in December, age 70, former Surrey and Warwickshire and England fast bowler, and probably the younger generation known as a forthright television pundit. This one almost cuts Joey Everson in 2. Nice bit of bowling from Aitchison, nibble back off the seam, and Joey Everson has to react quickly to get out of the way as it goes through to a sane. 182 for 7 is the score over there on the Batman board. Can't quite see the other screen away to our left. Huge one between the Radcliffe Road stand and the U Energy stand, the stand on the Fox Road side of the ground now. All the sponsored logo on it. Strange to see the match, nobody in there. There's our cameraman friend with the Hertha Berlin football shirt on. Is on that little gantry specifically set aside for the TV cameraman at the end of it, towards the Larwood and Vaux stand. Start of a new over. Michael Cohen, 10 overs, 1 for 45 to his name. Balls to Samit Patel. You heard the ooze probably as he had a flash at that one and gets no contact. Yeah, the Larwood and Vose stand. Nobody, of course, in any of the stands. Nobody at the top there in the catering part. You can normally get a beverage or two. Up there in the bar at the top of the Larwood and Vose. Got a slight hold up here as Wayne Madsen takes the ball to umpire Malinder to be shown. So many supporters we know love to watch the cricket from the Hound Road stand, either the lower or the upper. The Derek Randall suite over there, all empty, all locked up, nobody over there. Nobody in front of the pavilion. There's some players and the coaching staff right up on the top watching. Top of the executive stand is Cohen. Bowls to Patel. He'll get another single here, forcing it into the offside. Another cameraman taking the excellent side on pictures in the Smith Cooper stand, square of the wicket. .183 for 7. Patel has 30. Joey Everson has 10. Lead now 268. There's Cohen to bowl to Joey Everson. Fancy he played at that one, had a little nibble, bowled in a good area, but didn't kiss the outside edge. Nottinghamshire still batting. They were a little late restarting this afternoon. We had a shower during the luncheon interval, but up and running again now into the 4th over of the afternoon. And Notts have moved on to 183 for 7. Samit Patel on 30. Young Joey Everson, 18 years of age, playing his second game, is on 10 not out. Nottinghamshire's overall lead, 268. They're in a strong position here. They'll be looking to push on in the next hour or so. Notts 183 for 7. Everson defending the most recent delivery.
Need wickets here, Derbyshire. Desperately.
Slater 170 not out. 183 for 7 here at Trent Bridge. Next ball always clipped up in the air and he's got away with it, my word. It squared Joey Everson up, came off the very top of the bat and ballooned up, and it's not given Anuj Dal scrambling to his left from short leg a chance, nor Lewis Rees trying to desperately rush in from mid-on. It's just sort of plopped between them. The bowler Cohen, he sort of veered away as well. No chance for him to get across for a caught and bowl, but Joey Everson, well, it appeared he rode his luck there anyway. The cries to catch it. I mean, it might have ballooned up off a pad, but it certainly seemed to be the bat.
Sounded bat, didn't it?
Yeah. 183 for 7. Here's Cohen in again, bowls, and Joey Everson to rub salt into the wound, opens the face and guides it down to third man gently. Not enough pace on it to go all the way to the rope. McKiernan in pursuit keeps them down to 2, and it's 185 for 7. Add the 85 that was the difference between the two sides on first innings, and Notts have a lead of 270.
Yeah, they've got enough. It's going to be tricky for Derbyshire from here. I'll wait for the tweets from Mr. Griffin to find out the grim reality of best chases. They're in that territory already. They battled hard, but not taking a wicket on the first morning hurt them badly.
Yeah, it looks more and more significant. Well, I mean, we knew it was significant at the time, but an opening partnership of 111.
Yeah, Connor's in from the Radcliffe Road end, bowls to Samit Patel, who just goes back into his crease, pushes it out to square leg towards the boundary, and picks up a single from the first delivery of the Connors over, and the field comes in.
That said, I'm not sure there'll be any recriminations over the decision to insert Notts. It did seem we sort of said at the time, normally an August Saturday, a sunny day, good track, batting wicket, bat, but nobody's played any cricket. Nobody knows how they're going to go or whatever, and the battery of young seamers give it a go, and Nash and Hamid rode their luck a little bit.
Connors balls. It's a full toss. He missed out there really as Everson, because he merely carved it just to the right of Anuj Dal, who went down quickly to make sure that the ball didn't get past him. Poor delivery from Connors. There haven't been too many of those today, to be fair to him. 3 for 51 his figures now. All those wickets coming last night. But he was still full of adrenaline after that record 10th wicket partnership with Lewis Deploy. Sets off again, and Everson gets another full toss. Certainly a very full delivery, but he turned it into a full toss with a big stride, and again he just pushes it back to the bowler.
Chalk your cue. Got it right at the bottom of the bat, didn't he?
Well, he got him surveying the scene at mid-off, as ever, with his sleeveless sweater on, hanging limply like they do. Horrible garments they are. It's a very poor kit indeed. Too white. Here's Connors in and bowls. That's a drive, and a beautiful drive at that, all along the floor. If he'd have got it wrong, he might have been in trouble, but it was beautifully timed, and he's crashed it away to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs. 190 for 7, Everson 16. 275 the lead. That was a beautiful shot.
It was indeed, yeah. Mullany or Patel indeed would have been more than happy with that. It's a fine prospect. Picked up 3 wickets yesterday. His first 3 wickets for the county. This is just his second game. Scored 45 against Warwickshire in his only previous innings. Saw glimpses of him in the Nottinghamshire first innings, where he played very nicely for 38.
Ball is now dry. Connors is in again and balls to Everson. He kept that out.
Yeah.
Brilliantly kept out. I was about to say he's been bowled. He kept that out. Magnificent. It was a real full delivery right in the block hole. And he slammed his bat down and it bounced away into the slip cordon. Played it well in the end. Good delivery from Connors, who's conceded 14 runs since lunch.
It's all over for Mr. Slater.
No.
Out for 172.
Good effort though. Very good effort. Connors in, balls to Everson. He just taps it into the leg side and they'll trot through for a very comfortable single. That completes the over. Everson keeps the strike, which presumably Derbyshire wanted, but I'm not entirely sure why. He's got 17, Patel's got 31. There are 191 for 7, Nottinghamshire leading by 276.
Yes, Hamid's hardly faced the ball since lunch, but Joey Everson quite rightly senses that if I'm going to be here on strike, then I might as well try and keep the board ticking along and
take full use of it.
Yeah, absolutely. The game that potentially will finish first has taken quite a decisive twist towards Sussex. I'll tell you in a second, because Michael Cohen is going to bowl towards Joey Everson. Short leg in there, Anuj Dal, 2 slips and a gully, round the wicket, the left arm pace bowler, and Everson misses out, drilling it straight to Godalman. At Hove then, Hampshire set to score 245, a 46 for 4. Certainly the first 3 wickets, in fact now all 4 wickets to Ollie Robinson. Got Sam Northeast out as well, and that's a key one, I fancy. Northeast's a very fine player. I really do rate him. Little unlucky, I guess, not to get some sort of international recognition over the years. I think Sam Northeast. 191 for 7 here. Cohen bowls, drilled firmly by Everson, I think into the or via a fingertip into the boot of Cohen, and the ricochet takes it away from Godalming, and they take a single. 192 for 7. Don't know if you've seen much of North East, but whenever I've seen him, he's looked $1 million.
No, Derbyshire tend not to play Hampshire.
Of course, it was Kent before then as well.
May have played him in the 2016, but
magnificent player. Well, there's quite a few around. Samit Patel on strike on 31. Punches this one to backward point. I was going to say they'll have to get a scamper on it because it went straight to the fielder, but who's that? Is that McKiernan?
That's Critchley.
That's Critchley. There's McKiernan beside him there now. They take the single. 193 for 7. Samit being kept away from the strike, but Derbyshire not getting these wickets. They're not getting the breakthrough they want. 278 is the Nottinghamshire lead. 300 looks a lot, doesn't it? 278 looks a lot, but if they can get up to 300, Notts will really feel they're strong favourites as Cohen bowls and Everson a little fiddle at that one. Of course, Nottinghamshire haven't won a county championship game for over 2 years. June 2018. Every other county has won at least 2 since then. Derbyshire won 4 last year.
Well, he won't win one today, this week.
No, I'm just saying it's
no,
indisputable. They've not won a game for over 2 years.
It's not the county championship.
Well, no, of course, all right. They've not won a first-class game.
Yeah.
Not even a confidence-boosting victory over Cambridge University last year. That was a washed-out draw on the last day. 193 for 7 as Cohen bowls. Everson blocks this one. There was the thought or the look from my angle that Everson had a life just before lunch when he nicked it towards Wayne Madsen at slip, but Madsen dived from my viewpoint behind second slip to take it, but Dave had a look on the stream and it does appear that it was sort of on the half volley, so difficult one for Wayne to go for, but it wasn't a life, just a little unlucky from, I think it was Sam Connors who was bowling. 193 for 7. Next ball defended again by Joey Everson. Add Tom Abel's name to the list of century makers this year as the players here at Trent Bridge just trot off to go and sanitise their hands. A century for the Somerset skipper Tom Abel, who's another one you can put in the category of being a very fine top order player. Leads his side well. They're in a strong position against, well, I think a lot of people would say is admittedly one of the weaker sides in the 18, Glamorgan, but Somerset in a strong position there.
We were due, Derbyshire were due to go to Taunton. First time, I've never been in the one-day cup.
You've never been to Taunton?
No. Never been to Taunton, never been to the Oval, never been to Southampton.
Oh, crikey.
When you follow a second division side, you tend not to visit those grounds. You go there every other year.
Went to, I think it was the second game at the Rose Bowl when it opened, and it was so fresh they'd still got the ties from the presentation of the ground opening, and was given one. I think it was the second match way back in, was it 2000? I think when they moved from Northlands Road to the Rose Bowl. Here's Connors, here's Dave Fletcher.
We're going to get a new over from the Radcliffe Road and balls to Samit Patel. Pushes it into the leg side. He might get 2 here. He should get 2. He will get 2. Liz Deploy comes around from square leg to mid wicket to do the fielding. 2 more. Samit 195 for 7. He's into 34. 280 the lead. Sun shining brightly. Derbyshire desperate for a breakthrough. Will we see any spin? No. I think we possibly should. Here's Connors again. Bowls and Patel eases that out into the covers. It's fielded there by Aitchison. Matt Critchley is warming up quite vigorously at slip.
I know it was against tail enders having a bit of a swish, but McKinnon came on and 2 for 3 and 8 balls to end the.
It's got to
the
be worth
first
doing
innings.
something
Yeah.
different, because this isn't working at the moment,
No.
and it's just going and getting away
Yeah,
from Derbyshire here completely.
We've
if
had
it hasn't already.
we've gone past the half-an-hour mark in the afternoon session.
They need something to happen. It's Connors again. Can he make it happen? Balls to Everson, clipped into the leg side. 4 runs.
It'll go, yeah.
Yeah. No chance for Cohen to get round and cut that one off.
I mean, all he did, Dave, was just work it off his hip. I call it the bread and butter shot, which it is. Any county batsman can play that. The ball just rising up nicely at a nice height round about your hip. Time it away square of the wicket. And if there's no protection there, it's going to race away for 4.
Yeah, easy as. 8th wicket partnership of 50 from just 58 balls.
Yeah, they had a good partnership in the first innings, didn't they? They do seem to complement each other. I don't want to pour water on your theory, but Lewis Rees was just whirling his arms around then.
Connors in full toss, clipped into the leg side, straight to Leas deploy. Missed out a bit there, Everson. Yeah, so's Matt Critchley though, look.
Yeah. Well, that's certainly the way I'd go, yeah.
Well, so would I.
And as we've seen, Lewis Rees just like to keep testing and flexing that left elbow as if it's going to drop off.
He seems to enjoy the work, but he's got some batting to do, that boy. That's his primary job when he was signed, certainly. Connors in and balls to Everson very wide of the off stump.
With regards to this match now, 4.5 sessions left, is not just his primary role, his sole function should be to bat for as long as he can and score as many runs as he can. Doesn't matter if he doesn't bowl another ball.
So we can stop stretching the hamstrings for the time being, which is just done. It's fielding at mid-on at the moment. Skipper's at mid-off. Connors comes in, bowls to Everson down the leg side this time. Hussain, good take.
Really good
Tumbling
take.
away to his left. And the over comes to an end. Who's going to take whose cap off here? Well, Michael Cohen is running back. They've called for... Yeah, Critchley's taking his sweater off. Michael Cohen a little bit flabbergasted. Nobody had told him, so he's got to go and get his cap now, but it is going to be Critchley.
Sorry, Dave. Another Centurion. He'll enjoy this. Alex Lees, of course, now of Durham, ex of Yorkshire, is 100 not out for Durham against Yorkshire.
Halifax boy.
At Chesterley Street, that one. Durham 215 for 3, leading Yorkshire by 119. They were bowled out for 103 on the first day, but responded well. Matt Critchley is going to have a bowl. Give you all the other scores in the fullness of time, but all attention, all focus on a bit of leg spin, because who doesn't love a bit of leg spin?
It's all right if it pitches.
Well, if it doesn't pitch, then it's the batsman who's loving a bit of leg spin.
Well, yeah, that's true. He got a few to go past the edge.
Mm.
He bowled a googly, didn't he? Might even have been to Everson.
Yeah.
That barely missed the stump. It did miss them, so it doesn't matter, but it barely missed the stumps.
Yeah, I think you're right, yeah. Remember it well.
It's easy to remember how much spin there was, because it was about 6 or 7 overs.
Again, it's all taken a little bit of time to get sorted out, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So Patel on strike, Madsen at slip. He's the only close catcher. Samit Patel is the batsman. That might be something to do with that. We've got 2 out on the leg side and then a long on, and 2 out on the off side. As Critchley comes in, bowls to Patel. It is a high full toss, which is put away for 4 runs by Samit Patel. Not cleanly out of the middle of the bat, but he's run it away to the William Clark stand, and that was one of the reasons why sometimes leg spinners are regarded as a little bit of a luxury. If they don't pitch it, it doesn't quite come at fingers correctly, and it's a high loopy full toss, as Dave was almost suggesting it would. It can be an ill-conceived idea, but 4 runs to Patel, 204 for 7. Next one does pitch and turn beautifully. The good and the bad of leg spin bowling summed up in those 2 deliveries. That was terrific. Beat Samit all ends up, and I think it spun so much it spun out of the gloves of Harvey Hussain.
Yeah, beat Hussain as well, didn't it?
Samit's got 39, so he scored more than 100 in the match as well. 204 for 7 is Critchley. Bowls, and Patel will take a single and amble down the other end like Arjuna Ranatunga used to. Just makes his way down there. Samit's on to 40, Joey Everson 22. They've added 55 for this 8th wicket. Nottinghamshire 205 for 7, leading by 290. There'll be no thoughts of well, that's it, we've got 300 in front. Let's declare from Stephen Mullaney, I'm sure. Why should they? They'll back his side to have enough time tomorrow. And whatever remains of today when they are bowled out. Everson waited for the call and got the call from Patel as he deflects this behind on the leg side, fielded by Connors, who's walking with the air of a man who thinks, well, I've really put in a shift today and not got any reward out of it. Yesterday was my day, but today's not so good, as Patel clips it away, because he had a nice day yesterday, Sam Connors, battered for all that length of time for the final wicket partnership, went into the record books, of course, now as a 10th wicket partnership record holder with loose deploy, and then he picked up the first 3 wickets in the Nottinghamshire innings. Patel took a single there. Now the next ball is worked away by Everson, but stopped by the energetic and enthusiastic Anuj Dal, and that's the end of the over. That over of leg spin cost 7 runs.
Yes, as they can. First delivery was poor, wasn't it? But the rest of them were all right.
Yeah.
Once he got into his work. Sam Connors. 4 overs for 22 in this spell. I've been told that's the end of your spell, son. Here comes Ben Aitchison, who I don't think was entirely ready for the call there. I don't think he'd had an advanced call.
No. London Derby, they're now through 2 innings of that match. Middlesex 3-4-7, Surrey 2-8-2. So Middlesex with a nice advantage of 70 or so. Probably a draw, but you never know.
That's Tom Wood taking a drink round the boundary. Had been contracted for the 50 over season.
That's tough, isn't it?
Yeah. And then they announced that he was actually contracted. Now he's got a contract for the whole of the shortened season, which was nice for him. He was a product of the academy and then released. He's got a lot of runs in Derbyshire club cricket as Aitchison begins his new spell with one outside the off stump.
Of course, the sorry, Dave, the one-day cup, the Royal London one-day cup, the final of that should have been here at Trent Bridge. Obviously, they've switched it from Lords this year to Trent Bridge, but obviously won't now happen as the competition has been shelved for 2020.
With the greatest of respect, it doesn't quite have the same ring to it.
No.
There is Aitchison in and bowls. It's a full one that's driven out towards a wideish mid-off by Samit Patel for a single. Billy Godleman does the fielding, just part of the continued downgrading of the one competition in which England are world champions.
Yeah.
Well, they had at least for this season before it was all thrown in the bin, got rid of you playing the same teams over and over and over again, which was nice. There's Aitchison in and bowls, and that's left alone. Good leave by Joey Everson. Goes through to Harvey Hussain, throws off his glove. Oh, is he going to back? There you go.
Yeah.
There we are. I'm glad he's done it, because you wouldn't have believed me. No, I'm sure you did believe me, but
you better describe to the listeners what he did there.
He banged the back of his hand on the floor because he says it helps ease the pain. I'm not sure. He may even have told me who told him to do it, but that's gone from my memory. But I know he does it on a relatively regular basis.
When I nod my head, you hit it.
Yeah. Here's Aitchison balls to Everson, who clips this into the leg side for a comfortable single. Around goes Lewis Rees to do the fielding. Derbyshire need to do something here because this isn't working.
No.
They all go out again for Samet. And we saw what happened yesterday when Nottinghamshire tried something similar with Lewis Deploy and Sam Connors, and with all due respect to Sam, Everson's a better batsman than him. Sam Connors was fairly comfortable with 55 deliveries.
Just on the one-day competition, I used to love the good old days, the Sunday League.
Yeah. This next one is turned into the leg side by Samit Patel. Picks up a single out to Lewis Deploy.
And the knockout competition with the minor counties. Of course, we were all scheduled to play a minor county this year, not so to go to Norfolk. I don't know if
Shropshire.
Away was that?
Yeah.
Where would that have been then? Shrewsbury?
Do you know, I don't think they ever sorted a venue out. Certainly didn't see one advertised, or they may have done.
Can't remember where the Norfolk fixture was, but I know it's a ground I'd not been to before. Was looking forward to it.
This next delivery's on leg stump or outside leg stump, and it's just turned away off a pad.
They've not had to work too hard for these runs either, have they?
No, it's poor. It's poor cricket from Derbyshire at the moment, I'm afraid. It's just drifting. The whole thing is drifting because Nottinghamshire know that they've got plenty of time, and Derbyshire know that Nottinghamshire have got plenty of runs, and it's just not quite there at the moment. They need a breakthrough, and they need it quickly.
Hampshire have lost another wicket there, 57 for 5 at Hove in pursuit of 245.
We were supposed to go to Grantham, I think, this year. We were due at Grantham in the one day.
Yes, the one match we had there last year.
It rained a bit, didn't it?
Rained all day.
Yeah, I saw it rained a bit.
Start of a new over. Critchley bowls to Joey Everson, who was absolutely larruped this through extra cover for 4 runs. Big tall lad Joey Everson got the stride in and absolutely creamed that one away for 4. And he's now on to 28. And as with the previous over where Patel put a full toss away, Critchley now fighting to get back into his over, having gone for a boundary first ball. Decent second delivery. Well defended, 215 for 7, so that brings up the 300 lead, by the way, as well, we should mention. Nottinghamshire lead by 300. Next ball sees Everson again push into the offside protection out there now, and it'll be just a single. Michael Cohen underarms the ball in. 216 for 7. Joey Everson 29. Patel 43. Everson so far in first class cricket scores of 45. 38 and now 29 not out. Next ball sees Samit Patel punch it firmly, trying to find that gap at wideish mid-off, but Critchley got across there quickly, dived to prevent any runs. 216 for 7. Next ball chopped away to backward point, that'll go for 4. Lovely shot. Lovely shot, Samit Patel. 220 for 7. .220 for 7. Patel up to 47. Partnership now worth 70 from 78 balls. It's Critchley to Patel again, and once more he's hit it into the offside, and will that go for 4 or will it be stopped? It's a decent stop by Cohen, diving full length. They will come back for 2, so Patel on to 49. My word, he's played well again. Samit Patel's only faced 39 balls. It's the end of the over, so he'll have to wait at the non-striker's end for a moment. But the lead is 307. Billy Gottleman's just left the field. The Derbyshire captain. Presume somebody's come on. 3, 5, 6, 8, 10. Oh, somebody's on his way out now. We'll have a look in just a moment. Subfielder coming on. Time to do an update for Radio Nottingham in a moment or two. Double Nelson on the board, by the way. 222 for 7. Lead of 307. Where Nottinghamshire are still batting, and they're really piling on the runs now. They've taken their overall lead in the game up to and beyond 300. A couple more runs here for the young 18-year-old Joey Everson, playing nicely once again. He's on 31 not out. Samit Patel with him on 49. This pair had a decent partnership in the first innings, and they're at it again. 74 they've now added, really breaking the hearts here of Derbyshire, who were very much in the contest this morning when they got rid of Mead and Stephen Mulaney and Peter Trigo and Peter Moores, but this partnership certainly taken Notts to much calmer waters. Notts will be strong favourites to win this. Still a day and a half to go in this contest. Notts 224 for 7. That's an overall lead of 309. It's good running to get that too, between Everson and Patel. Gordon Todd's been in touch, seeing Paul Pollard at Trent Bridge. He's the umpire here, of course. He once shared opening stands of 222 and 282 with Tim Robinson in 1989 against Kent, and Notts lost. Yeah, that's right, Gordon. Thanks for getting in touch. 224 for 7 is the score. Patel 49, Joey Everson 31. Stephen Mulaney made 48, Seba Mead 52, Peter Trigo 8 and Tom Moore 7. The 4 men dismissed this morning. A couple of wickets to Aitchison. One to Cohen, one to Rees. Here is Aitchison in once more. Edge, that's a good catch. And Joey Everson goes for 31. Good catch at second slip. And Derbyshire needed that. 224 for 8. Another fine innings from Joey Everson there. Really has helped put Notts very firmly in the box seat. Matt Critchley has caught well, though. Whatever's been nicked in his direction in this match has been held. And there's another one. Good low catch. 224 for 8. Joey Everson batted for an hour, faced 51 balls with 5 fours, but has gone for 31. Another very, very decent contribution. He'll get the chance, I'm sure, a little later on with the ball, but for the time being he's on his way back. Really does look a very impressive player. Joey Everson. And Jake Ball, fresh from his swashbuckling 34 in the first innings, makes his way out of the pavilion, coming down the steps away to the left, not the normal ones that they come out of, but the ones that sort of lead into the library and long room area. So Notts 224 for 8, and that lead is 309. Third wicket of the innings for Aitchison. You can be quite pleased with his performance. Looks a very decent acquisition. One or two people have been in touch. Dave Terrell, fantastic new coverage on the website. Multiple camera angles and replays, very innovative. Glad you like it, Dave. Hope you're well. Rach, lots to talk about fixtures. Won't be getting this year. Now I've just cancelled my Hove Hotel 2. Hoping Samit can cheer me up a bit. But to hear from you, Rachel, as the first delivery to Jake Ball is defensively played. Andrew Parker says Joey Everson should bat a little bit higher. Even he's put above. Does that say Jesty? Not sure who you mean, Andrew. 224 for 8. If you mean Peter Trigo or lefty Tom Moores, but you put Jesty. We haven't got a Jesty, I don't think, as Aitchison comes in and bowls, and Jake Ball misses out on that one. So a successful over for Derbyshire, successful over for Sam Aitchison, who's now through 20 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 45. He's running with great energy throughout the contest, and will have sufficiently good figures from it to go into the next match. I think he's done okay. They all have Cohen and Connors. They've all run in, given everything. And Lewis Rees as well. It's been a very decent effort from the four-pronged seam attack.
Having said that the game against Shropshire might not have been arranged thanks to Dan Shifnell, and he should know he sets these things up. And I've also got a message to tell me, I'm not sure if I'd say who it's from. Give me permission later on. Send me another message if you.
Just quickly, I'll say we've got a leg spin change at the far end.
Excellent.
It's Matty McKiernan coming on.
It was Gary Wilson who gave Harvey the finger tapping pain relief idea.
Of course, Gary Wilson.
With a winky face.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. You know who you are.
Yeah. And did we get a fixture for the Shropshire game, did you say?
Shifnell.
Shifnell. None the wiser, but...
No, neither am I. No, I was good at Dan to let me know, but where Shifnell is, I've no idea. I'm sure it's very beautiful.
Yeah. Go on then, I've done a couple of overs while
Yeah,
you've
sorry
been
about that.
gallivanting.
I've listened to the Jay Giles band next door.
Have you?
Yeah, very good. Here is Matthew McKiernan in and bowls to Samit Patel with that bizarre action of his. It's no wonder he had a stress fracture of his back. He picks up a single, just tapping it into the leg side. It's a half century for Samit Patel. Second of the match. 40 balls, 7 fours. He's only been out there for, what, an hour and 21 minutes. Terrific knock, as you would expect from Derbyshire's next signing. I'll keep hammering away and I'll keep taking the abuse. The producer of the afternoon show says he's played at Shifnell.
Oh.
So how far away from Shrewsbury is it? That's what I want to know. I could look it up, of course, but I'm not going to. 225 for 8, lead 310. And McKiernan is in again and bowls to ball. Down the leg side, Harvey Hussain can't take it, and they're going to go through for a bye. It'll be signalled eventually. There we go. Another extra to the total. Only the 5th, which is admirable.
You do realise I'm sitting here kicking myself, just trying to think of the Jay Giles band hit. Yeah.
Off you go. That's the one. I was whistling along to it and humming, and they were threatening to put me on air, which is never a good thing. 2-7 for 8 now as this next delivery from McKiernan's turning to the leg side by.
Just do your top button up and smarten your tie, because we've got royalty listening. Kevin Howells, esteemed cricket correspondent of BBC Radio. For you ignoramuses, he doesn't put, but he has put for your information, between Wolverhampton and Telford, East Shropshire. Thank you very much. He's a man of those parts. Thank you, Kevin. Good to have you with us. And he is going to be with me at least next weekend.
Well, he shunned me completely.
He's coming for the Yorkshire game.
Well, we all know who he'll be supporting, don't we?
Yeah.
He's not coming with me. This next delivery from McKinnon, he's pushed, no footwork, out into the offside by Jake Ball. The person who told me score goes on to 2-2-8 for 8. I will mention it because it's always nice, isn't it? It was Tony Palladino who's listening, and keep getting better tone. Not playing in this match.
Who told you what? About Shifnell
No,
or about Gary Wilson?
About Gary Wilson.
Right. Had a benefit last year, didn't he, Tony Palladino? Testimonial year?
Year before, possibly.
Was it year before?
I think it might have been. I'm not sure. He'll perhaps tell me. This could end up with a whole three-way conversation via direct messaging, couldn't it? Really. Another signal to the total there, as Samit Patel.
Kevin Howells will know. He'll know what year Tony Palladino's benefit was. And we have another correspondent who's been in touch. I'll tell you after this one.
McKiernan waits for Jake Ball to settle over his bat. Dark clouds up above at the moment, but no immediate threat of rain, I don't think. And there's plenty of blue sky in the distance as well, which is good news as McKiernan bowls. Oh, there's a huge wahoo from Jake Ball, which would have sent that ball into the Fox Road, no question about it.
Well, that's the one he bowled him with in the first innings that Jake played all round.
As it is, thudded into his pad and dribbled out into the offside.
Trevor Welsh says Shifnal, gents, is near Telford, a lovely little ground. The train from the West Midlands goes past it on an elevated line. I would say it's 17 miles from Shrewsbury. Thank you very much, Trevor. Appreciate that. Not that either of us are going, but
no, I wouldn't have gone,
but it is nice to know.
It's a full oval, massive oak trees with a railway embankment down one side.
It might pop up on Eggheads one evening, or the Chase when we're watching, or whatever else.
I don't know if you had no reason to spot it.
2019, Kevin L says, was Tony Palladino's testimonial year.
How does Kevin know that?
He knows. Kevin, have you not worked with him? Kevin knows everything.
2018, Tony Palladino says. Is it you or me?
It's you.
Excellent. This first delivery from a new over from Ben Aitchison is crashed out to the cover boundary by Samit Patel. He didn't take. Oh no, it was Jake Ball. Was it Jake Ball or Samit Patel who played that shot?
Jake Ball taking a single.
Did they?
Yeah.
So they got a leg by off that last ball of the last over.
Oh, hang on.
No, that was Samit.
They didn't.
They've turned down a single, haven't they, there? Interestingly. That's what confused me momentarily, but it didn't take an awful lot, as you well
again,
know.
We've got... it's weird, isn't it? We've got 2 slips, bowler keeper, and then 7 on the fence.
It's madness.
Didn't particularly work for Nottinghamshire, did it, yesterday, with loose deploy at the crease and everybody out?
Next delivery is pushed into the offside. There probably was a single there. They turn it down. We're into that phase of the game now. It worked pretty well for Leas deploy yesterday, though, so perhaps we shouldn't be.
Yeah, it worked well for the batsman, yes. But
yes.
Nottinghamshire just persisted with everybody on the fence to him, and kept bringing them in for the final ball of the over for Sam Connors, and that went on for over an hour, didn't it?
Yes. Here's Aitchison in, bowls to Patel, who drives very pleasantly up to Billy Godwin at long off.
He's just having a net, isn't he, Samit, here?
Yeah. I was going to say something foolish then, and I'm not going to. I was going to suggest that I might be able to, but I wouldn't be able to keep the ball out if he bowled it on the stump.
This is a fine return for Samit Patel, not played for Nottinghamshire in the red ball side since July last year, allowed to go out on loan to Glamorgan.
Next one is carved backward of square for no run. Ball is picked up by Anuj Dal. He's played some lovely shots in this, in this over for no runs. There's 2 left. Field will come in now. If I say it loud enough, do you think the fielders will hear me? Billy Godwin's gone in, but merely to talk to Ben Aitchison. And everybody else has stayed out.
Curious, isn't it? It's curious.
Or we could merely be faffing.
Well, with the -1 over rate, they can't really afford to faff.
No, they can't. Don't want to lose any of the 4 bonus points that they've picked up. There's a long distance conversation, and Godleman decides it should be slightly closer range, so he walks up to Aitchison. Now he's happy, and the fielders have stayed out. There's only 2 deliveries left in the over, so Samit will take a single off this next delivery unless he gets a 4. Aitchison bowls to him, he taps it up towards long on. It goes beyond the bowler, and they take the single, and now the field comes in. Don't get it. Don't get it.
No. And as we saw, was it the first day or yesterday? It was the first day. As we saw, if he puts it in Jake Ball's arc, it's likely to disappear a long way anyway.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, in fact, the field's gone out again. Because they want to give Jake Ball a single off the last ball of the over. Well, he's not going to take it, is he?
No. Better off bringing them in and hoping he will go
Trying
for a
to get
big
him
hit.
out.
I don't know.
It's a baffling game, cricket.
There's a reason you and I aren't county cricketers, but
Well,
county cricket
there are
captains. Many reasons,
Dave, yeah. Aitchison bowls, ball goes back into his crease, gets bat on ball, pushes it out square on the offside. The over comes to an end, and Samit Patel will be on strike with the field all out for the next start, the next over, I've no doubt. 2:30 for 8, lead 3:15.
Sorry, I was keen to impart news from elsewhere. South Group, Hampshire now 72 for 6 in pursuit of that 2-4-5 to beat Sussex at Hove. That would be a really good start for Jason Gillespie and his side if they can get an early win in that South group.
It's one win for the second division. Good to see.
Well, yeah, that's, effectively Middlesex 11 without loss. We talked about the London Derby. They're just starting again in that one. I'd say strong odds in a draw in that one. Kent 13 for 1 in their second innings, having taken a first innings lead of 89 over Essex at Chelmsford, the county champions of 2019 Essex. Playing second fiddle to Kent. I'll give you some of the scores before too long, but here's Matty McKiernan. His first over went for 4 runs, bowling to Samit Patel, who drops this on the leg side, and McKiernan and Jake Ball had a coming together there. They inadvertently ran into each other, and that was quite a collision, but they're both okay, and they take the single, 2 Nottinghamshire batsmen.
They don't think that Jake Ball can bat against leg spin here. I'm not sure.
Yesterday, did we see him put a couple in the stand? I know it was Critchley rather than.
Oh yeah.
I keep saying yesterday. It was the first day, wasn't it? Not for batting.
Yes, it was. But yes, he did.
In fact, no, it was yesterday morning when.
Or was it?
Oh, no, it wasn't. It was the first day. And Jake Ball's just put him away for 4 through extra cover.
Full toss.
Yeah.
They've already got far too many.
Not a glove touching going on. Samit in the first innings was very different to what he normally is. There was no touching of gloves or bat touching or running down the other end and running his bat in and whatever. But I've noticed this innings he was constantly congratulating Joey Everson and touching bats, touching gloves, and went down and congratulated Jake there. Ball has 5. Here's McKiernan bowling again, and Jake Ball again slaps it away on the offside, and the fielder out there won't be able to stop it. It's 4 more. Applause from the handful of Nottinghamshire players that are sat above the executive suite at the far end, enjoying watching Bawley, another one of the classic nicknames in county cricket, slap it about a bit. Everton supporter Jake Ball, keen golfer, gets his second boundary. Wayne Madsen now moving from slip to deep extra cover. Out you go, Wayne.
That's where Dave Houghton's standing. I'm sure that's Dave.
239 for 8, lead of 324 for Notts. Patel has 54, Ball has 9. McKiernan gone for a couple of boundaries. How will he respond? By one that is chopped to backward point, fielded by Deploy, and there's no addition to the total. Dark cloud really taking its time to blow over. We've not had much breeze at all today. The flag just barely rippling above the pavilion. As a consequence, we've not had a lot of sun. Ball again trying to give it the big wind up. Fielded by the captain. Well done, Billy, somebody says. Obviously keen to catch the captain's eye or remain in favour. Anujdal, the sub-fielder, now being sent from mid-wicket out onto the deep fence away to our left.
He's almost got licence to do whatever he wants, Jake Ball, hasn't he, with the lead of 324 though. Scored good runs in the first innings. It's not as if they're relying on his runs here.
No, 1 ball left. Ball on strike. I'm sure Samit won't go for this. Well, will he go for the single? No reason not to, I guess. Well, there's a good reason, because Jake Ball has just blocked it, and Harvey saying the keeper will keep it. I'll give you the other scores quickly. In the North Group, the other 2 matches, Durham now 225 for 6, a little bit of a clatter since we last updated. Durham leading by 129 over Yorkshire with 4 wickets left. In the Lancashire-Leicestershire game at Worcestershire, Leicestershire have a lead, 364 for 6. Remember, what did we say, 173 was it for Ben Slater, something like that. Gloucestershire 11 without loss in their second innings. They trail Worcestershire by 150, that match at Bristol. And also in the South Group, Somerset now 290 for 7 in their second innings. Century for Tom Abel there, leading Glamorgan by 455, and the only other one at Edgbaston, Northants 182 for 5. Northants still trail Warwickshire by 45. 1 or 2 results in before we finish today, I'm sure. Here there's still 49 overs to go in the day, so we're still not at the halfway mark.
We'll get there. Aitchison begins a new over, bowling to Samit Patel, who pushes it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Matt Critchley.
In fact, one score I've just given you, there is an important update, because Somerset have declared on that score of 290 for 8. So Glamorgan need 456 to win at Taunton.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time. They're going to lose by 300 runs. In goes Aitchison again, bowls, and Samit Patel gets a full-length delivery that he drives down the ground. He declines the single as the game grinds to a halt. Although that's slightly unfair on Jake Ball, who hit 2 fours in the previous over, so it hasn't exactly ground to a halt, but you know what I mean. I think with a lead of 324, what we want to see is these two batsmen teeing off, but some a bit of fun. Here's Aitchison in again and bowls to Samit Patel, who defends it out into the offside. Critchley does the fielding, towel sticking out of the back of his trousers. Doesn't use it. No cap. Couldn't be bothered to go and fetch it after being replaced at the pavilion end by Matty McKiernan, clearly.
Good to see this from Samit Patel. Tossed his wicket away so many times over the last couple of years, and yeah, playing for himself is going to aid the team as well.
Absolutely. He carves this backward of square on the offside, and there's no run. And now the fielders come in on the 5th delivery. Well. Good idea. He'll drop it and run. That'd be my guess. Looks like the ground staff are getting their lunches there in a couple of brown paper bags. Very nice too.
Yeah, they were busy during the luncheon interval with the rain that fell. If you're just joining us, it really did time it nicely, just as the players were leaving the field. A few spits and spots, and the ground staff quickly started up the harbour cover. And again, like during the tea interval on the first day, the rain knew when to fall. It was quite sharp for a few minutes.
2 deliveries of the Aitchison over to go. The field hasn't exactly come in fairness, as this next one is driven out into the onside. He'll pick up a single as it goes past Wayne Madsen, close in at mid-wicket. 240 for 8, 325 the lead.
I wonder if we'd be thinking about Lewis Deploy yesterday. He was 61 not out when the 9th wicket went down. And
no, he's more than capable of getting to 3 figures from this position, isn't he? Jake Ball can hang around, score a few as well. He's probably a bit more proactive than Sam Connors was, but Connors did his job. 5 from 55 deliveries last night. Here's Aitchison in and bowls to Ball, who gets struck on the pad going down by some considerable distance. Well, I could see all the wickets from here.
I mean, right now, Samit's not sort of imposing himself on Derbyshire. He's not saying, you know, I'm here, I'm in charge, you know, and looking to score 2 boundaries and over, and then, you know, and then a single from the 5th or the 6th ball. At the moment, if there's a single there, I'll take it. If there isn't, I won't. I'm, you know, just content to tick along. But you know, you wonder if Jake Ball did get out, if he might then start thinking and along the same lines as Deploy did yesterday.
Look who's back.
Yeah.
A man who's going to have some batting to do fairly shortly with a bit of luck. They brought him on to turn take the last two wickets. Lewis Rees.
In club cricket, you'd say, well, he gets value for money for his match fees, wouldn't he? He pays his tenner on a Saturday and he scoffs most of the tea when he opens the batting and his first change in the bowling. And I don't know if he scoffs all his tea, but Lewis Rees does just about everything else.
1 for 45 from his 18 overs so far, which is quite a lot for an opening batsman.
Yeah.
Aitchison's bowled 22, 3 for 47.
But in this game, he's bowled a million overs, Lewis Rees. He's taken a brilliant catch, but he's not scored a single run, and you know that's got to change really in the second innings. He's got to make a contribution.
That's what he's here for.
Field is again spread, a slip, and everybody else out. Samit Patel on strike. Lewis Rees bowls to Patel. He's angled that one nice and fine, and the call was for 2. I don't think they'll get 2. Aitchison always he's really muffed it there, Aitchison, and he'll be keen not to get eye contact with 1 or 2 of his teammates, because Samit Patel spotted the fumble, and it wasn't just a fumble out of his hands, it dropped onto his boot and then ran away from him, and he couldn't see where it was, and Patel was all over coming back for the second run.
Unless his teammates' eyes are on the ground, he's
Well,
not going to make eye
no.
contact with anybody, is he?
No.
He's just head down.
He knew not to look. Where's Wayne Madsen been? He's now going, so now 9 out. 9 on the fence. Patel advances towards Lewis Rees and then shoulders arms. Yeah, doing pretty much as he wants. He's on 57, made 63 in the first innings, so 120 in the game for Samit after a very, very bleak and lean 2019 for Nottinghamshire. It's funny, he went to Glamorgan the last 4 games of the year and scored a couple of half centuries for them. But hardly scored a run for Notts. Not scored a century for Nottinghamshire for 3 years. Mentioned it on the first day, 242 for 8. Rees bowls and he turns down a run there. He had a week where he scored a double 100 at Bristol. He scored a match-winning century in the One Day Cup semi-final at Chelmsford against Essex, and then a double 100 against Leicestershire in the county championship. The only Nottinghamshire player to score back-to-back double hundreds in the county's history, and for good measure he popped in a one-day century as well in between. Rich vein of form, and he's not scored a championship or a first-class 100 since. He's worked this one away on the leg side, doesn't take the run. 242 for 8. We've got what's tea? Is it 32 overs or 30?
32.
So we've got at least 15 overs to go until tea. You wonder if... No, I can't see Stephen Mullany declaring whatever, I don't think. I think they'll go on and let it play its course until they're bowled out, I'm sure. With a decent forecast set for tomorrow, I'm sure he'd be content to have an hour and a half at Derbyshire tonight, and then 90 overs tomorrow.
I think 90.
242 for 8. Next ball sees Patel punch it away through mid-wicket. Anuj Dal, the subfielders out there, will keep them to 1. 243 for 8. Of course,
the field stayed out. I mean, it's staying out now for Jake Ball. I'm slightly confused.
Yeah.
It didn't take a lot, as I said, but I'm slightly confused.
It is a little bizarre. But they're doing nothing to try and improve that over rate. I know it's only -1, but see the umpires occasionally get more and more exasperated with the time that's been taken over chats with the bowler and delay on field placings. Jake Ball's denied a run here. He's legitimately helped it all the way down to fine leg, but they decide not to take the run. End of the over here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Derby. Dave Fletcher off to update listeners in his home county, or in the county of Derbyshire. I shall be doing the same, no doubt, on the 3 o'clock news for Radio Nottingham. The 2 umpires are having a bit of a chat because all the players are now heading off to the sanitising tables all the way around Trent Bridge, going to cleanse their hands again, and 1 or 2 of them just having a little bit of a chat as well on the boundary edge. Of course, some of them haven't had to stray too far. They're already fielding out there on the ropes. 243 for 8. Lead of 328, so Notts are in the box seat, bidding to get their first victory in more than 2 years. Derbyshire will similarly be looking to chase down what's going to be quite an imposing target to get their Bob Willis Trophy campaign up and running with a victory over their closest rivals. Umpires Pollard and Malin are still together. I'm not sure what they're debating, but does seem to be more than the general nice day, Paul, isn't it? Yeah, not bad, Neil. Anyhow, not too far away from play restarting. Samit Patel on 58. Fancy one good high scoring over from Patel. Might just get him going again, might just rekindle any flickering thoughts that there might be a special reason for him to celebrate. If he can quickly go through the 60s into the 70s, that then suddenly becomes very, very close to what would be a century. And of course he's batting at number 8. He's not done that for many years as a way of choice. Next one is swinging away from him and goes through to the keeper once or twice. I guess he'll have slid down the order for necessity when a night watchman's gone in maybe, or something along those lines. But even so, coming in at number 8 is not really been as low as that on the scorecard since he was a young man making his early steps in the game back in 2002, 2003. He's on 58. Aitchison bowls nice and full. He's dug it out. Could have had the single, but decides not to go for it. So a lot of runs being turned down here. Bit of time being used up, but by and large it's immaterial. There's still 46 overs to go in the day, and at some point Derbyshire are going to have to find a way of getting these wickets if they're able to finally know what their run chase is going to be. Here's Aitchison. Bowls. Patel it on the pad and they're asking. Fancy that was sliding down. Certainly not given. Where Nottinghamshire are still batting. They're 243 for 8. Samit Patel is there on 58. Jake Ball with him on 9. We've got one of those scenarios where all the Derbyshire fielders out on the boundary edge whenever Samit Patel's on strike. They're just trying really to minimise the boundaries, because Notts have an overall lead of 328. They're in a strong position. The only wicket that's gone down since lunch, that of Joey Everson, caught at slip for 31. Samit Patel going strong on 58. Notts 243 for 8. Latest ball again was a turn down single by Patel, working it into the offside. Dahl brought in now from deep backward point to a conventional point, so 4 balls gone in the over. This is a bit of a change from convention, change from what they've been doing. Derbyshire now have a ringed field, looking to save the single. Well, Patel decides, well, if there's nobody on the fence, I'll blast the ball to it, and he's punched it away in front of square on the offside. A foolish delivery from Aitchison, which invited the square drive, and Patel exactly that. So he's on to 62 now, into the 60s for the second time in the match. Made 63 in the first innings, now on 62. This is sort of return to form that he was undoubtedly looking for and hoping for. Getting the nod over Liam Patterson-White, who probably think himself pretty unlucky not to make the squad for this one. 247 for 8. And Patel's absolutely smashed this back past the bowler, straight down the ground for 4 more. Not looking to get a single from the final ball of that over. It was pitched up to him, and almost if he was expecting it, he unloaded a magnificent straight. It took the aerial route, but was just going round about head height as it flew past the bowler Aitchison, and Patel on to 66, and that's the 250 up for Notts. 251 for 8, and that's a imposing lead of 336. My word, he hit that hard. Stand now worth 27. Crikey, gave that some beans. 251 for 8. And Aitchison, almost with his tail between his legs, disappears. 23 overs, 3 for 55, but I've enjoyed the work of Ben Aitchison and Sam Connors in this game, and Michael Cohen. Dave's come back. I know you were in transit between your broadcasting booth and this one. I don't know if you saw that last 4 from Patel.
I heard it.
Right.
I heard it just as I was coming in.
Pavilion door's been left wide open. It's now closed. So it gave it an almighty wallop, and it nearly decapitated Aitchison. It went past him at head height. Such a speed, and 1 or 2 bounces and 0.1 or 2 of a second. It just thudded into the boards down below us. Really gave it everything.
So Lewis Rees is going to continue from the pavilion end. Why not? He's only bowled 19 overs. He's in now and bowls to Jake Ball, who without any foot movement plays it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Lewis Deploy. No, it's not. Michael Cohen deploys on the cover boundary. Beg their pardons. I saw somebody using his left hand. Well, there are an awful lot of left-handers out there, one way or another. Ball has 9 from 14. He had a couple of glorious 4s off Matty McKinnon. This time he just dabs it into the offside. No, 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 and possibly another no.
It's the Dal theory.
Yeah.
Bit of respect for somebody they both know very well there, Anuj Dal, the fielder, closing in on the ball, and they both knew it wouldn't be a high-risk strategy to try and pinch a single to him.
He swoops, doesn't he? How he can pick the ball up while he's still moving at quite high speed. It's very impressive. Here's Rees in again and bowls. This one is up in the air and to the right of Michael Cohen, and 4 runs. Out to extra cover, but it was in the air for a while. Michael Cohen looked interested and ended up just on one knee.
Bellow of no from Lewis Rees.
255 for 8. Ball moves on to 13. Lead 340.
Ball the batsman. 34 in the first innings, and now on his way here already. 13.
I've seen the runs ticking up and the lead getting bigger and bigger, and thought, when it gets to 300, I'll go in. And I'll get a few. That's exactly what he's done. He's got 13. He's hit 3 4s. He waits now as Rees bowls to him, and that's a toe crusher. And he keeps it out, and he keeps it out well. And Lewis Rees has got a big smile on his face, and I'm pretty sure that Jake Ball will have one on his face too. We can't see him because he's got his back to us. Good delivery, perhaps a slower ball, right in the block hole. And Ball did well to keep it out. So it remains 255 for 8. Billy Godleman has a word with Lewis Rees. Lewis Deploy's already practicing his batting. Practicing a leave. Nicely played, Lewis. Here comes a bouncer this time from Lewis Rees that Jake Ball has nothing to do with. Just bows down, allows it to go through to Harvey Hussain. Fielders closer to the batsman than they have been in recent times. Wouldn't call it attacking now. Derbyshire just waiting for the declaration. Next delivery is beaten Jake Ball. Lewis Rees thought it had taken the edge. I didn't hear anything certainly. And umpire not interested at all. As the over comes to an end, it ended up in Matt Critchley's going to come on at the Radcliffe Road end now. I don't think he's bowled from this end. He's going to be bowling with a shoe. No, he's not.
Better shut the windows, I think.
Yeah. Well, we're not allowed to touch the ball. Just a warning there. If the ball comes in here, that'll be a tester. The player would have to come up and pick it up himself because we're not allowed to touch it.
Is that right?
Mm.
Even if it comes in here?
Yeah. Yeah.
We're not allowed to self-defend.
We're not allowed to. Well, you just move, Dave. We're not allowed. We're not allowed to touch the ball. That's why nobody can throw it in from the boundary.
If Samit hits one as hard as he hit one in the last over, you wouldn't have time to move. It'd be interesting, wouldn't it? 255 for 8. Gosh, if you hit one up here into the middle tier, which we've seen him do a time or two over the years.
-1 had become -4 by the time they'd come round, take their boots off, got in the lift, come up to the 3rd floor.
255 for 8. Patel on 66. No Nottinghamshire batsman in the match has yet reached 70. Can Patel do that as Critchley bowls to him? And for the first time in a while, his first delivery of an over isn't put away for a boundary. It's a bit of an in-out field. On the leg side it's out, on the offside it's saving a single. But Patel does chop this one, stopped at backward point. And there's no run. Who's that now? Now one or two of them are taking their caps off.
McKinnon.
Or are more confused. Why is he taking his cap off? Yeah.
Yeah.
Next ball, Critchley gives it a good old rip. Patel works it away on the leg side. Refuses the single. 255 for 8.
We've seen Tom Wood on the field today. Very briefly replaced Billy Godleman for an over.
Yeah, Dal's been out there all day, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But then again, as soon as the innings is over, he can put his feet up. This one spins sharply. A legitimate leg break that started wide and bit on the surface and went even further. Now Chris is calling over the captain for a word. Just love to know what all the chats were about, wouldn't you, as the next ball worked away by Patel on the leg side. As to just assess for a moment how many he was going to get, and decided to take the single this time. 256 for 8, one ball left in the over, and Jake Ball, who managed to plunder one or two off Critchley, is in the first innings is going to be facing the final ball of the over. If I'm thinking rightly, Mike Critchley got one or two off Jake Ball as well, didn't he? Sort of paid him back when he was batting. Somebody once said there's more theory than Darwin.
There's a lot of movement.
There is. Fielders going hither and thither. When the music stops, will you please stand still? Right, it's stopped. Here goes Critchley to bowl to Jake Ball. Tosses it up and Ball pushes it back to the bowler, and it's the end of the over. 256 for 8. There are times when I've sat here and I've seen a side in the second innings with a negative or a minus over rate, and you can see them running about and generally, clapping their hands and rushing between the overs and just making sure that the umpires are aware that they're trying. I've not seen that with Derbyshire, to be fair. You used the word, or have used the word several times, faffing about. There does seem to be an awful lot of chats and inquisitions and committee meetings.
Sure they all should be
no. Meetings about where they should go and what the strategy is, what are the plans. It's always nice to have a plan, but
you should tell everybody what it is before they start. There's no slips at all now. In fact, there's nobody within cooey of the batsman, is there? Let's face it. It's Lewis Rees bowling to Samit Patel, who will defend it into the onside and not take the run. Doesn't make for scintillating cricket, it's fair to say. Nottinghamshire did it in the Derbyshire first innings and it didn't work.
No, it didn't.
Derbyshire are doing it in the Nottinghamshire second innings and it's not working. I think the conclusion that we would take from that is that it doesn't work.
Saw mention after this ball then.
Here comes Rees, left arm over the wicket from the pavilion and bowls to Patel and beats him outside the off stump.
Saw at South Notts Saturday club game last Saturday, and it's something I've watched for years and years when I've been able to and used to play in it. And for the first time, they've got fielding discs down. I thought, what are they doing there? Oh yeah, you've got to have whatever it is, at least 4 inside the ring. And when you see everybody on the fence like this, you think it might not be a bad thing.
No, you're right. Bolton League has had it for a number of years now. So in comes Rees and bowls, and it's defended by Samit Patel back to the bowler, and there's no run. Glorious victory for Blackrod in their second T20. It's the double header.
Oh, good.
So they're off the mark. They are the worst T20 team you've ever seen. Goodness knows who they beat. They play T20 like it's a test match. Rees again in and bowls to Samit Patel, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Goes through to Harvey Hussain.
But is there somewhere you can rehydrate afterwards altogether? Don't necessarily mean in these uncertain times, but
well,
is there a clubhouse? Is there a local
hostelry?
hostelry?
It's a beautiful clubhouse.
Well, that's all you need.
They had a beautiful extension built throughout the winter. They've got brand new changing rooms that they can't use.
And it's Blackrod.
Blackrod, yeah.
Blackrod Cricket Club.
Indeed.
Good grief. And is it a village? Is there a village called Blackrod?
Yes.
Or
yeah, it's the village team in Blackrod.
Sometimes it's there's another.
Just outside Horwich.
There's an awful lot of nothing going on out here.
Yeah. Which is why I'm talking about
a exactly. How long since the last ball?
Involved a 20-year-old who may or may not be related to me. I think he is. We'll get another ball in a minute. Soon be tea. We're not getting out of here till 7:30 again.
No.
More editing at 9 o'clock.
Well, they didn't finish till 7:30 last night, did they?
No. Well, I was asking them to unlock the gates at 8:15.
Oh dear, oh dear.
We're ready. Here we go. We're going to get another delivery. It's the 5th of this Lewis Rees over. His 21st. He bowls to Samit Patel, who slugs it out to the square leg boundary for 4. Banged it in short. Didn't get up, and he absolutely larruped it out towards the boundary at square leg. He moves on to 1 now. 260 for 8. 345 the lead.
Patel, highest scorer in the game for Nottinghamshire. There's only Deploy now who's got more than him, and if he's going to go past Deploy, there's going to be some fun and frolics over the next hour. Gosh, when you think that Samit's got 71 and he's the second top scorer behind a player who scored 130 yesterday.
Yeah. Sam Connors is being moved round, as is Ben Aitchison at fine leg. He's more of a...
What a shot that was.
Last ball of the over then. Rees bowls, and Patel has a go at that one, looking to force it away on the offside. It misses the edge of the bat, goes through to Harvey Hussain. It's the end of the over. Here comes Matt Critchley, and now you'll have a 30-second over.
I don't know.
No, you might not, actually.
No,
you're right, you might not.
I just wonder if this...
Leas Deploy's just had a conversation there with Billy Godman. He picked up 2 wickets, Leas, in the game against Lancashire with his left arm spin.
What was his ailment yesterday that kept him off the field after his batting, or was it just...
elbow, his elbow hurt.
Right.
He got crack on the elbow, and he got bang on the head as well. Well, he was struck that many times.
Was it his bowling arm or not? We don't know.
No, it was his right arm that got hit. I think, but I'm not sure.
This quick over that you.
Yeah, sorry.
I just wonder if the sight of 70 on the board has just got Samit's juices flowing. Jake Ball's on strike here, full delivery, and they could have perhaps pinched one there. Wayne Madsen had to scamper after it, but they decide not to. When you see 70, you haven't scored 100 for 3 years. Sure, he'll be thinking about it. Come on, Jake, in out. Single, get me on strike. Next ball. Well, gets a boundary. Plays an exquisite late cut for 4 runs. Again, there wasn't a great deal of foot movement, but there was magnificent contact between bat and ball. Cuts it away for 4. The ball was to rest at the base of the Larwood and Vose stand. Ball on to 17, 264 for 8. And this pair are at it again. Put 40 on now. Can't off the top of my head remember how many they added in the Nottinghamshire first innings. It's the next delivery. Always missed out on that one. 61 they put on in the first innings. Added 40 together this time. There comes Critchley once more. Ball goes from hand to hand. Big leg break. Andy Eastham, hi Dave and Dave. Derbyshire players lucky there's more of the Radcliffe Road upper there today. There would be howls. Oh, there's no one in the Radcliffe Road upper. There'd be howls of get on with it. Pulled away by Jake Ball. They'll take a single. There'd be howls of get on with it in capital letters, lots of exclamation marks ringing out loud and clear. Get on with it.
We should both go and stand on that balcony and shout it, shouldn't we?
Off you go.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Braver man than me.
Yeah, absolutely.
265 for 8.
I was asked this morning if the players could hear us. It's not really like the football where they're relatively close, aren't they? The commentators in the stadium without the supporters. We're 60 yards away from the middle. Ish.
There's Critchley to bowl to Samit Patel. It's it back to him. Final ball of the 77th over. Notts were bowled out in the 78th over in their first innings, so likely to go a little longer than that this time round. Remember yesterday afternoon, Derbyshire were 9 down. We thought, oh well, as we get towards tea, and then we got to tea, and then we were well into the final half an hour, weren't we? As Deploy and last man Connors got on with it. We're 10 overs away from the scheduled tea interval with 8 wickets down, so we might run into the same problem.
Oh yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Here's not that I'm not enjoying being at the cricket. Here's Lewis Rees. I am enjoying it, honestly. He's in now, balls to Jake Ball down the leg side. Flicks at it, misses it. Harvey's capless. I don't think he's realised. He's taken his cap out of his pocket and now he's putting it on. He'd forgotten that he was capless for a moment there, Harvey Hussain. He's not any longer. Matt Critchley is. Matty McKiernan is. Obviously Lewis Rees is because he's bowling, but he would be anyway. So it's Ben Aitchison down to our left hand side. Here's Lewis Rees in balls to Ball, who just pushes the ball backward a square on the off side where it's picked up by Anuj Dal, and there's no run. 41 runs from 64 balls this partnership is worth. Samit Patel's got 71 from 76 and Jake Ball 18 from 27. Seems a long time ago from the excitement of the Joey Everson dismissal for 31. Third wicket of the second innings for Ben Aitchison. 3 last night for Sam Connors. I'm only telling you this because they're not getting anywhere closer to bowling a delivery. Michael Cohen's got one. And Lewis Rees has got one. He got the first one of the day. Matty McKiernan taking the catch in the gully. And that's just filled the space nicely as Lewis Rees comes in and bowls to Jake Ball, who clips it into the leg side. Connors gets his body behind that, and just as well because it smashed him in the chest.
Glamorgan in pursuit of 455 against Somerset are 10 for 2. 2 wickets to Craig Overton, who got 5 in the first innings.
Yeah. I might have been conservative when I said they were going to lose by 300.
Should win that group, I'd have thought, Somerset.
Yes. Rees in, bowls ball without any foot movement, plays it out into the offside where Dahl does the fielding.
Hampshire 117 for 7. They're in a run chase at Hove against Sussex, set to score 245, 117 for 7.
That would be a good win. You said it before, but it didn't really struck me. That would be a good win for Sussex, who quite frankly have underachieved in the second division for the last 2 years.
Yep.
Perhaps an opportunity to prove a point or two. Here's Lewis Rees-Bowles driven nicely by Jake Ball. Good stop by Billy Godleman, diving full stretch at mid-off. Didn't quite middle it. It was all the way along the floor, and Billy Godleman was at full stretch as he dived to stop the ball from trundling towards the boundary. Not sure whether it would have had the legs to get all the way. We'll never know.
No.
265 for 8 it remains. Ball waits. Rees-Bowles trim, and he plays and misses at that one. Quite an expansive looking drive. Played down the wrong line. And that's the end of the over. That was relatively quick.
Yeah.
265. I was expecting at least another couple of deliveries. Ball 18. Patel 71. Lead 350.
78 overs have gone in the innings. 12 overs is quite a long time, but remember the second new ball wouldn't be offered to a captain until after 90 overs now. That's one change from normal years or past years. You can take a second new ball at 80, but if not start to bat on or carry on as they are doing for another 5, 6, 7 overs, Billy Godleman's got to start thinking about whether he's going to take a second new ball. But you can put that on the back burner for 20 minutes or so, but then he'll have to start thinking about it as Critchley spins this one away from Patel, who I'm sure, knowing Samit as I do, will be clocking that he's 71 not out. A little surprised he's not tried to farm the strike a little more than he has. He's turned down a lot of singles like that, but he's not really gone looking for boundaries, has he?
No, no. He's not played anything extravagant, really.
No.
In recent times.
It's Critchley again bowling to him. This one crisply. I mean, he's hit 2 glorious drives there for no runs. Billy Godleman just throwing the ball back, not under any pressure at all. From deep extra cover. There's Critchley again. We're going to get a wrong one, we're not. Can't be far away. This one's chopped down. A couple of fielders at backward point. And that's got to be the likeliest way through his defence, as you fancy. Just keep floating them leg spinners up there and then bringing one back. And that wasn't it either. That's nicely stopped. Again at point. We're knocking on 3:30, Dave. I don't know if you've got an update to do next door at 3:30.
You're right, yes, I was drifting off there.
Great man will be back in a minute. So, as and when he's done his duties, chassing along the corridor he is right now. 265 for 8. Here comes Patel. He's hit this one high down to this end. Doesn't quite make this tier, but comfortably gone for 6. Down below us into the lower tier of the Radcliffe Road stand. Nobody's coming to get it, so I'm interested now about Dave Fletcher's theory that players have to fetch it back. There's absolutely nobody showing any inclination in fetching it back. I think there's a photographer or two down here. And yeah, Harvey Hussain, who's anyone stayed out there with the gloves, says to somebody, yeah, throw it back for me, mate. And somebody has thrown it back. But 6 to Patel takes him on to 77, 271 for 8. And Critchley 5 overs, none for 30. Samit Patel has played very nicely in both innings here. Added 47 for this wicket. Highest partnership 75 for the 4th wicket between Mullaney and Hamid. 74 for the 8th wicket between Patel and Everson, and now 47 for this one. So Samit Patel just reminding Nottinghamshire that despite all the men being on the fence, if you give him a scoring opportunity, he's going to gobble it up. The lead 356. Patel's 77 from 82 balls faced now. Jake Ball 18 from 31. It's going to be Lewis Rees, and he's opted to go round the wicket. This over to Jake Ball. Slips are in place. Madsen and Critchley. Ball pushed at that one without getting anywhere near it. Be another radio update for you, for local listeners in just a moment. Well, Notts are still batting. 271 for 8. Samit Patel and Jake Ball, an entertaining partnership now worth 47. Jake Ball doing his bit. He's 18 not out. Scored good runs in the first innings when partnering Patel, who for the second time in the match has now passed 50. He's on 77. This is more like the Samit Patel we've not seen at Trent Bridge for a while. Wonderful innings again. Notts lead by 356 with Patel 77 not out. .271 for 8. Here's Lewis Rees bowling. Jake Ball's hit this one. Wow, straight down the ground. Onside of the stumps at the far end. Michael Cohen tried to put the dive in from mid-on. Unable to get anywhere near it. And that's 4 more to Jake Ball. And that's bringing up the 50 partnership from 77 balls. Fairly even split. 22 to Jake Ball, 28 to Samit Patel. But another nice shot from Ball. Lewis Rees in his 23rd over. We're looking for a response. Here he comes. Bowls again. That's into the pads, and they'll think take a leg by. They will indeed. 276 for 8. Durham have lost a few wickets. In fact, they've lost their last 6 wickets for 18 runs. They're 245 for 9 now at home to Yorkshire. That's a lead of 149. They were in a strong position earlier in the day, but those middle order and lower order wickets all going down in a bit of a clatter. Yorkshire will fancy taking the win points from that one. Durham leading by 149. 2 balls left in this over. Samit Patel's on strike and the field has gone out, and I would suggest a single is the order of the day here. 2 balls left in the 80th over, and yeah, why not take a single? The field's all disappeared. There's only 1 ball left in the over. You might as well take the single and get down the other end, and that's exactly what Samit Patel has done to move on to 78. 277 for 8. This is worrying for Derbyshire, in that they just can't seem to exert any real pressure on either batsman.
Well, they let them off the hook with the field spread, and now they're trying to regain a bit of control, and it's not working.
Last ball of this over. Lewis Rees to Jake Ball. Again, digs it out, and the full pitch delivery. Samit Patel claps his bat at the non-striker's end. No doubt will have said, well done, Jakey. 277 for 8, and that's the end of the 80th over. And you weren't with me a minute or 2 ago. They can't have a second new ball now until 90 overs have been bowled in the first class games here in the Bob Willis Trophy this season.
Yes, if we get to that, the lead will be over 400. So I just said next door, Derbyshire can't win this game now, and they're going to have to battle very hard indeed to save it, because they're going to bat the thick end of 3.5 sessions, you'd have thought. They will surely declare with an hour or so to go, perhaps 18 overs, something like that. Have a good go at the Derbyshire top order, who failed in the first innings. They'll want to get deploy in and out. Critchley begins a new over from the Radcliffe Road, and it's pushed out into the offside by Samit Patel up towards Billy Godleman.
This is Patel's highest first-class score since those 2 double hundreds in 2017. He had a 76 in 2018 and a 66 last year for Glamorgan, but first time for just over 3 years.
Critchley bowls to way wide of the off stump, left alone, and goes through to Hussain. So
Specialist number 8 all these years, and he didn't know it.
yeah. Critchley bowls, Patel defends. One of the only 2 close fielders. Wayne Madsen retrieves the ball. I think the other one, I was going to say it's McKinnon, but it's not. McKinnon's down below us. Critchley comes in and bowls, and it's clipped up towards Lewis Rees. And there's no run. No, there isn't.
Yeah, they
There's a
decided to
single.
go for it. Yeah,
they did. Sorry, I just got so used to saying there was no run that it confused me.
Yeah, he's on 79, 278 for 8. The lead 363.
I think it's Ben Aitchison.
Cohen's loosening up as if he's caught the captain's eye.
Well, they might as well try it, mightn't they? Try and blast ball out. Won't work. Critchley bowls 2 ball, and he has an attempt to cut that one. It goes straight into Harvey Hussain's hands. He applauds the effort of Matt Critchley on that occasion.
Of course, if a wicket doesn't go down, Dave, they will have tea in 6 overs.
Good. Which will be in half an hour, as this one is defended. Seriously, no, I just need to tell you something there. That's the end of the over. 278 for 8, Patel 79, ball 22, the Nottinghamshire lead 363. I was just asked how the over rate was, given that they have to sanitise their hands, and I said, well...
Yeah, sorry.
When I went to do the one at 3 o'clock, they were sanitising their hands, and they've just, when I went on at 3:30, sanitised their hands again 6 overs later. Half an hour. It's pathetic.
Well, this isn't going to speed things up because Michael Cohen, he of the lengthier run up than any of his teammates, is going to come back for a bolt from the pavilion end. So Lewis Rees has bowed out of the firing line after completing his 9th spell of the innings. It seems like it. If in doubt, turn to Rees. One spell was particularly long, wasn't it, this morning? He kept going for an hour and a quarter or something like that. 278 for 8. Cohen, just the 1 wicket to fall in the 2nd innings, managed to get rid of Tom Moores. It's a really good catch by Lewis Rees. But again, they've got Patel on strike and Wayne Madsen's at slip, and everybody else, well, out you go. Assuming the skipper will go as well. Yeah, he will. He's we're still chatting to Cohen. So Patel on 79. There's Cohen. 12 overs, 2 maidens. So let's see how he goes here. Bowls down the leg side. Patel's clipped that one nicely down to Aitchison, but straight to him. He's really got to work it into a gap, hasn't he, to be able to take the 2 with any degree of comfort. But of course, with 8 on the fence as there are now, there aren't that many gaps. The straight drive, of course, is always going to bring.
Well, I think they've missed a
results.
trick here because they've got a slip in. They could have 9 on the fence.
Yeah,
so they missed a real trick.
It's your day if you've only got 1 close catcher, and he does get 1 nick to him, I guess, as Patel again turns down a run. Jake's played perfectly competently. I mean, he could quite easily take these runs, couldn't he?
Oh yeah.
278 for 8. Lead 363. Derbyshire were in it this morning, got rid of Mullaney early on, and then really put the brakes. Notts didn't get away. They only scored 80
They were in
runs
it
or
at
so.
2:30.
Yeah, only scored 80 runs or so in the morning session. Got 4 wickets. Now Patel's got hold of that one, but straight to a fielder. That's loose deploy, firing the ball in. This is the 82nd over of the innings. Mullaney out for 48 this morning. Asiba Mead 52. 2 low scores again for Trigo and Moores, 8 and 7 respectively, and Joey Everson then combined nicely with Samit Patel. He scored 31. Jake Ball, the second time in the game, keeping Patel company as the former England international defends this one. Now Wayne Madsen waves to the captain.
Yeah, you don't want anybody to slip. Get out of there.
I'll come out of slip and I'll go in at mid-wickets, shall I? Just save a push and run here with 2 balls left.
The push and run's coming into the offside here.
Well, yeah, just if you're Samit, you're going to take a single here, aren't you? You're going to put bat on ball, as you say, just push it anywhere and take a single. Leave Jake Ball to enjoy himself the final ball of the over. It's short, it's pulled away into the deep. They take a single. I was equally critical yesterday. I just didn't think it was the right way to go about things. Nottinghamshire employed with Deploy on strike. Not tried to have everybody on the fence to him. Keep watching him refuse singles and then take one from the 5th ball of the over or whatever, and Sam Connors was able to keep out the final ball. And not sure how long Connors batted for. Was it an hour and a half or so?
I shall check. I shall check. That's a good shout.
It was a record partnership of 80, but it was also a lengthy old partnership. 279 for 8, final ball, and then of the 82nd. Jake Ball's on strike, keeps this one out, pushing it defensively on the leg side to Anuj Dal. 279 for 8.
Hour and a half. 93 minutes.
Yeah.
93 minutes he batted for. 293 minutes Lias Deploy batted for. The only other person who batted for any length of time was Matt Critchley, batted for 97 minutes. Critchley faced 66 balls for his 45. Connors faced 55 balls for his 5, but they were equally crucial.
They were, and big turning point in the day, I fancy, when Critchley was run out needlessly.
Well,
you didn't mention that to Mr. Deploy in your chat then?
No. I didn't need to. I only needed a couple of quotes. I forgot, to be honest. I'd waited that long to speak to him. Every question that I thought had gone out of my head. This next delivery, or the first delivery of a new over from Matt Critchley, is taken by Howie Hussain. I've just been asked who were the early favourites for the evening Zoom. Nobody, thanks. I might take Ben Aitchison at this early stage, since we've never spoken to him before, and he got 3 wickets. There's a hit the pad and he's gone. Well, Samit Patel has gone. He's out for 80. Leg before wicket to Matt Critchley. He'd be hugely disappointed, Samit, because there was definitely a century on the cards for him there. 279 for 9, a lead of 364. It's still too many. 147 minutes, 94 balls, so he rattled a lot. Damn it, 10 fours and a 6. And he'll be hugely disappointed, I am certain, because there was a century had he wanted when it was virtually there on a plate for him, wasn't it, really?
Yeah.
And he gets a good round of applause from the Nottinghamshire players and staff upstairs on the pavilion.
Yeah, nice innings from Samit Patel. Very useful one. Really has, you feel, stretched the required victory target out of Derbyshire's reach. Tom Barber on his way out to the middle. So we are 9 wickets down now, and with T potentially 4 overs away. A frustrating last wicket stand will frustrate not only Derbyshire's bowlers and fielders, but 2 commentators who are both about ready for a stretch of the legs and a slurp of water. 279 for 9. Well, we've got a slurp of water. Got a flask of tea somewhere. 83rd over. Critchley gets his first wicket of the match. Samit Patel dismissed for 80.
Spin, you see.
Tom Barber is the new man.
concentrate now.
I wonder if Jake Ball will.
Oh gosh, yeah, he could
Well,
tee
he did
off
yesterday.
now. Yeah,
He did
absolutely.
yesterday.
No, he's just had a word with Barber, hasn't he? And he's basically said, if you can get a single,
Or the first innings, anyway.
get one, and I'll do the rest. Critch is bowling. I quite fancy this. Critchley's having a long conversation with, of course he is, with Billy Godleman.
He's not known for getting quick singles though, Tom Barber. This is his Nottinghamshire debut, remember, and he got 0 not out in the first innings.
Not out though. Critchley bowls to him and he leaves this one alone very nicely.
He has a total of 3 first-class runs, and this is his 3rd first-class game.
Yeah, well, you do want to start slowly and build up, don't you?
Yep.
Get your eye in. Critchley in and bowls, and it's defended out into the leg side by Barber.
Another one, I don't know if we pointed it out in the first innings, although he bowls left arm rockets, bats right hand.
You might have
bit of the Harry Gurneys.
Yeah. He waits, Critchley bowls to him, and the ball is defended straight back to the bowler. He's got one more opportunity here, Matt Critchley. There won't be a run off this ball, I can guarantee it. There might be 4, possibly 6, but there won't be 1. Critchley in and bowls, and he defends it. Drops down to the slip field away in Madsen. It's the end of the over, 279 for 9. A lead of 364. 4 overs until tea. Unless these two carry on. We wouldn't take tea though, would we? Would we? Would they have to come out for 2 overs then go for tea?
No, we'll have tea now as it's beyond the normal tea time.
Okay. You're vastly more experienced in matters of tea than I am. So discussing last night how completely cricket was it that the test series started and the first thing they did was take an early lunch.
Yeah.
After not having any cricket for 4 months. We'll have an early lunch, thanks lads.
Going to be Michael Cohen from the pavilion end. 13 overs, 1 for 51. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Derby. On this Monday afternoon, if you're back at work, you're just about getting towards the last hour of the working day, ready to knock off. Glad to have you with us at your desk. Or ball's been hit on the pad, and they're asking, and the finger stays down from umpire Malinder.
Pitched outside like that.
Well, Cohen didn't have any support at all, did he, from anyone else in the Derbyshire side? But it was full and threatening, but not given.
Pitched outside like.
Maybe did him for pace though. Straight through Jake Ball. 279 for 9. What will he find by way of a reply? Nice gap through mid-wicket there. He does like to play it there. Oh, he's had a fiddle at that one, and they're all saying, yeah. He's nicked it through to the keeper, and Jake Ball has gone for 22, and that is the end of the Nottinghamshire innings. 279 all out, a lead of 364. So Derbyshire will need a run for every day of the year if they're going to win this. Ball caught a sane ball Cohen for 22, and for the second Nottinghamshire colours, Tom Barber is 0 not out. 279 all out. They will take tea with that lead of 364. The men out today: Mulaney 48, Hasib 52, Trigo 8, Morse 7, Patel 80, Everson 31, and Jake Ball 22 knots. 279 all out. There will be 33 overs to go after tea for Derbyshire to commence their chase of 365. A quick word from Dave Fletcher, and then we'll sign off for the tea interval.
Yes, Derbyshire will do well to get anything out of this game now, quite frankly, apart from the bonus points that they've already accrued. Nottinghamshire really did get away from them after lunch. Then they won 72 for 2 at lunch, 257 lead. Even at 2:30 when Joey Everson was dismissed, the lead was only 309. I say only, because it's now 364 and a chase of 365. Once Griff's tweeted, I'll bring you news of how impossible that task really is as far as Derbyshire are concerned.
So there we are, knots all out for 279. We'll bring you the early stages. In fact, we'll bring you the whole session, should you choose to stay with us, of the Derbyshire run chase, the first session, coming up in about 20 minutes' time. And in the meanwhile, we'll have a nice cup of tea and we'll invite you to do the same. Tea at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire all out 279. Derbyshire will need 365 to win. to score 365 for victory. An unlikely victory according to the record books. It would be the highest successful run chase against another first-class county in Derbyshire's history, but it's a strange old year, isn't it? And 365, it's a challenging target, obviously, as those statistics would lead you to believe. But 4 full sessions, so that's 120 overs or so, 3 and over for 120 overs, and job done, Dave Fletcher.
Not going to happen though, is it? I just suggested there that the chances were slim to none. You can't see them saving the game in terms of drawing it, mainly because if they're still batting at close of play tomorrow, they may well be on course for winning it, and they're not going to win it. So
if you can't save the game,
well, no,
they
they can't
save
save the game because they can't. No, they can't win. They can't. They can do neither. They can genuinely. They can do.
You
neither.
and I have seen Billy Godalman bat for more than a day. You and I have seen Wayne Madsen bat for more than a day. You and I saw what Luce Deploy did yesterday. Never say never. There's no devilment in the wicket. There's 4 days. Fast outfield.
Look, here's all the money I've got here in my pocket.
Yeah.
No chance.
Nottinghamshire would be strong favourites. I will concede that.
They'd be unbackable favourites.
But they have their own recent history to contend with. The fact they haven't won a championship match or a first-class match in more than 2 years.
Yeah, they'll be all right.
We'll see. We'll see.
We will.
We'll have obviously have pointers as we go along. If Derbyshire are 100 for none at stumps tonight, we'll reassess. If they're 80 for 5, then it will be a stiffer task. Your man's out there, Lewis Rees. Should be nice and loose after
He's always there.
all these bowling spells. He made a duck in the first innings, and so too did Wayne Madsen. Jake Ball got the ball rolling literally as far as Notts were concerned in the first innings with the first 3 wickets. Let's see how he does at the start of this one.
Well, yes, he's bowling to Lewis Rees. Comes in and bowls. He edges it. Does he to the keeper? No, he doesn't. It moved away from him, but he did as much as he could to edge it to the keeper. Right, let's all calm down again now. It was not a wicket, but it was very, very close.
Nervy start when you're on a pair.
Yeah, I'm afraid could get messy. Could get messy. Take ball turns. 3 slips, gully, point, all close catches. Ball is in and bowls to Rees, who gets bat on ball. He might feel a little bit better after that. Jake Ball got his hand down to it and managed to make sure that it didn't go past him.
Time for somebody to step up for Derbyshire, be a hero.
Well, Tom Barber's going to open the bowling from the pavilion end by the look of it. It was Peter Trigo first time round, wasn't it? Both in the evening and the following morning. Got plenty of runs to play with. In comes this next delivery from Ball, and he's off a pair. Is Lewis Rees. That'll cheer him up. They're going to come back for a second as well. Derbyshire are underway. 2 without loss in the first over. Only 363 more to win.
Joey Everson actually had a couple of practice deliveries from the far end. Ran in as if he was going to bowl. But yeah, I agree with you. Tom Barber's down at long leg and he's loosening up. And of course, Peter Trigo, look at mid-off. He's stretching and.
Yes, I might be entirely wrong here. Everybody's warming up. Yeah. Here comes Ball again, in and bowls to Lewis Rees, who sort of drives off a thick outside edge, and it goes straight to Samit Patel.
He'll be feeling good, Samit. I know he's pretty low about the figures he returned last year. Yeah, look, it's got to be Trigo. He's just bowled a couple of looseners.
Yeah.
Proud man, Samit, and played for this county for 16, 17, 18 years.
Ball bowls and Rees allows that one to go through to the keeper.
I know he was hurt to be dropped for the first time in his career, and then to be allowed to go to Glamorgan on loan for their last 4 matches of the year through September last year. He was grateful of the chance of being able to play some cricket, but I know it stung him, the fact that he was deemed surplus to requirement here at Trent Bridge.
Ball ready to bowl the final ball of this final delivery of this first over. He's in and bowls to Rees right on his pads, and he clips it away very nicely. That might go all the way for 4 runs. It is going to go all the way for 4 runs. There was a full-on chase there by Joe Clark. Initially he looked interested. By the end of the chase he was wondering which part of the hover cover he was going to pick the ball up from. So 6 without loss, way ahead of the run rate. Derbyshire don't get me started down. Another 359 to win. Lewis Rees at least will be given all those runs to Billy Godleman. It's the wrong way round. It was definitely Lewis Rees.
Yes.
Thank goodness for that.
Yeah. It is going to be Peter Trigo. He's
so it is.
Done the journey to the boundary edge to take off his sweater and his cap. The game we think that probably will finish first, I think follows the plan at Hove, is Hampshire in pursuit of 245 to beat Sussex. They're now 136 for 8. So 2 more Sussex wickets. More likely, you would think, than Hampshire scoring another 108, 109 runs, whatever it is. 6 without loss, Derbyshire. Now changed it over to runs for Lewis Rees.
Excellent.
This is a 35 over session, by the way, if we get them all in, which I assume we will. As Godleman's first ball, push into the offside, fielded by Joe Clark, and there's no addition to the total. So Notts, obviously Tom Moore's with the gloves on. Beside him, Ben Duckett at first slip, long sleeve sweater on. Stephen Mullaney, the skipper, beside him, he's with the short sleeves. And then a gap to another long sleeved merchant, that's Asib Hamid. Gully, fifth slip sort of area, whatever takes your fancy. So they're the 3 catchers behind the wicket. Here comes Trigo in again, bowls to Godleman, digs this one out. Joey Everson, Joe 90, is at backward point. Joe Clark at extra cover. And Tom Barber at mid-off. They're the 6 on the offside. On the leg side, Jake Ball is at mid-on. Samit Patel at mid-wicket. And I presume Chris Nash is down here underneath us somewhere.
Yeah,
he is indeed,
he is.
down
There
at long leg.
It's been a long time down there in the first innings.
Yeah, he's had a day with his feet up today, but now a bit of fielding to do down at long leg. Next ball from Trigo. Nice little bit of shape back into the left-handed Godleman, who defends. You made the point an hour or so ago about the whiteness of the Derbyshire strip. Saw Hampshire a couple of years ago. They had this brilliant white, as if it had been washed by all the various sorts of the best available wash powder on the market. But just noticed Godleman there when Tom Moores ran up to the stumps, and you wouldn't say the Notts whites, if you like, are cream, but they certainly are compared to the whiteness of the Derbyshire strip as Godleman punches up to mid-off to Barber.
Yeah, I think the 2 white, I'm not a big fan. I prefer the cream colours. Just a bit too white, and the sleeveless sweaters are just awful. Just hang limply.
Yeah,
they're not long enough.
Not a deal of shape to them.
No.
6 without loss, Derbyshire. Got a dark cloud, black cloud coming overhead, but not supposed to rain again. Trigo bowls, and Godleman again happy to defend. Walked forward towards the former Somerset man, a couple of paces, and then just blocked it, and then goes back and scratches out his crease mark again carefully with his stud. 6 without loss. Final ball coming up of Trigo's first over the second innings. Didn't get a wicket in the first innings, so he'll be keen to get on the board. Here he comes again, and bowls, and Godleman has everything solidly behind that. Plays it competently and comfortably. And it is 6 without loss after 2 overs.
Well, that's the first question in my mind answered. Which Billy Godleman are we going to see? We're not going to see the one who dances down the pitch and starts thrashing. That's good. He looked quite compact during that first over from Peter Trigo.
Hampshire 137 for 9. Keith Barker and a young man I've not heard of, Ajit Dale, are at the crease for Hampshire, needing more than 100. Sussex need 1 wicket.
Jake Ball, second over from the Radcliffe Road end. He's bowling to Lewis Rees. He bowls 2 and he drives it straight back down the ground. Ball got a hand on it, which means that they're only going to pick up a single for him. But it's a pleasant enough looking shot. Moves on to 7. He's got all of Derbyshire's runs so far.
Hampshire side, of course, without the likes of James Vince away with England, and Liam Dawson's not available. Kyle Abbott and Riley Rousseau not back in the country, so much weaker Hampshire side than have been strong contenders in Division 1 for the last few years.
You reap what you sow.
A lot of youngsters there.
Here is Ball again. In and bowls to Godalming. He doesn't get squared up, that's how he bats. It looks like he gets squared up, but he pushes it back towards Ball, who does the fielding in his follow through. 7 without loss. And we have 358 more. With 122 overs to go. Ball is in and bowls, and Godalming defends. Back towards the bowler, picks it up, and his follow through again. They don't have to quieten down the crowd with their batting at the moment. They have to quieten down the home side. Very, very chirpy, as you would expect, Nottinghamshire. In an exceptionally strong position as Ball runs away from us. Godalming's there and clips it off his legs to the man at square leg. There's no run.
First morning was key. Clearly we sensed it at the time, but as the game has gone on, it's become more and more clear that century partnership on the first morning between Hamid and Nash, although Notts did collapse quite dramatically after lunch, they did have that platform. They did have a little bit of leeway to be able to lose a few wickets.
Ball in, Godalming defends again, pushes it out into the offside.
And
then comes Trigo.
Obviously Patel, Everson and Ball's contribution towards the back end of that first day got Notts up to a challenging total of over 300. And then yesterday, that big moment really was the Critchley run out. Real blow for Derbyshire.
Yeah, not great. He'll get another chance. Perhaps he won't. Ball in, balls to Godalming, who defends back towards the bowler, who flicks it up with his left boot. And that's the end of the over, just the 1 run coming from it. 7 without loss. Billy Godalming is yet to get off the mark. Lewis Rees has 7.
Yeah, it was the other way around in the first innings, wasn't it? Godalming, first 14 runs, was it? And first 18 out of 19. But then both openers went. Wayne Madsen went. We've got a door open again. I think we have. They do tend here to be, and you notice every single side that comes, and indeed Notts, everybody tends to be very, very fussy about those balcony doors. So it really must be something that catches the eye of the batsman there. Here's Trigo then from the pavilion end, bowling to Lewis Rees, who steers this out into the offside. Trigo began with a maiden, right on the money. Disappointing game for him with the bat, but you know what a high quality performer is, and as with all rounders, you sort of get 2 chances in every game to impress with bat and with ball. This one played off the back foot by Rees into the offside. Joe Clark fielding. At Brace Cricket, at Fletch Sport, if you'd like to drop us a line, love to hear from you, or on the email address
fletchcricket@gmail.com.
If you want to get in touch with the big man.
that submarine sorted out.
Yeah, lots of beeps about various close of play meetings and whatever. This goes through to the keeper. Dave trying to weigh up who his Derbyshire man of the day is going to be, who he's going to grill.
I'm still not sure. I think it'll have to be Ben Aitchison.
Isn't it tomorrow that a couple of the Derbyshire players are celebrating
Cohen
their
and Rees,
birthday? Was it Cohen and Rees? So if Rees is not out tonight, or if he's out, he can celebrate a little bit. But if he's not out, chance for him to impress on his birthday as next ball's played on the leg side, and Peter Trigo giving absolutely nothing away here.
I never interview not-out batsmen.
No.
Not for any superstitious reason. I just don't think it's fair to put them on the spot. How many are you going to get tomorrow then? And then they get out, and everybody looks daft, don't they?
And plus, if you interview them that day and then they go on and score 100 on the 100 not out, and then the 220 not out the next day or whatever, you want to interview them again.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's Trigo. Bowles hit crisply by Lewis Rees, but nice stop by Jake Ball, and Trigo's bowled 11 deliveries now without going for a run. Yeah, Lewis Rees, 4th of August 1990, born in Taunton, so the batsman on strike born in Taunton, and the bowler, of course, has played a lot of his cricket at Taunton. Peter Trigo, of course, played for a few other counties. He played for Kent and Middlesex earlier in his career, not very long at either before going to Taunton. This is pushed to Tom Barber, another former Middlesex man at Wideish mid-off. So, Lewis Rees tomorrow, let's do the maths, he's 30 tomorrow, his last day as a 20-odd-year-old. And Michael Cohen, born in Cape Town, 4th of August 1998, so he's 22 tomorrow. Happy birthday to them both for tomorrow. 7 without loss, Trigo's bowled 2 maidens.
Yeah, been very tidy. A maiden to each player as well. So Billy Godleman facing Jake Ball from the Radcliffe Road end, in and balls. That one definitely shaped in the air, and he's got 4 runs for it. Delightful shot from Godleman out towards the extra cover boundary. Hits the rope now. Didn't time it as well as he might have done, but you could see it move in the air, even from here. And he made it on the half volley and just caressed it away for a boundary. Derbyshire into double figures, 11 without loss.
Johnny C. Dave, is there a reason why Samet is coming in at 8, reduced to slogging with the tail instead of building an innings at 4? He's one of the most cultured batsmen in county cricket. Ridiculous that he's been demoted to 8, an insult to his long record at Notts.
I think the key is that he didn't slog, did he?
No, he didn't slog.
He played very nicely with
it worked.
With the tail.
And his own record over the last couple of years, well, we've talked about.
Ball has the ball back. Peter Trigo's back in position at mid-off, and the bowler is in and bowls to Godleman, who turns it into the leg side. Oohs and ahs as it comes off the middle of the bat. Fielded at square leg. A little gloomy, but the clouds are high. Perfectly pleasant late afternoon, early evening.
Not very good at clouds. Not very good at a lot of things, but not very good at clouds. Your old cumulus nimbus and all that sort of stuff.
No idea what they are. No.
Strato something or others, and Simpson's clouds. That's just about all we can.
Paul balls. This is on leg stump, turning to the leg side by Godleman. Clark does the fielding.
The random female says, I tuned in expressly to hear Fletch Sport expressing his dislike of Derbyshire sweaters. It's as if time has stood still from 2019.
Sorry. They're horrible though, aren't they? You're right. I shouldn't moan.
Fabulous.
I said on an update that I'm so grateful to be watching cricket that I really don't want to be moaned, but this has been poor. And you can only say what you see, can't you, really?
Yeah.
From whichever position you're watching. We're watching Jake Ball run away from the Radcliffe Road, and Godleman, almost falling over, plays it up to Joe Clark at mid-on.
As I would say Derbyshire supporters and the coaching staff should be able to take plenty of encouragement from what they've seen in this game. I like the look of Cohen and Connors and Aitchison. They ran in with plenty of heart. You'd expect it. Youngsters playing first-class cricket, getting the chance or whatever. But there's room to improve and learn from all of them. But
Next delivery is off a thick inside edge of Godleman's bat. He's got one. They're thinking about a second, and you hear the no.
Yeah, we were both distracted by the fact that the Radio Nottingham News is in here. But I think there's something to work with all three of the youngsters. 12 without loss is the score as Dave runs off next door to speak to BBC Radio Derby listeners. Sussex have defeated Hampshire. First result then from this round of matches. The first winners of the group stages of the Bob Willis Cup. Sussex. They've beaten Hampshire by 94 runs. Latest delivery past the outside edge. Jake Ball gone for all 12 runs that Derbyshire have scored so far. 7 of them to Lewis Rees and 5 of them to Billy Godleman. Still going to be Trigo. He's begun with 2 maidens. 1 to each batsman so far. Now he's going to bowl to Godleman again. "30 overs remain in the day." Supposed to bowl 15 overs an hour, so we're on for 6:30 at the moment, but it'll probably be 6:45 before we're finished, as this one's pushed out. First ball of a new over. Godleman finds Everson on the offside. Comes Trigo again, this sort of diagonal approach. Comes in, bowls, it's edged for 4 by Godleman. Between second slip, Mullaney and Asiba Mead. The ball has run away down to third man for 4. It was edged along the ground. Where Derbyshire have been set to score 365 to defeat Nottinghamshire, all from the home perspective. Nottinghamshire have 4 full sessions in which to pick up the first victory that they'll have achieved for just over 2 years now in the Championship. They need these 10 wickets and they're still striving for the first one here. Derbyshire in the 6th over, 16 without loss a little earlier in the day. Samit Patel's 80 the standout score as Notts were bowled out for 279. Derbyshire set to score 365. A 16 without loss. Strong LBW appeal there. That one kept a fraction lower, fancy from Peter Trigo. The ball clipped the pad. Might have been outside the line with Godleman just pushing forward a little bit, enough to suggest he was playing at it. Umpire at the far end is Neil Marlinder. Notts giving a good throaty roar. Here's Godleman in again. Trigo in again to Godleman. Godleman, beg your pardon. I said I'd do that this morning after watching Kerry Godleman on the TV last night. 16 without loss. Traffic building up for first time in the day outside the ground on the Loughborough Road there. Not surprising because it is going home time for a lot of people. But the traffic has been very, very light. There's Trigo in again to the Derbyshire skipper, who's chopped it down into the ground, fielded by Everson. No addition to the total. So Sussex up and running. First victory this round of games, defeating Hampshire by 94 runs. So well done them. Somerset in a very strong position to beat Glamorgan. Derbyshire 16 without loss here. Next ball down the leg side, well taken by Tom Moores. Glamorgan 39 for 3. They've been set to score over 450 in that one, so no prospects of an immediate finish, but you'd imagine Somerset will wrap that up at some point. Not many sides either chase 450 or bat for 4 sessions down at Taunton to get the draw. Little break here once the players, the Nottinghamshire fielders, head to the boundary edge to sanitise their hands. 16 without loss. Trigo 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 4, but that 4 was the streaky one down to the third man boundary. Men out today, if you're just switching on for the first time this morning. Stephen Mullaney got the day off to quite a punchy start, not scored 30 runs in the first 25 minutes, and then Mullaney, who'd contributed a good percentage of them, was dismissed. A good catch in the gully by McKiernan off Lewis Rees for 48, Peter Trigo for 8, and Tom Moores for 7. Then followed Asiba Mead, who'd passed the 50 mark for the second time in the match, went for 52. After lunch, Samit Patel for 80, Everson 31, Ball 22 with the last men out for Nottinghamshire. This Ball starting a new over, forcing off the back foot is Lewis Rees. Couple of runs there, Trigo after it. Moves the score on to 18 and Rees on to 9, so both Derbyshire batsmen have 9. Knots out at tea time. Leaving Derbyshire 4 sessions to mount a challenge to a victory target of 365. They're 18 without loss so far. Just in the 7th over. Each batsman has 9. 3 slips in a gully. Go down as Ball bowls. Driven elegantly for 4 by Lewis Rees. Lovely shot indeed. Straight down the ground. It's very, very nice indeed. Impressive shot. And Derbyshire on to 22. And Lewis Rees into double figures. He's on 13. 2 and a 4 from the start of Jake Ball's 4th over. Very impressive stroke indeed.
You see the Yorkshire score?
I've not seen the Yorkshire score.
Just have a look. It'll cheer you up no end.
I was just
cheer you up no end.
I don't know what you mean. I was just talking about Sussex's victory. Yeah, Yorkshire 5 for 2 is.
I don't know who to cheer for in that game. That's the problem. If we could fix it so that both teams could lose, that'd be sensational.
Yeah, Lythe and Frayne are out. Will Frayne, former Notts man, is well. That's a really good stop from Trigo. I was just going to say another flowing boundary from the bat of Lewis Rees. Really got hold of that one. That must be good from Trigo, because Samit Patel, who's absolutely floating on air, comes across to give him a low congratulations, a little bit of a low pat. Don't know if Trigo's into all that.
I wouldn't have thought
Trigo's a toucher of gloves or a little friendly pat on the back. Next ball short, and Lewis Rees has hit that one into the city centre. That's gone for 6, banged in short by Jake Ball, and Lewis Rees, who had a little bit of stick himself at times when he was bowling through the course of this game, has got hold of that and has now scored 12 runs off this over, and possibly the one ball he didn't get runs from was the one he hit the best. Brilliant stop from Trigo.
Wasn't a bad shot, that was it. It was banged in short, and then we've said it. How many times have we said it? We said it on all 3 days. Certainly, bowlers are not getting value for that extra effort of trying to bang the ball in short. Really, it sort of sits up, doesn't it?
There's 2 wickets at Chesterley Street, by the way. No real surprise. 2 LBW victims for Chris Rushworth. What a fine player he is. 28 on the board already for Derbyshire. 28 on the back of Jake Ball's shirt, and this time it's played not too confidently down onto the leg side. They take a single, and that's all fine and dandy. 13 from this over so far. And Lewis Rees has 20. 29 without loss. Sussex the first winners. Somerset will beat Glamorgan at some point.
You'd expect so, yes, absolutely.
Jake Ball, final ball of this over to Billy Godalman. Wide of the off stump, has nothing to do with it, and food for thought for the Nottinghamshire camp there from Lewis Rees, who certainly put bat to ball with good intent and great success during the course of that over. A 1, a 2, a 4 and a 6.
It looks a bit more like the Lewis Rees of old. Interestingly, Joey Everson's just deposited his cap over the boundary's edge and is now swinging his arms around. He'll be fielding at point by the look of it, backward point. Yeah, I think he's going to replace Jake Ball. He's bowled 4 overs for 25 after that bit of tap he took in the last over, but he hasn't bowled poorly.
No. There's Peter Trigo and there's Dave Fletcher.
From the pavilion end, bowls to Rees, who pulls this out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. What on earth is happening here? It was a fine shot, and just for a split second, I was desperately hoping he had got as much of it as he hoped he'd got, because Samit Patel raised his hands, but almost in self-defence. Now he's got to the ignominy of removing an advertising board so he can go and retrieve the ball, which he has done. Lewis Rees moves on to 24 now from 20 deliveries, third 4. He's got that 6 as well. And how long can you keep an innings like this going? That's the question. Be a little bit selective about which balls you attack as Trigo comes in again, bowls, and that one is played up towards mid-on and he's gone, and that's how often you can do it. Trigo gets his first wicket as a Nottinghamshire player, and Lewis Rees, who looked in pretty decent nick, has gone. An innings, well, it was more of a cameo than anything else, caught at mid-on. And Derbyshire are 33 for 1.
Wonderful catch from Jake Ball. Was getting going like the proverbial tracer bullet at mid-on. He had to dive full length in the air. If one of the brilliant snappers that are in the ground managed to catch that with Jake Ball flying horizontally through the air, that would be brilliant. Really was a good take. Hit crisply. Lewis Rees out for 24, batted for half an hour, 21 balls, 3 4s and a 6 as Wayne Madsen replaces him in the middle. Peter Trigo just stood there, clenched fist towards the batsman, but it might well have just been joy at getting his first wicket. But congratulations to him, and he certainly owes Jake Ball a drink for catching it for him.
Yeah, it was a decent grab, wasn't it? He looked in good touch, Lewis Rees, but the more times you go to that particular well, the closer you are, it seems, to finding a fielder. And while he didn't hit it straight to Jake Ball, it was still a shot that was played in the air, and that was the problem for Lewis Rees. 24 from 21 deliveries. Perhaps not entirely what the doctor ordered as far as Derbyshire are concerned. 3 4s and a 6. It was a very, very impressive 6.
It was.
But
it was.
It's a distant memory now. Good thing for Derbyshire is that with a target of 365, I'll come back to that in a moment, as Peter Trigo comes in and bowls. It's left alone by Wayne Madsen. You just need 10 partnerships of 37 and you're there.
Yeah. Huh. Madsen's on a pair, of course, remember?
Yeah, oh yes. Yeah.
Derbyshire's Twitter feed, if you're listening, you've given the catch to Ben Duckett. Rees caught by Ben Duckett off the bowling of Trigo.
Please.
Ben Duckett would have been proud of that one.
He would, because he's at first slip. Yes. Trigo again bowls to Madsen, who plays inside the line of that delivery. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
I'm going to say, but it's easily done.
Well, I didn't know. I had no idea who it was, so you may have noticed that I never mentioned his name until you did.
I loused one up this morning. The dismissal of, funnily enough, Trigo. Getting me 77s and me 99s mixed up.
77-77 at the moment with ball and bat.
Yeah.
76 to follow. As in comes Trigo on balls, and Madsen just pushes this out into the offside square. There's no run. One more ball of Trigo's, fourth over to go. 1 for 8 his figures at the moment. I wonder how much. I don't think Wayne Madsen gets particularly itchy about getting off the mark.
No.
Been around too long for all that nonsense. Not got a century since last May in first class though, as this one is pushed up towards mid-off. There's no run. End of a successful over for Peter Trigger. May well have been a wicket maiden, wasn't it?
Yes, I think it was.
They 2 maidens, 1 for 8.
I know it's a company's name, but he used to say with Kevin Peterson, didn't he? The Red Bull run. He was so desperate to get off the mark first ball.
Yeah.
It's like he was on Red Bull. If you're at the other end, get ready because he'll come out and it'll be push and run first ball.
It wasn't a wicket maiden because he hit a 4 from the first delivery to Lewis Rees. I forgot about that. Yeah. Just double checked.
So here is Jake Ball. Wonderful catch from him. Comes in out to bowl to Billy Godleman. Runs it out to Samit Patel in front of the Smith Cooper stand. And Patel fires in a return to Tom Moores. Mike Brown, let's hope it's the first of many wickets, I think, for Peter Trigo he's talking about. You can't win cricket matches without taking 20 wickets on his current form. Can't see Stewart bowling many overs for Notts now. Don't think he'll be back at all, Stewart, this season. This ball bowling to Wayne Madsen, still looking for his first run. Leaves this one alone, and one moved significantly in the air once to come past the bat. Tom Moores had to go right across in front of Ben Duckett at first slip to pluck the ball out of the air. Gone for a few. Jake Ball now none for 26. Lewis Rees took 13 off his last over. Contrasting starts between the Derbyshire second innings and the Derbyshire first innings for Jake Ball. He knocked over 3 of them right at the start last time, and that's edged and will run down to third man for 4. So Madsen just getting that little bit of luck that all batsmen need at the start of an innings if they're to go on, and he's got a boundary. 4 runs.
Martin Holodinsky.
Yes.
Says he can only contact you when your colleague has email. Luckily for him, he says. Enjoying the live stream. Would have been in Newport this weekend for the second time in 2 years. Alas, it's not to be, nor Colwyn Bay.
Yeah, that's
Strange
right.
and sad time, he says. You're right there, Martin.
Next ball. Or next delivery from Jake Ball. Swings wide of the off stump and through to Tom Moores. 38 for 1. There's the score. 26 overs to be bowled this evening after this one. Another 90 tomorrow. Potentially another 90 tomorrow.
Bit of faffing going on here. Good afternoon, says Wayne Trotman. Not sure if I have the correct address, you do, but I'm really enjoying watching and listening on YouTube. 33 for 1 as I type. I'm doing this from the west coast of Turkey in Izmir, where it's currently about 36 degrees.
38 for 1. Next ball is pushed into the offside. There's no run. Sounds nice.
There's a Derbyshire lad born and brought up in Derby, where I used to play in what was then the Notts and Derbyshire Border League back in the late 1970s. He says I'm rooting for Derbyshire in this one. Keep rooting.
You been to Turkey?
No.
I've been on a day trip from would it be it was Rhodes about 10 years ago. I went across on the boat to Marmaris, had a day there, going around the market and everybody imploring me to buy their wares as it swings away from the batsman through to Tom Moores. 38 for 1. Godleman That's 10. Madsen 4. The man out. Lewis Rees for 24. Really good catch by Jake Ball. We've had some fine catches in this game. One by Joey Everson, one by Lewis Rees, funnily enough, and now Rees has been taken by another spectacular catch by Ball. And there's been a few sharp ones in the grabbers as well. Asiba Mead got one, Matty McKiernan's caught a couple, Matt Critchley has as well. There's been some good catching.
Trigo to continue from the pavilion end. He's 5th over. He's in and bowls to Godwin, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Asiba Mead's view of that one was clearly deranged, because it was about a yard wide of the off stump and he had his hands on his head. Might have been the right height to hit the wickets, not the right line. Mead
Certainly up there amongst the four runners. If we stopped right now and you had to name a man of the match, he would be up there. I guess Samit Patel has also put himself in contention.
This one is defended.
But Lewis
to the offside by Godleman.
Lewis deploy obviously the standout innings, the highest score in the match by quite some distance. Might need to do it again.
Yeah, it's unlikely to happen twice in one game, you'd have thought.
The last first-class match here, we saw two players score centuries in each innings.
Trigo in, bowls to Godleman, who pushes it out into the offside.
Mentioned that on the first day, the penultimate round of matches last year. Joe Clark a century in each innings for Notts, and Dominic Sibley a century in each innings for Warwickshire.
Whatever happened to him?
It's only a day or two later that he was announced in the touring party for the winter. No real surprise. I think there were one or two of the key people that you need to impress that were here that watched that game.
Godleman waits as Trigo bowls to him and he defends it, then he darts back into his ground as the ball bounces straight into the ground and up in the air. Samit Patel comes in to do the fielding.
Yeah, wasn't sure where it had gone. Trying to work out, the ground staff been doing sterling work obviously in the intervals. I'm trying to work out where they will be playing against Yorkshire on Saturday, which strip.
I reckon that one there.
He's just pointing a finger out at grass at the moment, Dave.
Yeah. This next delivery from Trigo is defended. Back to the bowler by Godleman. The one that looks like it's being worked on 4 in from the left. They've had the heavy roller up and down that every single interval.
4 away from the one we're playing on now.
Well, I don't know because I can't see any strips there. It's just grass.
Yeah, exactly.
1, 2, 3, 4 in from the 4th one in.
Right over there, yeah.
But we're right over there at the moment, aren't we? We're quite close to that stand with the silly roof.
Hey.
Well, it is. That was pushed out into the offside.
No,
There's no room.
I think that'll be just a practice wicket. I think that'll just be a practice wicket. There's not that many games here, of course, that they've got to.
Well, they haven't started preparing next week's track then, have they? Because they won't play further towards that stand, surely.
No, I think that can only be a net wicket over there.
38 for 1 at the end of that over. Madsen on 4, Godleman on 10.
There's Jake Ball from the Radcliffe Road end of the ground where we're situated. And again, it's a decent line he's bowling, but Wayne Madsen happy to leave that one alone. Plenty of chatter, as you can perhaps make out on the effects microphone or on the live stream. Stephen Mullaney, the Notts skipper, and Tom Moores. You'd think from this distance they were like a couple of old fishwives. They're both doing the teapot, hands on their hips, looking at each other, but just having a bit of a natter about something. Next ball didn't shape, did it? That just went straight on, and it was fairly close to the off peg, but again it was a decent enough lead. He could always rely on the ball bouncing certainly over the top. Although Godleman says something as he makes his way down to just tell Wayne Madsen, if he wasn't already aware, just be careful, mate. That one just bounced over the top.
You don't want to get bowled not playing a shot, Wayne. No, thanks, Bill.
Jake Ball again past the umpire. Gets this one right on target, and Madsen just happy to pay it all due respects and block it. 38 for 1. Just gone a little quiet with regards to the run scoring since Lewis Rees got out.
Well, they don't want to be more than 2 down at the close, do they? That would be that would be bad.
Ball and Trigo sharing the bowling duties. Jake Ball into his 6th over. Again, Madsen blocks this one. Joey Everson and Tom Barber, the other two that make up the quartet of quicker seam bowlers. But I think we saw Stephen Mullaney on as first change in the first innings. Got himself into the action early on. 38 for 1. He bowled, or rather he replaced Jake Ball and bowled from this end in the first innings. Nice and full from Ball. And Madsen just drops the bat on it. 38 for 1. It remains 327 more required. People joining us all the time. Earlier today, Nottinghamshire bowled out for 279 in their second innings. Wicket going down at tea time. Last man out was Jake Ball, second handy contribution in the game. Out for 22 this time. This one's played on the leg side, fielded by Samit Patel, who had been the 9th wicket to go down for 80. Patel playing another lovely innings, really, batting at number 8 in the order as he did in the first innings. 63 and 80 for Patel in this particular game.
You noticed the over rate, the Derbyshire over rate?
Oh, yes, 0.
Oh, no, I managed to get to
I
They're batting, for goodness sake, but it's gone from -1 to 0 while they've been batting.
No, it will have been adjusted, I'm sure, during the tea interval, but I didn't notice.
No, I just noticed that. I know what made me look was the fact that the Nottinghamshire fielders were all running into position. We didn't see any of that this afternoon. But they don't need to, because their over rate's okay as well. Peter Trigo to continue from the pavilion end, bowls to Billy Godleman, who gets a fullish delivery and plays it back to Trigo, who fields in his follow through. So 2-3 slips, backward point, next recover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a long leg. Down away to our right hand side, Chris Nash, of course, as this next one from Trigo off the back foot is forced into the offside by Godleman.
Yes, at least we've got each other to talk to. Poor old Chris Nash.
He needs a chair or something, doesn't he, really?
Maybe Dave Griffin's down there having a bit of a natter to him.
No, because Griff was told he couldn't go any further than there, the end of this stand to our left and towards the other scoreboard, so he's not allowed down there. He's very restricted in his...
You did tell me if the ball came up here I couldn't throw it back and nobody was allowed to touch it. I didn't notice you were next door doing an update. Was it when Samit hit the straight 6 and somebody down here certainly threw it back on the field of play?
Not allowed to do that. Trigo bowls, 5-run penalties. This one is pushed out into the leg side. That could make all the difference. By Godleman, there's no run. Samit Patel does the fielding. They're told that in the recreational game as well. You can't pass your cap to anybody and all the rest of it. And it's just ignore it, basically.
I thought that the other day, actually. As I say, I was watching a club game, walking around the boundary, and somebody banged it out towards me on the boundary edge. It was either I stopped it and threw it back, or it went another 100 yards, and I still would probably have had to go and fetch it. So I got it and then just went and washed my hands.
Balls on the leg stump, or leg side-ish, and it's turned into the leg side off a pad by Billy Godleman, leg by signal 39 for 1.
Everson's getting ready, so in all probability he's going to come on before Stephen Mullaney this time.
Head'll be getting cold. Trigo in and bowls, and it's played into the leg side by Wayne Madsen.
It's difficult for
We're into the 5 o'clock news on BBC Radio Nottingham.
Well, they've gone 2 minutes early with the 5 o'clock news. If they are, that's not the news.
Look how yellow that truck is away to our right.
Yeah. I'll come to take my car away, which is slowly expiring. Trigo in, last ball of his over, balls to Madsen, leaves alone, goes through to the wicket-keeper. 39 for 1, Madsen 4, Godleman 10, 3-2-6 to win.
Yes, I saw Dave come into the ground this morning and the gatekeeper said, "You can't dump that here, son." 39 for 1. It is time for the players' hands to be sanitised again as they trot off the field and go and sanitise them. Majority of the players have gone over to the Smith Cooper stand. Joey Everson and Joe Clark down below us. Little squirt of the liquid and carefully rub it in. All the fingers in the gaps on the webbing. And it will be 18-year-old Joey Everson to replace Jake Ball when play restarts. Everson to bowl from our end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end. Three wickets in the first innings. Bowled with plenty of decent pace. He's got Godleman on strike to start with. Billy Godleman taking a fresh guard. He's got 10. He's 34 deliveries now. Madsen 4 from 17 at the non-striker's end. 39 for 1. There's Everson. First ball right on the mark, but Godleman digs it out and digs it out with good intent. He's punched it down the ground. They've been able to come back for 3. Nothing more really than blocking a good, quick, straight delivery, but he blocked it accurately past the stumps and down here. Jake Ball in hot pursuit, and 3 runs come to the total. 42 for 1 Derbyshire. Madsen 4. Down to the danger end. Once again, Godleman has 13. Everson bowls. Wayne Madsen. Nice push again up to Jake Ball. Once more, Joey Everson. This one well wide of Wayne Madsen. Nibbled away off the seam. Difficult one for Tom Moores to keep, kept pretty low. Two overs. Well, after this one, as Everson comes in, it's run away down to long leg. Now, was that pad or bat involved? No signal from the umpire, so Wayne Madsen moves on to 5. Godleman back on strike. Everson bowls to him, and the Derbyshire captain again a defensive push. Joe Clark doing the fielding this time in the covers. Gets the ball back via Moores and Hamid. Gives it a bit of a wipe. Final ball of this Everson over. He's in to Godalming, and again a big stride from the left-hander. Keeps himself out of trouble. End of the over. 43 for 1 Derbyshire here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Derby. Third day of this Bob Willis Trophy match. North Group. Durham, Yorkshire, Lancashire, Leicestershire, the other counties involved. Durham playing Yorkshire at Chesterley Street at the moment. Yorkshire 31 for 2, needing another 140 runs for victory. And Lancashire batting 59 for 1 in their second innings, still trailing Leicestershire by 28 after big century from Ben Slater for the Foxes. Still going to be Trigo. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 8. Impressive figures for Peter Trigo. Going to be bowling to Wayne Madsen, and Madsen just happy to drop a bat on it. Expected to remain dry for the remainder of the day, but wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if they have to put the lights on before the close. It's pretty cloudy and gloomy overhead as Madsen pushes it back to Trigo. As Dave Fletcher said, both Trigo and Madsen wear squad number 77 for whatever reason. 43 for 1. Three slips, Duckett, Mullaney and Hamid. As Trigo bowls, worked on the leg side. Godalming came 3 or 4 paces down, sent back by Madsen, and it was just as well because Samit Patel was quickly onto the ball, preventing a single. Remains 43 for 1. Derbyshire ticking along at just over 3 runs and over, which is all they need to do really. Where Nottinghamshire have picked up the first of the 10 wickets they need to record a victory over their near rivals Derbyshire. Derbyshire have been set to score 365 in 4 sessions, and the one wicket that went down really was quite a spectacular catch. We've seen some good catching in this game. Jake Ball almost diving horizontally to pluck the ball out of the air to send back Lewis Rees off the bowling of Peter Trigo for 24. So Derbyshire have been set to score 365 are currently 43 for 1. No addition to the total from that latest delivery as Dave Fletcher comes back to join me, having canoodled his way along the corridor. Next ball into the pads of Wayne Madsen.
I can tell you why he wears 77 if you want.
Yes, please.
When he was a South African hockey international, he always wore number 7. He arrived at Derby, 12, 13 years ago. Somebody was number 7. So he said, well, I'll have double 7 then, I'll have 77, and that's why he's stuck with it ever since.
I've half a mind that Trigo wore 7 at Somerset, so it might be something similar. Here he comes to Madsen, who defends. We saw yesterday that young Ben Compton, who's on the staff now, just watching Joe Clark playing keepy up. He must have done about 20 in a row there. Ben Compton has been given number 07. He came out as a subfielder with 07. I'm just wondering if they all feel perhaps it's too soon after Chris Reed's retirement just to give anybody 7. So they've said to him, right, you can have 07, and they've said to Trigo, you can have 77. And I don't know if there's anything more simplistic than that in it, but it might be. But of course, was it it's the Birmingham City footballer who's got the headlines. Is it Bellingham? Jude Bellingham?
Yeah.
Who, they've retired number 22, and he's only played, 16 games for them or something silly. Here's Everson.
From the Radcliffe Road end, in and bowls, and Godalming defends. Back to the bowler. Double press of the button, and I apologise to everybody who I may have deafened out there in internet land and on the stream. Yeah, that seems slightly bizarre, doesn't it? To retire a young man.
Yeah. Like somebody said, what must Trevor Francis be thinking?
Yeah. Well, he beat Trevor Francis' record, didn't he? This next one is defended by Godalming. He's the youngest player to play for Birmingham. I'm just wondering if young Compton had asked for 2 zeros before his 7.
Now there's somebody who's gone 2 zeros. Oh yeah, of course the James Bond thing. Yeah, if there's anybody more. Allsop of is it Tom Allsop of Hampshire?
It's a 00.
Apparently he's wearing 00. Yeah.
A lot of basketball players do that in America, don't they? There's this next one from Everson is tucked nicely into the leg side by Godalming. Pick up 2 here. Jake Ball chases it and then leaves it for Samit Patel, who finds himself to our left.
What is it Chris Gale wears? 3-3-3?
Yeah. Yeah.
Does things his own way, that fella.
Including picking and choosing when he plays for the national team.
Well, there's that. Didn't get picked for the 100 in the draft last year, which many saw as a little bit of a surprise.
Everson in bowls and it's pushed out into the offside. Godalming looks like he's going to take a run, but whilst at the same time shouting no, no, no. Slightly confused Madsen.
There were no Derbyshire players picked for the Trent Bridge based team, the Trent Rockets, were there? But there were 1 or 2 that got picked though. Didn't Madsen get picked by somebody?
Yeah, Reese.
Madsen and Reese
deploys in it, and there's somebody else who I can't remember. There's 4 of them, I think. Everson bowls. Mercenaries, obviously, as this next one is turned into the leg side. Detestable competition. And they pick up another single.
You can't call them mercenaries. If you were offered £60,000 for 3 weeks' work, you'd say thank you very much.
Of course I would, but I don't like the competition. I don't like the concept. I don't like the idea.
No,
City franchises.
Yeah.
Nobody from Derby is going to come here to watch the Trent Rockets. 46 for 1 at the end of the over.
What do you say that?
Well, it's not the end of the over. 1 to go. Sorry. Go on.
Tickets did go on sale, didn't they? It'd be interesting to know where,
Yes, it would, a geographical spread. That would be interesting, actually. Madsen cracks this one square on the offside, and it's well fielded by Samit Patel, who's fielding at point. End of the over, 46 for 1. Yeah, that would be fascinating to see.
Because generally a lot of people made a lot of fuss, a lot of a lot of the time going on social media. That's a load of rubbish. I'm not having anything to do with that. Blah blah. But I did notice.
I didn't go on social media. I just went on air to say.
But I did notice how quickly the final sold out. The final tickets went on sale, didn't they, at Lord's? And how many does that hold? 30-odd thousand, and they went like that. So somebody must want to see it.
I don't.
Well,
we've got 4 formats already. So to simplify it, we've got a 5th format that bears no resemblance to the others.
The 4 formats being?
First class cricket, 50-over cricket, T20, T10.
Oh yeah, the T10, which of course we don't have in this country
but it's
yet.
becoming more and more popular worldwide,
it is indeed,
isn't it? They're just in a European, very low-grade European competition on free sports.
Yeah, we've got a bowling change, and Tom Barber's going to get his first opportunity in this Derbyshire second innings. He's replaced Trigo, the successful wicket taker, and here is Tom Barber. Left arm pace bowler, bowls to Godalming, and the first ball wide of the off stump, just pushed up to wideish mid-off. We've not seen Tom Barber's prowess as a batsman. He's been naught not out in both innings, but did get a couple of wickets in the first innings. He a little bit wild and woolly. He runs in and gives it plenty, and there was one or two hittable balls in his first innings, but he did pick up a couple of decent wickets.
Thank you, Ryan. Yes, Ravi was picked up as well, of course, in the 100. Apologies for forgetting you, Ravi.
Ravi Rampal.
Yeah.
Next ball, and Barber very much occupies the mind of Godalman, who no doubt will be facing him for the first time because of course, both these batsmen had been dismissed by the time Barber came on in the first innings. So, having a look at him for the first time, sure they won't have faced each other before, but one thing they do have in common, the batsman and the bowler, is
left-handed.
Both former Middlesex players.
Both left-handed.
46 for one. Here's Barber. Bowls tickled away, nice and fine. Where's Chris Nash? Nowhere near it. Tickled away for 4.
Yes, they are. Of course,
and of course, they're not both left-handed batsmen, as we pointed out when
No.
Barber came to the crease. Yeah.
I think Billy
Is
throws.
Godalman a left-arm bowler?
No, he's a right-arm leggy. I think.
Well.
I've never seen him bowl, but he throws with his right hand.
So one bats left-hand, bowls right arm. One
Yeah.
the other way round.
Yeah.
Bats right hand, bowls left arm.
I think if we'd have got down to Billy Godalman bowling, I think we really could have all packed up and gone home.
We missed the applause for the 50. Perhaps there should be some piped-in applause for the milestones, just to alert us. Not that it's not there big enough on the screen. 50 for one. Derbyshire coming up midway through the 16th over. Is Tom Barber in again to Godalman. Again down the leg side, and it's evaded the capture of Moores, but he did take the pace of it, so this time Chris Nash can come round. Let's have a look what's given here.
Dropped catch,
Well,
that's a chance.
do you think
That's
so?
got-
It was
yeah, it's
low,
gotta be
low
a
down.
Yeah, got to be a chance, surely.
Harsh man is Dave Fletcher.
Yeah, probably dropped just in front of him. The replay that I've got on this particular website, which is the Nottinghamshire feed, of course, which is very, very impressive, is about 20 seconds behind, so it's quite
So
useful.
you're able to see it, yeah,
it's
good
quite
man.
useful.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it just dropped.
but a 4 to Godalman, and then, well, he must have got something on that, yeah. So 4 and a 2. There's Barber in once more, chopped away nicely to backward point, but Joey Everson's out there, so only a single. So 7 runs have now come from 5 balls in this Tom Barber over. 53 for 1. Derbyshire require 312 more runs to win, it says on the bottom strap line of the Batman board.
Only when it says 12 will I really believe.
If there's 1 wicket left and 12 runs needed, we've got an exciting finish.
I fancy a tie.
Not so only ever had one of those. 19
Derbyshire too.
early 90s against Worcestershire. This goes through to the keeper.
Derbyshire was against Gloucestershire from memory.
Andy Afford and Mike Fieldbus, I think it was, at the crease at the time. 53 for 1. End of the over, end of the 16th over here at Trent Bridge. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Derby. The Bob Willis Trophy. No, and understandable, this is not a dig. I was going to say there's no marketing paraphernalia around the ground saying it's the Bob Willis Trophy and all this, which in a way is a shame, but it's totally understandable. You're not going to put up a load of signs, are you, to say something when there's not a crowd here, and when it is such a...
Well, they wouldn't know which grounds to put it up in on several occasions.
Well, that's it, yeah. Yeah.
Whether it's at Leicester or...
Yeah, they've had it on the screens. The logos have been on the screen through the
Yeah.
interval, and it looks nice. I've not seen the trophy, and presume it's a nice piece of silverware,
Just wait till you're
a
at
cup or
Lord's, Dave.
something. Well,
Is Everson or wherever this first delivery of a new over? He's turning to the leg side off the bat, was it? Yeah, it was off the bat. Picks up another single.
yeah, it might be at Trent Bridge, as Notts were denied the Royal London One-Day Cup final they were promised. Yeah. I think it's sort of penciled in for Lords, but with all the building work going on, they've just got to sort of make sure.
Come on, Joey.
Usually get these things sort of inked in, don't they? When when the TV schedules are
with 3 days to go, like
being
the fixtures
finalised.
for the Bob Willis Trophy itself. That would be fitting, wouldn't it, if they didn't decide where the final was until 36 hours before the final was due to be played.
54 for 1, Gary Everson bowls. Is this your end?
Absolutely, but it doesn't matter. We swap around a lot, don't we?
Yeah.
4 runs to Wayne Madsen, who got one that was short and wide, really, and no major pace, and he just cut it away for 4. Moves on to 9, 58 for 1. Well, it brings it home when you see the camera work of that, and the camera pans around to all the empty seats. A lot of them inside Trent Bridge. This next one is pushed up to mid-on, where Clark does the fielding by Madsen.
We're talking about numbers being retired and reserved and whatever. Rachel says she's not ready for the day when somebody else takes number 41. Of course, that was her favourite player, Andre Adams, who was listening to us, was it yesterday or the day before? Steve says, yeah, tickets for T20 Finals Day sell out before the competition starts. Obviously a day out for many, irrespective of which teams are there. Yeah, very true. Everson bowls again, and it's played up to mid-on, sorry. T20 Finals, at least there's 4 teams there. I think the 100, the final of the 100. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to play the ladies at the same time or not. No, I know you don't. All right.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Steve. Good point. Well made. I appreciate it anyway, Mr. Fletcher.
No, I'm happy for people to ask, but the answer to the question, as far as I'm concerned, is I don't care.
Whatever the question is.
No. Everson bowls to Madsen, who just helps it around the corner for a single. Picked up down there in the distance by Barbara, I fancy.
We have to, I'm told, we have to embrace the change.
Who's told us that?
Well, I'm always being told it.
No, I've never embraced
what's
change
the word?
in my life.
What's the word? A Luddite, a creature from the past that refuses to accept modern technology.
Well,
I've been called that a time or two.
I'm happy to embrace modern. So you're on Twitter, aren't you? How more modern do you want to be? Is Everson bowling to Godlewin, who pushes it up to mid-off, rather, and there's no run. 59 for 1 at the end of the over. 10 to Madsen, 24 to Godlewin. Thank you, Mark. Who quotes me saying, I don't like to moan, but and congratulates me on eventually becoming an honorary Derbyshire man. Thank you very much, Mark. I'm very touched. Yes.
Is it sanitary time? It is indeed. They're off to
18 overs yet.
Cleanse their hands once again. Chance for the umpires to get together, the 2 batsmen to get together, and Tom Moores to realise he's got no friends because he wears the gloves. He doesn't have to go and sanitise his hands.
It's getting a bit brighter as well, isn't it now? Just visibly brighter.
Yes, I wondered
Very
if this evening we might get to the point where for the first time we get the lights on, but certainly no need now. 18 overs still to go, so plenty of time for that to change. It'll still be plenty light for Dave Fletcher off on his cultural walk round Nottingham City Centre this evening.
Not sure tonight. I was out till midnight last night.
You dirty stop out.
Didn't do me any good at all. I'm not going to make the same mistake and do the editing here at the ground because I'll get locked in. I'll take it back to the hotel and do it there.
59 for 1. Here's Tom Barber from the pavilion end. Bowls, and that just sat up on the hips of Madsen. He was able to work it away to Patel. Heard us saying, I think, during lockdown, an hour's sleep before midnight is worth 2 after.
Okay.
Don't know what it means.
No. It's good though.
But you remember that when you're out till midnight tonight.
Yeah. Well, I didn't. No, I won't be out till midnight. I didn't realise it was midnight. We were a good old natter. It was good.
When you got your kebab from the stall on the side of the street.
Do you know I didn't have any tea last night?
You didn't have any tea?
No. I think if you cut out 1 meal a day, it can't be a bad thing, can it? Really? So I just had a couple of pints instead.
Yeah, I've cut out brunch and afternoon tea since this one goes through to the keeper since the cricket started.
Blimey, Blimey, the draw for the next season's FA Cup's on the 18th of August.
But at least they know. At least they.
Well, yes, there is.
No,
that.
at least they let you know when things are
Yeah.
happening. Of course, the Scottish
Started,
Premiership
didn't it?
started
Yeah,
over the weekend. Yeah.
Lower leagues didn't, did they?
No. 60 for 1. Lots of encouragement from the Nottinghamshire fielders for Tom Barber, who comes in again, bowls and clipped away on the leg side. There'll be potentially a couple of runs here. Jake Ball's going to have to put in a slide and just manages to drag the ball back and prevent his feet from touching the rope at the same time. It's quite a skill to be able to do that. And I guess they do practice it, but it's a hard thing to practice without the competitive nature of putting in a slide and stopping a ball in a rope, I guess.
Yes, it's sort of counterintuitive, isn't it, to
Yeah.
keep your legs in the air.
You know, in a match situation, yeah, you're going to, give it absolutely everything to stop the ball hitting the rope and stop yourself making contact with the rope, but can't really practice that dangerous dive towards the rope and the boards as Godalming defends. He's on 26, sort of snuck up to 26 really. You can perhaps count on one hand the number of memorable shots, but he's one of those, sort of the next time you look he'll be on 50 and then 80 and
He's only hit 3 4s, yeah, so he's fiddling it around a bit, isn't he?
Yeah.
And I don't like to moan, obviously, but Mark's been back and he says, when you say I don't care, you're displaying your Yorkshire roots. Wash your mouth out.
62 for 1. Derbyshire captain always chopped that down into the ground for 4. I see Mead. I was watching Mead chasing it, but Joey Everson did really well to get round, and they're only going to get a couple of runs. I'd have given them 4 as it left the bat, but great work from Everson to get there. I knew Hamid had really got no chance in catching it, chasing down from the gully region. Cap fell off there. Asib Mead presented with his Nottinghamshire County cap on the first morning. Former England player, of course, so he gets the full county honours. But as his cap fell off, you saw the shock of dark black hair. He's got plenty of hair, the young man. 64 for 1. Next ball down the leg side, taken by Moores as the sun comes back to escort us through the evening. 64 for 1. Derbyshire. So 301 more runs to win. Another couple of runs, it won't look so many when they get under 300. It won't.
No, it won't. It won't. No, you're right. It won't.
Lady Forrest says, I'm watching from home in Derby, but missing coming to Trent Bridge. Hating seeing all the empty seats. Miss coming to the cricket so much. Herschel Gibbs was number 002. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks to Random Female as well, who says it's definitely 2019. First the sweaters, now the 100. I agree with you on both counts. You're absolutely right, of course. Here's Everson from the Radcliffe Road and bowling to Wayne Mads.
I mean, they've sort of let the genie out of the bottle with regards to name and numbers, haven't they? With some of these players like Gale and his 333, but not sad. Andre Russell back in 2016 for the T20.
He put one on the pavilion roof at
He
Derby.
did indeed. Yes, he did. I think that was his debut. But he was allowed to have Dre Russ on the back of his shirt.
Well, he's got it on his shoes, hasn't he? So Everson bowls, and that's guided very nicely by Wayne Mads. Just backward of square on the offside.
What was Adam Gilchrist's nickname? It was Churchy, wasn't it? He was Churchy.
Was he?
Gilchrist was allowed to have Churchy on his shirt in the IPL. Sure it was.
World's gone mad.
I'm sure he was.
An awful lot of the professional footballers, though, they have
the
nicknames,
Yes,
don't they, rather
yeah.
than the actual names.
Yep.
It's a commercial world we're living in. Everson bowls around the wicket to Godalming, who drives him beautifully for 4 runs to extra cover. For definitely the moment it left the bat there.
Seem to think there was one at Derby County. When Tyrone Mears was there, did he not have Ty or something like that?
I don't know, before my time.
I don't know.
Ed in the studio now, he'll tell us.
Is it Mears or Mings?
There is both, isn't there? Here's Everson, halfway through his 4th over, in and bowls to Goldman, who's beaten all ends up, then runs back into his ground. He's batting quite a long way out of his crease at our end. I imagine he's doing the same at the far end, and when they'd been beaten by that one, he just turned and ran back into his crease. 2 balls left in the over.
I was just going to ask you what that song was that was being played in our ears, where apparently it was Anne Marie.
Never heard of her. She had a nice enough voice though, I suppose.
It was very nice.
Here is Everson again, bowls. That's turned down towards fine leg by Billy Godleman. He moves to 33, 70 for 1.
Mentioned Chris Rushworth earlier. Milestone for him. He's just dismissed Tom Kohler Cadmore, and everybody congratulating him on his 500th first-class wicket. Yeah, good player, Rushy.
Absolutely. Will I get this last delivery? And I should do, shouldn't I? They'll have some headlines first, won't they?
Oh yeah. It's just you're next door. I don't know how long you've got to get next door.
No, they have a weather forecast and all sorts. We're all right. It goes Everson to complete his over, balls to Madsen, who goes back into his crease and forces it out into the offside. Fielded by Jake Ball, no run. 70 for 1 at the end of the over. Madsen 12, Godleman 33.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. 70 for 1 after 19 overs. Madsen 12. Derbyshire skipper Godleman 33. They've added 37 since the fall of Lewis Rees's wicket. That was in the 8th over. We've now had 19. 2 of which have been bowled by Tom Barber, and he's at the end of his runway, ready to begin his 3rd. 2 overs, none for 12 so far. Everson 4 overs, none for 19. Gradual accumulation of late between these 2 experienced players. Godleman on strike, again down the leg side, and Tom Moores once more has to throw himself to the ground to stop it. $70 for 1. Just 2 slips now, the usual culprits. Duckett and Mullaney in there. Where Derbyshire have been set to score 365 to beat Nottinghamshire in this Bob Willis Trophy game. This day 3 of 4, so Notts have got all day tomorrow, and still 15 overs today to pick up 9 more wickets to win this if they can. Derbyshire 70 for 1, the 1 wicket to go down. Lewis Rees out for 24. Peter Trigo's first wicket for Notts. A good catch from Jake Ball earlier in the day. Splendid innings of 80 for Samit Patel as Notts were bowled out for 279. 15 overs to go in the day. Derbyshire a 70 for 1. Next ball played by Godleman, crisply to mid-on to Jake Ball. There's a big gap there on the leg side. 3 fielders on the leg side, but 2 of them are on the fence. Nash down at long leg, and Tom Barber finds himself at, is that Tom Barber? There, I think it is, at deep backward square. So there's only Jake Ball in front of the bat. No, Barber's bowling. Bowls. Godleman punches it out onto the offside on the bounce to Samit Patel. It's Matt Carter. Oh, that's a big lad out there on the fence. First time I've seen Matt Carter. Didn't know he was even on the ground. Not seen him at all, either walking round, getting a bit of fresh air, or doing any of the exercising or whatever. Not sure who's gone off, but Matt Carter is on the field at deep backward square. Nice to see Matt. 70 for 1. Next ball clipped away on the leg side to Jake Ball. A pick up and throw towards the stumps. I think Madsen would have been home. There's one or two oohs and ahs out there. So it's 71 for 1. If we go through the batting order, we'll see if we can identify who's missing then. I can see Hamid and Nash and Duckett and Clark, Mullaney. Looking for Peter Trigo. I don't think Trigo's on the field. I think that would be who Matt Carter's on for. Here's Barber. Bowles. Madsen chops it away. There's work for Chris Nash to do. He's not even close enough to put the dive in. 4 runs to Madsen. So a disappointing end to the over for Barber, but an encouraging one for Derbyshire and for Madsen. 75 for 1. 290 more required. Still an hour's cricket or more left this evening. 15 overs. So the situation, no doubt, will lurch one way and the other, but right now we're all set up for an interesting day tomorrow, that's for sure. 75 for 1, 290 required. If they can get 40 or 50 more this evening and not lose a wicket, then even the pessimistic Dave Fletcher might just arrive with a spring in his step in the morning. He's not in the room, so I can talk about him. 75 for 1. It's going to be Joey Everson. Here he goes. Balls to Godalman. He's happy to block this one. Matt Carter doing the fielding. Samit Patel, either from his own volition or because he had the shout from Stephen Mullaney, is just turning his arm over a little bit. He's at deep backward square at the moment. Yeah, I think Samit's perhaps going to have a little bit of a bowl. Here's Everson, bowl into Godalman, push and run into the offsider. An easy single taken. So one more to the Derbyshire captain, moves on to 35, 76 for 1, 289 more required. All the time. Dave Fletcher getting more and more confident. I've not been talking about you. 76 for 1.
I've just given a more upbeat assessment next door, so.
Here's Everson into Wayne Madsen, who's just carefully gone about his work nicely. This is chopped out to Samit, who throws the ball in right arm. Just been whirling his arms over, practicing a few left arm deliveries, Samit. So interesting to see if he's going to come on. The big tall fellow at mid wicket, number 20 subfielder, is Matt Carter.
Thank you.
Brother of the former Notts and Derbyshire quick. Very often listens to us, so if you're there, Andy, give us a shout. 77 for 1. Not sure what Joey Everson wants here. He's sort of shrugging his shoulders to the skipper, Stephen Mullaney, who 60, 70 yards away is doing the same back to him. Anyhow, another push and run from the Derbyshire skipper into the offside, and it's another single. 78 for 1. Just gradual accumulation here, and it's all they have to do this evening. Those remaining 14, 15 overs, if they can just stay together and keep the board ticking over.
The overall over rate required, run rate rather, required, is 2.9 and over. Over the 125 overs they'll have at their disposal.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time, haven't they, to get there. It's if they can keep the wickets intact.
Yeah.
There's Carter doing the fielding.
Of course, the average of 36 runs per wicket stand has been maintained. That would get them within touching distance. All very hypothetical, clearly. Andy
Pick, who's been in charge of the Notts bowlers over the last few years, first team bowlers, as Everson comes in, it's defended. He would be saying now, 9 good balls. That's all you need. 9 good
absolutely,
balls.
Absolutely.
Of course, it can be
It's a bowler's game.
Of course, it could be 9 bad balls. 9 wicket-taking balls. Bye-bye to Matt Carter, who's been on the field for a couple of overs because Peter Trigo's just come back. No doubt having just been for a quick comfort break. But Trigo's on. 78 for 1. Barber 3 overs, none for 17. He's not quite looked as threatening as he did in the first innings. He went for a few in the first innings, but every over there was at least 1 or 2 where you went. But
It's a seriously quick deliveries first innings. Right?
We've not really done that in this second innings. It's your end, I fancy.
I'll take it, thank you.
I've delegated.
78 for 1. The Godalmand will be on strike. He's ready now, which is nice. Barber comes in, bowls to him, and that's turned into the leg side up towards mid-on where Jake Ball does the fielding. And there's no... have you done the scores recently?
No.
Excellent. I'll do some then. Have a look in the North group to start off with. Lancashire 72 for 2, second time around, trailing Leicestershire by 15 runs in their home game at Worcester. There was an away game at Leicester originally. This next one is so wide it's going to be signalled wide from here, and it's going to go for 5 wides. Bosh, there it goes. Looks at the soles of his the sole of his right boot there. Does Barber clearly slipped? Something went amiss. That was the widest.
All bowlers can do that, can't they? They either look at their boots or they look at the foot marks.
Something definitely went wrong there. 83 for 1. Yorkshire 59 for 3, so something of a recovery there. They need 112 more to win at Chesterless Street. Who knows? That result that Dave told you about, Sussex beating Hampshire by 94 runs in the South Group. Glamorgan are 86 for 3. They need a further 370 as Barber comes in and bowls to Godalmand. This one's not far away from being a wide. In fact, it is a wide. So that's successive wides, and one of them went all the way to the boundary. So it's turning into a bit of an expensive hole. And Neil Manander looked like he was laughing there, bending down. I'm sure he wasn't. He was just stretching his hamstrings out, and I can't see his face anyway because it's a long way away, and he's got a big hat on. Middlesex 129 for 3, leading Surrey by 194. That game being played at the Oval, of course, in the Midlands group, if it is indeed the Midlands. This next one is wide of the off stump. In fact, that Glamorgan game will be in the Midlands group, won't it? I've read the wrong one out there. Ball goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, the central group, I think they're calling it.
Yeah. The other one in the South group. Yeah, I'm calling it the central group. You're right. Kent 100 for 9, leading Essex by 189 runs. So there'll be a result in that one. One way or the other, that is. Gloucestershire 121 for 2, trailing Worcestershire by 40 at Bristol. I think you have one more to go after this delivery from Barber, bowling to Billy Godalmand, who pushes it up to Jake Ball, and there's no run. Still 2 balls of this over to go. Northamptonshire 312 for 6, leading Warwickshire by just 85 runs at Edgbaston. So you bang up to date. Looks like there are still 3 balls of this overs to go. Here at Derbyshire 84 for 1. Chasing an unlikely 365, 281 more runs to win. And Barber is in and bowls to Godalmand. He gets one right up in the, not in the block hole because it was wide of the stumps, but right on the crease line. Big puff of dust comes up as Godalmand's bat crashes against the ground.
One of those scores you just read out, I was quite alarmed because I looked a minute ago and Kent were 86 for 4, and then you just said 100 for 9, and Simon Harmer 3 wickets in next to no time, which he's capable of doing. A couple for
is it right? Was that right?
For Cork, yeah, and it's 100 for 9. They've had an almighty collapse there.
Yeah.
They were very much on top. Sam Cook with 3 and Simon Harmer with 3. Turn that one around.
Barber in bowls and left alone by Godalmand to go through to Tom Moores.
Good player, Harmer.
Isn't he just? He enjoyed that pitch at Edgbaston, didn't he?
Helen says she's taken us on a holiday with.
Excellent. Where are we going?
I don't know. Loving the live new feed. I've taken you on a holiday with me.
Get some duty free on the way back, can't we? Wherever we're going. Unless she's having a holiday in the Premier Inn.
Don't want none of that quarantining for 14 days. I've had enough of that.
Yeah, it's quiet. Godwin gets a full delivery from Barbara and clips it up. Good stop by Jake Ball at mid-on. Diving to his right, one-handed, clutches it, prevents a run from being taken. End of the over. Godwin 36, Madsen 17, 84 for 1 now. Still 13 overs to go today, which isn't too bad in the grand scheme of things, in all honesty. Might just be close to half past 25 to something like that.
Get a bit of Summit, that'll speed things up.
Yeah, absolutely. Bring him on. Where is he? Come on. Start wheeling those arms around, Summit.
Minute and 10 seconds. You can just see Summit bowling to Billy, Billy pushing it back to Summit, Summit bowling to Billy, and repeat 6 times. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're not going to get that. We're going to get some more Jake Ball. 6 overs, none for 30. Uncharacteristically slapped about a little bit by Lewis Rees early on, who'd certainly gone out there with the intention of trying to give the innings a bit of a flying start. Took 13 off 1 over early on, but Jake Ball back to try and get one of these 2 key Derbyshire players out, Madsen or Godalman. Madsen it is on strike, the right-hander, works it onto the leg side. Chris Nash doing the fielding and prowling like a 19-year-old as he picked it up there, just daring the batsman to run. Nash a half century in the Nottinghamshire first innings, a second ball duck in the second innings. Likes a natter, so he's having a bit of a chat with Neil Mallender, the umpire at square leg. His ball once more. In and bowls and well wide of the target. Tom Barber 4 overs, none for 23. A little bit of width problem in his last over. So I wonder if Stephen Mullaney might make a change at the far end. Might go to Summit, but he usually bowls from this end. Might have a go himself. Might keep Barber going. Remains to be seen. Might even go back to Trigo. His ball again goes through to the keeper, and you know, just to completely spread all my odds on all the options, he might go back to Joey Everson. So, so there we are.
I missed the half-century partnership in that last.
Crikey!
Came from the 5 wides. Why there was no major celebration, presumably.
I'll be disappointed you missed it.
Yeah, I should have spotted it.
I did 51 now. Current run rate 3.7 and over. Ball bowls. Madsen, fine player. Forces this down in the ground and fielded by Jake Ball. Didn't bowl a ball in the game, Wayne Madsen, which isn't unusual in first-class matches for Derbyshire, but he's got a little knack of getting important wickets in white ball matches, T20s and 50-over cricket against Notts. And I know he's got Alex Hales out in the first over of matches 2 or 3 times.
He has often opened the bowling, yeah.
84 for 1. This ball to bowl to the South African Madsen. Sure, he won an award one year at the Cricket Writers Club annual dinner. I'm sure I got him to sign the old menu. First player of the year or some such 5 or 6 or 7 years ago now. Fine player.
Do they? Is the spirit of cricket anything to do with the Cricket Writers? He's won
yes.
He's won that
yes.
award. He's won that
yes.
award. Yeah.
Yes,
Definitely
it may well be
one.
that.
He
Yes.
won the Spirit of Cricket Award.
What would that be? Was captain calling somebody back, or
Yeah, exactly.
taking a catch? You know, the batsman giving out and
Somebody will
It's
tell me.
defending, yeah. Sometimes it's things like that. You know, you sort of take a catch and the umpire sticks his finger up straight away, and you know,
Say
you
no.
leap up and say no, I grounded it, umpire. You know, it's things like that. They sort of nominate for the spirit of cricket, keeping the game alive, and all that stuff, which of course is very, very important. Without the spirit of cricket, we'd all be arguing and Saturday club games just wouldn't get finished, would they? If people didn't respect each other and the umpires. We are going to have a little bit of Samit. He is going to bowl from the far end, so
Call him Samitizer.
that will indeed. That will very good.
Thank you.
That should speed things up a little bit. Oh, there's that picture of him.
He looks scary on that.
does.
Bit, doesn't he? He looks really scary. It's a great picture. I told him not to smile or to smile. I can't quite work it out.
Large photo on the Batman board of Samit Patel with the new shirts, the new logo, the MCC logo.
Yeah, I like the logo.
84 for 1. I've got one on. Have you seen mine? Yeah.
Big fan of the logo.
Yeah. Yes, bought myself a few shirts before lockdown at the start of the year while the shop was open and all the rest of it, and thought, oh, I'm going to be wearing those in 2020.
Yeah.
So here's Patel, twirly whirly, left arm stop. Oh, and Billy Godalman's smashed him for 6, first ball. Well, how extraordinary, how quite extraordinary. Godalman has obviously decided, I'm not going to let Samit settle, and first ball.
He's got that kind of charge in him as Billy.
Well, that was extraordinary, wasn't it, really?
Wasn't it just?
Gone for 6, 90 for 1.
Slightly scary because the man on the mid-wicket boundary did look interested, and I had no idea of the flight of the ball. The man on the mid-wicket boundary looked interested momentarily.
They'll share a laugh about that when it comes to play for Derbyshire, as you keep saying he will.
Yeah, Samit, you're not bowling, son. I can hit you for 6.
Godalman's on 42. Next ball, hit away for 4 on the leg side, and Samit wished he'd stayed on the boundary. Out there, just grazing, just watching the seamers.
Having a nice time, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was having a nice time.
Slug sweep for 4, just behind square on the leg side. 6-4 to start this over, and Godalman's on 46. Do you want to do the next one? Do you keep these little clips of Billy Godalman 50s?
No, they're so commonplace.
Seba Mead is 2 paces from the bat, and Billy Godalman's, well, he's playing like Zorro here. He's hit this one back to Patel on the bounce.
He's pointing at it there, Samit. He's having a good old battle out there.
Brought Samit down to earth a little bit, this, perhaps after his 80, and now he'll realise he's in a battle, and now he'll want to get Godalman out even more. And this is clipped through mid-on for a single. So we had a 13 run over earlier on when Rees went after Jake Ball. Now 11 from 3 balls, 4 balls here, the start of Samit Patel's. Not sure how many went from that Tom Barber over where there was all the wides.
There were just the wides, I think.
Right.
Yeah, there was just the 6 runs from it. Now, if you want to see a man sweep a ball, you couldn't have a finer exponent than Wayne Madsen.
95 for 1. He went down on one knee before Samit had let go of it. And he's
An extraordinary shot.
Yeah, got it away for a single. Ooh, that's a bit of a wild old throw from Joey Everson.
That was a distinct run-out kind of throw, wasn't it? Over the keeper's head, straight to another fielder. He'll throw the stumps down, so we've got to be careful of those.
Yes, Matt Critchley fell victim in the first innings of that. You're not expecting a change in the order at all, unless, of course, there's a night watchman you'd expect Deploy to come in next.
I'd have thought so, yeah, if he's, assuming he's fit.
Oh, that's glorious from Godalman. And he's put Patel through the offside, and Samit has, that's the 100 up as well. That's the Darb lapping that. And Billy Godalman's 50 as well. Congratulations to Billy. 76 balls, 6 fours, and 1 6, 102 minutes.
39th of his first class career, when he's only got to 50. And He's also got 21 first-class centuries as well, so what's that? A lot. 60th time he's got to 50.
This will probably mean more to him than any of them, won't it? Against Notts at Trent Bridge.
I'd have thought so. Well, it'll go up on the honours board back at if and when we're ever allowed in the county ground at Derby. I'm sure it'll go on the honours board, Dave. Yeah.
No, he's played well, and there were shots in that over that were memorable. That, you know, when my head hits the pillow tonight, I will remember them. But I did make the point. He'd almost gone under the radar to get into the 30s, hadn't he? He just helped himself here and there. And Stephen Mullaney's getting his players together for a little bit of a chat. What's all this? Can you do this? Legitimately, can you do this? Call all the players together in a huddle?
I don't see why not. They're not actually sanitising anymore, are they? They're merely talking.
Yeah.
And the umpires are both having a look. It's an interesting one, isn't it? I don't know.
Excuse me.
I can't see a problem with it, really.
But it's interesting that Stephen Mullaney's decided he ought to do it.
Yeah.
You know, come on, guys, what's going on here? 100 for 1. You only need 265 more.
Steady.
Well, it's true, isn't it? It's true. But I can't remember seeing that before. You know, I know it's different times. We've never had before the scenario where players all rush off to the boundary edge. But he's got them all together. And he's got them in a huddle, and you know the two Derbyshire batsmen and the two umpires stood in the middle, sort of waiting to get on with the game. And Stephen Mullaney's relaying the battle plans to his troops.
Here's Jake Ball bowling to Wayne Madsen outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. You were talking about Billy Godleman's bowling before. He's a leg break bowler, so I assume that means he's a right arm leg break bowler. I've never seen him bowl. In 158 first class matches, or 159 including today's, he's bowled 5 overs for 35 runs. No wickets.
Used sparingly as the.
Yes, so I've never seen him bowl. I haven't even seen him bowl in a net. His ball again in and bowls to Madsen, who leaves this one alone. Goes through to the keeper. So the current run rate is a touch over 4.1, which is decent. But they have to keep it going for such a long time that's going to be the major issue. How long they can keep it going.
It's interesting, the mindset, isn't it? Samit's first ball, he went after him deliberately and hit him for 6.
Yes. Spend 5 minutes in Billy Godleman's mind. That'd be quite the thing. This next delivery from Ball goes. I mean, I love Billy to bits, and he's been very kind to me over the 4 years I've been doing it. Always willing to speak. In that first season when he was captain, they didn't win a game. Came out and fronted up every single time, and a lot of respect for him. But sometimes you watch him back and you think, oh, what on earth is happening here?
Kent are all out in that game at Chelmsford for 112. Essex need 202 to win.
Blimey.
Sir Alistair at the top of the order.
This next delivery is left alone. Ball bowling. Madsen leaving. He failed in the first innings. Didn't he make 8 or something? I saw. I didn't make many.
Too much radio work. It's not good for your cricket.
Mine suffered, certainly. Must be difficult for him, mustn't it, I suppose, going back to. Says he wants to do it though, so fair play to him. That and the Hertfordshire Farmers. Ball bowls, left alone by Madsen, goes through to the keeper, no run. 1 ball remaining of balls over. 0 for 30 so far, yet to concede a run in this, which is only a second over of the spell, but in this 2 over spell, yet to concede a run. Jake Ball. Samet at the other end, however, 16 of his first over. Ball runs away from us and bowls to Madsen, who defends it. Back to the bowler, back-to-back maidens at the Radcliffe Road end.
Interesting to see what they do. I think Sammit's he's left his cap on the boundary edge, so he's striding purposefully in as if.
You've got to give him another one. You can't say thanks,
no,
Sammit.
yeah.
I mean, the temptation might be to take it up. You've got to say, Sammit, have another go and don't concede 16 runs. But no,
in a funny way, it puts the it puts the pressure back on the batsman.
Yeah. I'm sure. I mean, you'll have seen it. I'm certain he'll have had overs where he's been smashed for a few, and that's just in a fast bowler's job, slow bowler's job, isn't it?
They've spread them out. Look, spread them out for Billy.
Yeah, give him a single, get him off stride.
Samit Patel then to bowl to the Derbyshire captain, Billy Godalming, who again comes at him and hits it on the bounce back to Patel. 100 for 1. 9 overs to go in the day after this one, so half an hour or so as Patel comes in again, and Godalming can't quite get this one away either, so not as successful a start to Patel's second over as it was from his first for Godalming. He's forced this into the offside, but a decent tumbling stop there by Joe Clark, and there's no addition to the total. 3 dots. Godalming look for the really big hit. There's Patel bowling. No, happy to block it. Just content to push this out on the offside to Clark again. Sammit's having a word with somebody. Seems to be pointing to a spot as if to say, "Well, just pitch it on there, it's going to turn square." 100 for 1. Here is Patel, left arm over the wicket to Godalming. Again, happy to defend. 2 more different overs you couldn't wish to see. Patel being hit here, there and everywhere in his first over. 5 accurate dot balls, first 5 balls of this is second over. Here he is again. Bowls, and that's a maiden, and a little bit of bounce there. I think there's a bit of chirp as well. 100 for 1. At the end of the 26th over of the innings, 9 overs remain today. Then all day tomorrow potentially for Derbyshire to close in on that imposing target of 365, or Notts to winkle out the remaining wickets they need. Things could flip towards Notts if they can get a couple out tonight. But if Madsen and Godalming are there at stumps, Derbyshire will go to bed with hopes alive. Wayne Madsen forces it up to Trigo at mid-on, and he went to throw it to Tom Moores down the other end. The ball slipped out the back of his hand, so he says forget it. Just pick it up and give it a wipe and lob it back to the bowler, which he does. Ball in his 9th over. Bowling to Madsen. Accurate delivery, and perhaps here, since Mulaney's had a word with his troops, lots of encouragement, even though that was just a defensive shot. All the fielders getting behind the bowlers. For 1 it remains. Jake Ball once more, bounding in. Balls pushed now to Joey Everson in the offside. Another dot ball. Ball turns again, sets off. A little bit of a trotting approach. A little bit like former Pakistan seamer Abdul Razak and his stride into the crease. Jake Ball, defended again by Madsen at the other end. watchful from Wayne Madsen, 18 from 57 balls faced. Balls again, this time down the leg side. When it's got away from Tom Moores, couldn't take it cleanly. Think there'll be a couple of buys to go on the total. In fact, leg buys, must have just brushed the leg or the pad or the body of Wayne Madsen. Seemed as if the batsman himself was, or Billy Gottleman at this end was just querying what it had come off. But two more to the extras, 102 for one. Comes Jake Ball bowling to Wayne Madsen, pushes it back to him. An accurate over, apart from the one that slid down the leg side, went for two leg buys. 102 for one. 263 more required. As far as Derbyshire are concerned, they'll be just happy to get through these 8 overs. If they can get 20 more runs, they'll be happy. If they don't get as many as that, well, it won't really matter so long as Madsen and Gottleman are there at stumps. Patel to continue. Just a quick update upcoming for Radio Nottingham, where we've got about a half an hour left in this third day, 8 overs to be precise. Samit Patel bowling from one end, Jake Ball from the other. Derbyshire 102 for one. They've been set a victory target of 365. Peter Trigo with the only wicket to fall, that of Lewis Rees. But Billy Gottleman's on 51, Wayne Madsen 18, holding knots up. Derbyshire take another single, 103 for one, as we close in towards stumps on day 3. A single was taken down the ground there by Gottleman. His first run for quite a while, it seems. Madsen back on strike as Dave comes back to join me for the last half an hour or so. Madsen defends. Not been in any great hurry, Wayne Madsen, but doesn't need to be, does he?
I was going to say, you're right. The key is for these two to be there at stumps now, isn't it, for Derbyshire?
Samit Patel round the wicket to the right-hander. Madsen nudges it as far as Duckett. First time we've seen him out of the slips. Usually stays there at first slip for the quicker bowlers. Comes out for the spinners. Ambulance with lights on and the old two-tone going past the ground as Madsen plays this next ball out to Chris Nash. In the certainly from this distance, look to be rather snazzy sunglasses. You can see the sun glinting off them, a little bit of a bluish hue to them as he throws the ball in. 104 for one. Madsen has 19. Gottleman back on strike. Patel, having been hit to all parts in his first over, has just brought back a semblance of control here, and Gottleman can't get him away. His opposite number is captain Stephen Mullaney. Moves round from slip to prevent a run there. One ball to go in this over, then 7 more before stumps tonight as Gottleman defends. 104 for one.
As long as they stay together and then they don't start like the pair started after lunch yesterday, they'll be okay. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. Critchley and Deploy batted beautifully up until lunch and then effectively threw it away. I'm sure that's the furthest thing from their mind, in all honesty. They're having a chat, the two batsmen. Jake Ball's just got the ball in his hand. He's marching back to his mark, so we're all set with Derbyshire on 104 for one. Ball comes in and bowls to Madsen, who clips it away quite nicely. Hasn't got enough on it to get it all the way to the boundary, I would have thought. Peter Trigo is going to get there, and he'll get there now. Is there another run in it? No, just the 2. More than enough at this stage. Madsen moves on to 21, 106 for one. There's a dive there. fielder at mid-wicket. Peter Trigo was forced to go and retrieve the ball.
It must be quite starting to get a bit chilly out there.
This ball comes in and Madsen plays inside the line, goes through to the keeper.
I only say that because our friend that we talked about this morning in the blue and white striped shirt, which you deduced was the Hertha Berlin shirt, has popped a jacket on. Now the cameraman, a long old day for the cameraman, to be fair.
Standing up.
Yeah. We've got one either side of the ground, covering the action for all the live streams, the club live streams up and down the country.
Madsen waits as ball delivers this next one, and he gets a full length delivery that he pushes out into the offside. I wonder what club he's wearing, what club the
I don't know. Of course, Derbyshire have their own live stream for the home games, don't they? Excellent one as well. I watched one game on it last year when Notts weren't playing. Can't remember who you were with, but yeah.
Well, they were going to, for the first time this season, link up the commentary with the live stream. They hadn't managed to do it previous seasons. This was going to be the season. Ball in and balls, and Madsen plays the ball down. It took a while to get to ground, but there's nobody close in on the leg side, so he was perfectly safe. As Chris Nash does the fielding. So that'll have to wait. The big premiere of Dave Fletcher on the live stream at home matches will have to wait till next season. I'm sure there'll be a ceremony of some description.
Live from the Michael Holding Broadcasting Centre.
Yeah, absolutely, possibly some fireworks and hopefully some cake.
How often does he come and join you from Newmarket then, Mikey?
I've seen him once when he opened it. Yeah. His ball and balls, that was left alone by Wayne Madsen, goes through to the keeper, but he very kindly agreed to a quick interview. Told me of his disdain for T20 cricket, which he's happy to tell anybody who'll listen, I think.
He's all right, Mikey, whispering death.
Top man. Peter Trigo going through some fairly elaborate stretches on the floor. Doing that thing where you lift your legs and your upper body up at the same time, leaving just your bottom. I don't think I can do that.
No, I think he's into all that. Bit of a gym bunny.
There's ball bowls, and that's left alone by Wayne Madsen, who holds the pose. Not sure whether the light's particularly good for cameramen now with the sun being as low as it is. That would have been a nice one, just a pose of him holding his bat above his head. End of the over, 106 for 1.
Yeah,
just 2 runs off that over.
The gentleman in the Smith Cooper stand to our right, of course, he is in the shade, so it'll be much cooler there.
Yes,
and the one the side of the Fox Road stand over there, the U Energy stand, who'd be looking into the sun, as you say. Difficult to make out, I guess. Looking straight into the sun from there. We've got 6 overs to go, the first of which will be bowled by Samit Patel from the pavilion end. Bowls, and Godalman down on one knee trying an elaborate sweep. He's just scuffed it away for a single. Didn't really make much contact, but enough to get the ball to the side of Asiba Mead, who was under the lid at short leg. Mead has now gone to leg slip for Madsen. Next ball, and Madsen sweeps away on the leg side. Work for Joey Everson. Really, really good work by the young man. They're going to come back for 2. In comes the throw, and they're safely home in any case. Throw just a little wild from Everson, but Madsen was quick. He was back. Yeah, it's a decent stop. Couldn't really have time just to reflect on how good it was, because everybody was yelling at him to get the ball in as they were going for a second. 109 for 1. Obviously every run scored makes that required number drop down a little bit. Next ball's defended. 256 more. And with your proper sensible cricket head on, what percentage do you give Derbyshire?
10.
109 for 1 as Patel bowls. And again Madsen on the sweep, and again there'll be work for Joey Everson to do, and this time traditional long barrier makes the stop, and in comes the throw. So just 110 for 1.
And not because the equation is in any way out of the way. It's just the length of time that the team has to bat, isn't it? Yes, it can be achieved, but the fact that it has only been achieved once and it is rarely achieved by so many teams, the percentage has to come down.
110 for 1. Patel bowls, and again Godalming on the sweep, but this time there's protection out there with Trigo. Just a single. Tom Moore says don't throw it up in the sun, so he deliberately keeps it nice and low. Now then, now a chance for Notts. Nelson on the board. 111 for 1.
Having to rely on Nelson, they're in trouble, aren't they? When triple Nelson's on the board.
Yeah. Madsen has 24. Ooh. Squared up a little bit there by Samit Patel. Not in any obvious danger, but that one clearly turned. And there's 5 overs to go in the day. Nelson's still on the board. Derbyshire 111 for 1 with Madsen 24, Godalming 54, and they've added 78.
Yes, without it being spectacular, apart from that one over from Samit Patel where Billy Godalming went mad. It's been nothing overly spectacular between these two. It's been exactly what has been required, really. The batsmen are having a conference, and the umpires are going to have a chat about. So it's sanitisation of the hands break. I wondered, a few players hadn't realised. I think some had gone off the pitch and some were staying, and the batsmen were in the middle chatting, and you're thinking, what on earth's going on here? But now we know. I'm just going to get a little squirt of the alcohol rub. I assume that's what it is.
We'll look back on these times, probably not fondly, but we'll look back on them and remember that summer of 2020 when every 6 overs. Just so strange, isn't it? Let's hope we're able to look back on it as something that was only here for a short period and we'll never see again. Going to be Trigo.
Not in our lifetime, anyway.
7 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 8, and of the 8 runs that he has conceded, I remember a 4, which was a genuine edge by Godalming through the vacant slip area between second slip and gully. So he's not giving a deal away, obviously. Don't know what the other 4.
I know.
Or where that came from, but very economical. Not bowled much from this end. I think he has bowled from this end.
I think he had one brief spell, yes. I think so. He's got his first wicket now, so he can settle things down. If he wasn't already settled, I'm sure he was, given the experience that he has in.
Yeah, he's played here many times for Somerset.
Bowls to Godalming, who fiddles that into the onside. There's no runner. Samit Patel picks the ball up. Noticeably cooler this evening, isn't it, to what it has been? Although it's warming up again by the weekend. So it'll be glorious in Leicester.
You know where you're playing? Yeah, you're playing Leicestershire. Notts here against Yorkshire from
we're assuming
11 o'clock on Saturday.
Trigo in and bowls to Godalming, who gets a bottom edge into the ground, and it bounces out into the offside. And it's fielded there by Joey Everson.
Nottinghamshire's fixtures, in case listeners haven't either seen them or been kept up to speed. 2 games here, Derbyshire and Yorkshire, then go to Old Trafford, then to Leicester, and then finish with Durham at home.
There was a shortish delivery that's turned around the corner by Godalming. He'll only get a single, I fancy. He's coming back for the second. He might have to hurry. No, he won't. He'll get there comfortably in the end. The ball is hurled in from the boundary. Is that Everson out there?
I think it's Barber.
Is it Barber? Beg his pardon. If you threw it left-handed, it'd be Barber, wouldn't it? That would have been my clue.
Everson's at extra cover.
Yes, I can see him now.
Nice conditions all of a sudden.
Beautiful.
Doesn't last for long, but
Trigo in bowls, and that one is pushed away into the offside, backward of square. There's a run around the boundary for the fielder, and he doesn't get there. That was Chris Nash. That was a remarkable tumbling effort by Nash out in the distance. He sort of dived for the ball. I thought he was going to get fairly comfortable. It must have been going at fair old pace off Godleman's bat. He moves on to 60. Batson 24, 117 for one. Below the psychological 250 run target barrier now. They need 248 to win. Ball has eventually been returned to Peter Trigo after the fielders had to once again move one of those advertising boards out of the way to get it back, and Trigo's on his way in again and bowls to Godwin, who turns it into the leg side. Cries of ooh because he turned it off the stumps, and he'll come back comfortably for a second, and it is Barber of course because he's throwing it in left-handed. Godwin moves to 62, 119 for one. 8 off the over so far. So
can't help but be impressed by Billy Godleman. I know you have a little bit of fun about his batting and whatever, but he
was an accumulator of runs.
He is indeed.
Yeah, there are a few better in the second division certainly, as this one is pushed out into the offside, and there's no run in his career. 8,800, almost 8,900 first class runs.
Yeah.
High score of 227, which I saw.
He's not really looked flustered at all. He's occasionally just gone up a gear, like when Samit Patel came on, his first ball, whap, 6 runs.
Well, in fairness, he hasn't looked as fiddly as he normally does, because he can be a very fiddly batsman, but he's looked fluent might be the wrong word, but he's looked good.
He's looked in control.
Yeah. 62 from 93.
Lots will have to, carefully have a little bit of a think in the morning as Patel bowls. And Madsen digs this one out. Of course, they could help themselves. Things could change quite dramatically if there's an error from one of the batsmen here, and a night watchman has to be deployed. Can certainly upset plans, can't it, as Madsen forces us out on the offside. Of course, occasionally a night watchman comes in and does the job and then goes on next morning and makes a wonderful contribution, but completely
Get Sam Connors. Has he got his pads? He must have them somewhere.
Completely tires out the bowlers and blunts the ball and dispirits the opposition. But sometimes, the night watchman can go straight away either, on the evening or the next morning, and the bowlers are even more on a high. That was one of those mistakes that I was perhaps hinting at as Godleman did go down on the sweep. It didn't bounce at all, did it? I don't think. Went under the bat.
No.
120 for one. 15, maximum of 15 legitimate balls. He's gone to hit that one with Hamid crouching at short leg, making sure he doesn't get hit. Single taken. Comes a bit smart when you get it in the face at short leg. I had it. I had it once.
Okay.
Yeah. No helmet on, of course. Yeah.
Box.
No, it was hit in the face, hit in the cheekbone.
Did you have one on?
Blood and everything. A bit of a mess.
Whoa. What's that? What's happened there?
Played for many years. I think I've broken and dislocated every finger and thumb, but only twice was put in hospital. I went hooked somebody for 6, and I knew the next ball would be even quicker. I knew him, so I knew what the response would be as Patel comes in and bowls. That's when I was playing down in Devon for Braunton, and I went through with the shot, expecting it. Went through and hit me smack in the face and ripped my top lip. I had to have my top lip stitched back on, and blood and snot and everything everywhere. And then once up here playing in Nottinghamshire was somebody who had stood at short leg for years and years and years, and he never dropped one short. So you you get a bit foolhardy and you know, immune to the fact that he might do that. And I was getting closer and closer, and he dropped one short, and it was pulled straight into my face. I was very lucky. The X-rays showed nothing, but I still think it was broken because I can still feel it now, and it must be not 15 years ago. Just the side of my left eye. But again, that was another one. I had people round me, and you know, was told where I was, and was helped into a car and taken to hospital.
Trigo bowls, Godman chops it into the ground, and it loops up to Hamid. No, one broken finger, I think, is all I suffered.
Oh no,
just on the end.
No, that on my right hand, my little one sticks out at a jaunty angle. That was another Corton bowl that went down, but I've broken both of them. The annoying thing about that one there is obviously it sticks out at an angle because it was both broken and dislocated, but it hit straight back at me so hard, and it did that damage, deflected onto the stumps.
Trigo bowls, Godman turns him into the leg side for a single backward of square.
And the batsman, you know, I'm in my follow through just 3 or 4 paces down. The batsman at the non-striker's end was in front of me. I deflected it onto the stumps, and the umpire was diving for cover and gave him not out. To this day, I would have, I wouldn't have minded so much had it been, had he given the run out. Again, that was let's go off to hospital and queue for 3 or 4 hours for an X-ray and what have you.
122 for 1. 2 overs after this. Being bowled by Peter Trigo from Radcliffe Road End bowls, and Madsen covers up and plays it up towards Jake Ball at mid-on.
The one in the face, it must have happened about, I don't know, 3 o'clock, and I was in the pub with a bag of frozen peas on my eye by 7 o'clock as they all came in from the game. What are you doing here? How'd you get on? Bag of frozen peas, keep it down.
Next delivery from Trigo is turned into the leg side by Madsen. He picks up a single.
Shiner for weeks. Took ages to first of all come out and then to disappear again.
Yeah.
And a big swelling. And
I don't think I've ever had a black eye. Just a natural coward.
I had one, I think the first one I can remember sporting, I'd only be about 8 or 9, playing for the school football team, and went up for a header with somebody else, and he headed right in my face. Oh, crying.
Trigo bowls, and Goldman pushes it out to the offside.
Not a good look, crying at school football,
No.
all the parents and that watching, and yeah, right, proper black eye that was. Hey, we've nearly got through another one, young man.
Yes, indeed. That'll be 3 in a row.
What a long season this is.
Trigo to complete his over. Balls to
Goal
Goldman,
shot.
who chops that one. It's a sort of cut chop down to a very fine third man, just past the diving first and solitary slip. And one of the Derbyshire backroom staff, it might even be Mr. Houghton himself, picks the ball up and throws it back to the Nottinghamshire fielder who'd gone to retrieve it. 127 for 1 with 2 overs to bowl. A quick one from Samet and a slightly longer one from Peter Trigo, I would imagine. And my last update will be at 6:30 or just after,
mine.
which will be perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, Samit Patel to bowl.
So I may not return.
Well, thank you for your sterling efforts
Thank
today,
you,
and
thank you.
don't forget to pack your spare socks in the morning when you're checking out. 127 for 1 as Patel bowls to Madsen, clips it away on the leg side. Nottinghamshire could enhance their task tomorrow by getting rid of one of these tonight, but the 2 Derbyshire batsmen, the 2 most experienced Derbyshire batsmen, of course, we're just ticking them off. 11 balls to go now. 11 deliveries. 128 for 1. 237 required.
Some faffing going on, look.
It's all set up to be a fairly tense last day, actually, isn't it? And
it could well be. It could be a very exciting last day, or it could be a damp squib.
Again,
somewhere in between would be out of the question.
So
it's going to be one or the other.
Sorry that the spectators can't be here to see it, but if you're able to, we'd love you to join it and share the experience with us as this is clipped down the ground. Either listen to the commentary or listening to the commentary and watching the live stream at the same time if you're able. Another single is taken, 1:29 for one. We'll be on air. If we're spared overnight, we'll be on air just before 11 o'clock.
We'll be here, Dave. We'll be here.
Thanks very much to Dave Fletcher, as he says he's just off to do the last update of the day, and I'm sure by the time he's finished they'll be off the field. So I'll see you through to stumps, which another dot ball there as Madsen defends. He's now only 9 balls away. Derbyshire 129 for one. Set to score 365 by Nottinghamshire, and they've made a good fist of it. They've chalked off more than a third of those runs already as Madsen hits this one into the offside. No run. Straight to... who's that? That's Ben Duckett at extra cover. 129 for one. Really, really lovely conditions now. We've had it a little gloomy. We had a bit of sprinkling of rain during the luncheon interval. Madsen again defends this latest delivery from Patel, who I'm sure he's having a word or two in the direction of the experienced Derbyshire batsman. Only 1 ball left. 7 balls to go in the day. Sammit's last delivery goes through to Tom Moore. So Sammit has finished with figures of 6 overs, none for 27. Following on from his 80 today, made either side of lunch a splendid knock. Once again, second time in the match from Samit Patel, rolling back the years. Unable to conjure up any real magic with the ball, having been smacked around a little bit in his first over by Billy Godalman. So 1 over remains. It's not going to be Trigo, it's going to be the skipper, Stephen Mullaney, who hasn't bowled yet in this innings, going to turn his arm over. So everybody else that was perhaps prepared to come in this evening for Derbyshire can take their pads off and relax and get ready to applaud in Madsen and Godalman in 6 deliveries time, because they won't be required. Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain, on for his first bowl of this second innings. Didn't get any in the first innings. Had a brief bowl. 129 for one. So here is Mullaney, bowling to the Derbyshire skipper, and Godalman defends. Godalman on 69. Five balls left. Godalman won't really be looking to take any liberties here. Just trying to get through to stumps. Chops this to backward point. Sharply fielded by Hamid, who fizzes the ball back into the gloves of Moores. Just in case Godalman had gone wandering, he hadn't. 4 balls left. His partnership now worth 96, by the way. That's crept up, hasn't it? As Mullaney bowls. This is making Godalman play every ball here, but Godalman up to the task. Defends this one. Halfway through the over. 129 for one. Mullaney round the wicket to Billy Godalman. Bowls and captain to captain, again defended. Do an update Well, as you join me, Stephen Mullane is just about to bowl the 5th ball of the final over of the day. Derbyshire 129 for 1. They've been set to score 365. So they made a good fist of it. Notts getting 1 wicket early on. Peter Trigo dismissing Lewis Rees. Fabulous catch from Jake Ball for 24. But since then, a partnership currently worth 96 between 2 of Derbyshire's kingpins. Their skipper, Billy Godalming, and Wayne Madsen. Godalming's on 69 not out. He's just about to face this final ball of the day from the Notts captain, Stephen Mullane. Madsen at the other end has 27. It's left alone, so that is stumps at Trent Bridge. Earlier in the day, Notts 279 all out. Again, we've seen a splendid innings from Samit Patel, batting at number 8. He scored 80. Asib Hamid out for 52. But Derbyshire have made a good fist. They made a good start in pursuit of 365 at stumps on day 3. They're 129 for 1. So that an update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. The players do leave the field there with Derbyshire 129 for 1. Madsen 27 not out. Godalming 69 not out. And as we say earlier in the day, Stephen Mullane 48, Asib Hamid 52. But that innings of 80 from Samit Patel, a little bit of support from Joey Everson 31. Jake Ball made 22. Derbyshire though have begun quite brightly, and this game very much on. Notts have got some work to do tomorrow, and to see if they do it, I hope you'll come back and join us, myself and Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby, just before 11 o'clock in the morning, when a thrilling day 4 of this Bob Willis Trophy match should unfold. From myself, Dave Bracegirdle from Trent Bridge, a very good night to you all.
We are in for some game here. Day 3 at Trent Bridge finishes with Derby currently on 129 for 1. Notts need another 9 wickets and Derby another 236 runs. Earlier on, Notts in their second innings scoring 279. Contributions from Asib Hamid, 52 runs. That's his second 50 of this game, and top scoring Samit Patel with 80. We will soon have post-match reaction, so don't go anywhere. Joining me for post-match reaction today is Mr. Samit Patel. Samit, when I knew it was you for post-match, the first question I wanted to ask you was, now anybody that knows you just knows how much you love playing against Derby. So when you saw that the first fixture was against Derby, what was going through your head?
Not a lot. It's a local derby that Notts boys really thrive on, and it's a shame Fletcher's not playing. He's exchanged a few text messages saying to make sure we get one over this lot. So yeah, they don't like me and I don't like them. So yeah, it's going to be a great day's cricket tomorrow, and yeah, hopefully we can get all the points.
I mean, we'll come on tomorrow in a minute, but if we talk about both of your innings, 63 in the first, 80 today. Just how do you feel after, obviously scoring those runs?
I feel it's just good to contribute to scoring some runs to the batting unit, which I've probably let down the batting unit, if you're asking honestly, for the last couple of years. And winter had been a great time to reflect and start knuckling down and playing and hopefully producing some decent scores.
I mean, I think that's probably one of the benefits of knowing you is how seriously and how much you take it to heart, what's happened in previous seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we play at a great ground and expectations are high, and I think that we'd be silly if we were a bit naive if we didn't think that. Of course, we're a first division club. We have been and should be. I think that we have the calibre of players to be there. So, yeah, obviously training and performances will count, and everybody's watching, so they should be.
I mean, 74 partnership with Joey, 55 with Jake Ball. How nice is it to have those partnerships and, like you say, contribute to the batting unit?
Yeah, absolutely. The partnerships, we always speak about how crucial they are, and in hopefully tight games like this, hopefully they're going to come in handy. And obviously going forward, it's going to be great confidence to the likes of Joey Everson and Jake, actually, to give them that they can actually hold a bat and they don't have to just give it away. And just a bit of trust, really. So hopefully we're in a good place.
I mean, we've talked about your individual run scoring, but did you come out with that sort of positive intent and looking to bring it towards the bowlers?
Not really. I'm just trying to play on instinct, really. If it's there to hit, I'll hit it. And in past years, it's probably not worked, but yeah, I'm in probably a better headspace this year, and yeah, playing right.
I mean, we'll finally talk about tomorrow. Is tomorrow a day for cool, calm heads? 90 overs left, isn't there?
Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of cricket to be played. The morning session, we know we're going to have to come out and hit Derby pretty hard in the morning. Quick wickets, we know wickets can fall here pretty fast. We're obviously well in the game, and I think they're going to be sitting in their dressing room thinking that they could probably knock these off. But scoring the highest runs of the game so far in the last innings, it's going to be a tricky task. So they play well tonight, but obviously it'll be a different day in the morning, and we've got to come out with full belief to win the game.
Okay, well, we wish you well for tomorrow, and obviously our coverage for day 4 of this fixture starts at 10:45, and I'm pretty sure you'll agree it's going to be a good one. So join us then.